In the year 3681 BBY, the reconstituted Sith Empire came out of seemingly nowhere and laid waste to the Galactic Republic. Led by the unfathomably powerful and equally mysterious Vitiate, the Empire had been gaining strength for 1300 years. They were the natural evolution of what the government and society would look like if the golden age of the Sith never ceased. Vitiate, of course, had been alive during the days of Marka Ragnos' rule, and so he simply tweaked the design and philosophy for his own new Sith Empire. In that ancient era, similar to the Jedi who had a High Council, there was a Dark Council as well. One Dark Lord, and 12 Sith who advised him and represented other provinces. Vitiate knew that he would need a Dark Council for himself if he wanted his empire to run smoothly. This would give rise to a powerful, ambitious, backstabbing circle of evil individuals that kept the Sith Empire running during an almost 4-decade-long period of war. And today, we have decided to risk our very lives to expose these secrets. Greetings again, Acolytes, and welcome back to the Archives. In today's Holocron, we have gained exclusive access to the chambers of the Dark Council so that we can detail their origins, their roles, and what purpose they actually served in the larger empire. But while we were scheming for power, we discovered that there are spies within our midst, some who are sampling our knowledge and who have not yet subscribed. If you haven't already, you should join our empire by force crushing that subscribe button. Now, let us share with you our power. The origins of the Dark Council began many millennia ago, in the year 5000 BBY. Naga Sadow has just failed the Great Hyperspace War, and Vitiate has conducted the Ritual of Nathema, the ritual wherein he called 8,000 Sith Lords to his home planet and dominated their minds, after which he forced them to participate in a ritual that siphoned not only their force energy, but all of the energy of the planet of Nathema. This not only left the planet a stormy, gray husk devoid of all life and energy and any presence in the force, but it exponentially boosted Vitiate's own power and extended his life by hundreds of years. He left Nathema and returned to the Sith world of Korriban, where the citizens of the Empire were terrified and backed into a dark corner. Vitiate cast off his old name of Vitiate and declared himself the Emperor, the name that he would go down for the next millennium. He also declared that the Great Hyperspace War was a catastrophic failure, and all those who wished to survive the coming Republic-led Purge were to follow him. With the last survivors of the ancient empire, Vitiate led them on an exodus into the unknown regions, promising to take them to a new, brighter home and future. But as theorized by the Jedi Mitra Surik, he did not simply take them straight there. Instead, he took the long route and spent an inordinate amount of time to get his people to their destination. So why would he do this? During this time, the Sith would have all been forced to turn to him, looking for salvation, support, and guidance. Their dependence on him would grow until he went from becoming a leader and a hero to a literal savior of their people. Eventually, they made it to the world of Drome and Kos, and by then, the Sith people saw their emperor as an all-powerful, all-knowing deity. It was here at last in the year 4980 BBY, Vitiate selected 12 of the wisest and most powerful Sith Lords to rule the Empire in his stead. He would then go on to issue them orders and to make the ultimate decisions for the wider Sith. But his attention was elsewhere, thus why he established the Council. Vitiate was not only scheming for the downfall of the Republic, but his own ascension to literal godhood. Vitiate lusted after the knowledge of true immortality, not a postponed death, and the glory of his people. In addition, he needed to prepare for the Sith Empire's return. He didn't have time to manage the day-to-day minutia of running an entire empire himself. So this was the reason and the purpose of the 12, the Dark Council, symbolizing the 12 Dark Jedi that ventured to Korriban hundreds of years prior. The 12 Dark Council members would act on orders from the Emperor and oversee the daily operations of the vast imperial civilization that was now currently only in its infancy. It was from this point where the Emperor retired into seclusion and pursued his studies and plans. And in his absence, the Dark Council were the rulers. Although the members of the Dark Council were the closest beings to the Emperor, he was anomalous to them. His absence stretched for the mere decades to centuries, and the entire generations of members of the Dark Council would never see the Emperor. Some even began to doubt his existence. There were only 2 times the Dark Council in their entire history had attempted to overthrow Vitiate. The first was actually in the first couple centuries of the Empire, when the Council banded together in hopes to usurp his rule. They were governing the Sith anyway. The Sith by the name of Darth Malgus was the instigator, and the Dark Lady summoned her fellow Dark Council members to a meeting, convincing them to join her plot to destroy the Emperor. But when they gathered on the steps of the Imperial Citadel to confront Vitiate, it was said that all all 11 of them died instantly in a flash of light and power. Darth Malgus herself was locked up within the depths of the Citadel by the Emperor, who tortured her until her untimely death. Thus would mark the end of the Purge of the Dark Council. But it would not be the last. The second purge came in the year 3950 BBY, where this time, 3 members of the council came together to form a conspiracy against their emperor. They had each discovered the terror and the horror of what had occurred on the planet of Nathema. The planet which the emperor had siphoned dry had become a void in the Force. All life, and even color itself, was drained from the planet. Any Force sensitive that stood long enough on the surface of the world went utterly insane, even Sith. It was an abomination to even the dark side, and they realized that their emperor was a madman, and so they sought to dethrone him. Darth Nihilus and Xendrix were the 2 that led the uprising along with 1 other Sith. And when the Emperor eventually grew suspicious, Darth Nihilus attempted to throw suspicion off of herself, but would ultimately fail. As a show of power, the Emperor summoned 9 members of the Dark Council to his chambers, 9 members who he knew were innocent and were not involved in the coup. The Emperor then promptly executed all 9 of them. He sent his personal royal guard to kill the 3 conspirators though. In the end, this would serve as a warning to the future members of the council. If they ever decided to betray him, they were all in danger. He viewed it as a complete sickness. So, they would hold one another accountable from now on, or the Emperor would obliterate them, even the loyal. But despite the precarious position of the 12 leaders of the Empire, a seat on the Dark Council remained the ultimate honor a Sith could achieve in this era. By the time of the Great Galactic War in the year 3681 BBY, a position on the Dark Council was the greatest place of honor, power, and influence in the entire Sith Empire. Many Sith spent their entire lives plotting their ascension to the Council. But with millions vying for only 12 available seats, the competition was cutthroat to say the absolute least. Even the powerful and cunning, the few who managed to join the council often served for only a few months at a time. Their lives were usually cut short by internal council member struggles, backstabbing, or even external enemies who sought to take their place. But having a seat on the council did not mean that it was a luxury. Each one had a specific job that their position was fashioned over. They were called the 12 spheres of influence of the Sith, which were essentially domains or departments that the members of the council oversaw. While generally separate, the spheres occasionally overlapped with one another, sparking disagreement and conflict between Sith who refused to cooperate. But ultimately, each Dark Council member is responsible for ensuring the success of their own sphere. Today we won't be going too deeply into the council members in this video, since we're mainly focusing on the functions, duty, and history of the council. But if each of the members of the council interest you, then be sure to let us know if you would like to see that video. Moving on though, in the year 3653 BBY, the Great Galactic War concluded with the sacking of Coruscant. This ultimately led to the Sith Empire calling for a ceasefire. They held Coruscant hostage and would force the Republic to sign the Treaty of Coruscant, a lopsided agreement that gave the Sith Empire control of nearly half of the entire galaxy. What ensured in the next era was an 11-year-long period known as the Cold War. Here, various border skirmishes and proxy wars would erupt between the Republic and the Empire. The Jedi spent this era rallying their ranks after their temple was destroyed, and to gain back their strength in the Force, and resolved to fight. The Sith, on the other hand, plotted their next steps for when the war inevitably resumed, and the Dark Council each managed their own sphere of influence, readying it for a new era of war. But again, the Dark Council plotted against the Emperor, using this time of relative peace to prepare their board. But what about their individual duties? The sphere of defense of the Empire was the first. This focused on protection through eradicating threats within and outside Imperial borders. The defense sphere was heavily involved with the military and the strategy spheres, with all 3 joining control to the Ministry of War and the Imperial military. The defense of the Empire was perpetually headed by the Sith Lord Darth Marr, the most senior member of the entire 12 Council. Darth Marr is a fascinating Sith Lord. He was unique, as he believed that the infighting and political games played by his peers were just as destructive to the Empire as the Republic was. And so Darth Marr took it upon himself to command the Dark Council with intimidating authority and stern wisdom. Next, you have the sphere of military offense, as it was directed the allocation of aggression, firepower, and the deployment of the Imperial military for war. Its job was maximum efficiency, The department was the one that oversaw the conquest for the first Sith Empire's supremacy, and it was the department that changed heads most often. First, Darth Vengine oversaw the department and had created an elaborate plan to restart the Great War and consolidate total power so that the Sith would rise to the top. But more importantly, so that he could become Emperor. But he would be killed by his apprentice, Darth Baras. Darth Baras was a deceptive spy master who favored cunning and sabotage to destroy his enemies. By the conclusion of the Great War, he had connections both within the Republic and the Jedi. It was said that his servants had infiltrated every major rank in the Republic, and he would attempt to call himself the voice of the Emperor in order to make himself the de facto ruler of the Empire, thinking that Vitiate would not take notice. This of course though resulted in his swift death. He was eventually succeeded by the Sith Lord known as Darth Aro. Darth Aro, though, would also have a short tenure, as he would be killed by his greatest rival, Darth Malgus. But Malgus would not claim control and dominance over this sphere. Instead, it was passed to the Sith Lord Darth Arcus, who would hold the seat for a very brief amount of time, when he betrayed the Empire when he took part in the Revanites' cult. Finally, the seat was taken by Darth Malgus directly at the conclusion of the Cold War. Next, you have the sphere of military strategy, which of course is battle tactics, invasion, and the Imperial Conquest Consolidation Corps. This sphere was responsible for the strategies and plans which allowed the military offense and defense of the Empire to achieve total victory. In the Great War, it was led by the Sith by the name of Darth Azamin, but he would be killed by Darth Decimus, who organized a Jedi strike team to infiltrate his stronghold. Decimus ascended to the seat and orchestrated the invasion of Corellia during the renewed war with the Republic. His occupation of Corellia was nearly perfect, only to be foiled by the unexpected formation of a resistance by Corellian locals. Next, you have the sphere of Imperial Intelligence. This oversees all gathering and dispersal of information within the Empire, as well as the management of its vast spy network. It also manages the many divisions of the Ministry of Intelligence and was helmed by Darth Jadis. He was a Sith Lord shrouded in deep mystery, but he was recognized by his peers as brilliant, powerful, and enigmatic. No living being had seen his face beneath his mask, and all records of him previously being on the Dark Council had been wiped from all Imperial databases. A rumor persists though that the Sith Emperor himself declared that Jadis was second to him in power. However, this claim is called into question by the power feats of Darth Marr, who was also said to be second to none but the Emperor, as well as Malgus. And next we have the sphere of ancient knowledge. This was the sphere charged with discovery, preservation, and the deciphering of ancient Sith teachings and languages. They seek to strengthen the Empire, tapping into power buried in the past, where all the legendary Sith Lords and Kings would reside. Darth Thanaton was the one who would lead this sphere. He was in charge of the Imperial Reclamation Service to excavate Sith artifacts from both the good of the Empire and the good of himself. Thanaton was a proud Sith traditionalist and fought long and hard for a seat on the council. He always found ways of doing away with the up-and-coming Sith Lords that would challenge him, promising to make them his apprentice before tricking them with excavation missions, sending them to die in spirit-infested tombs, ripped apart by the undead. Thanaton would even attempt the same strategy against Darth Nox, only for this to backfire. Nox would then take his place on the council towards the end of the Cold War. The sphere of production and logistics was responsible for the industries, economy, slave labor, and logistical support to the massive imperial civilization that was developed by Vitiate. The sphere dealt with the more practical running of the Empire's society. The Ministry of Logistics also reported to this sphere as well. Controlling this was Darth Vowron, a pure-blooded Sith who earned respect by holding his position for many decades on the council. He was described as sophisticated and charming, utilizing his quick wit to severe implications in often contentious meetings of the Dark Council. Next is the sphere of expansion and diplomacy. It's exactly what it sounds like. They oversee the expansion of Imperial borders and the Imperial Diplomatic Service. It's almost oxymoronic for the Sith Empire to have any sort of diplomacy, which is why it was usually leaned more towards the expansion side of things and not diplomacy innately. This was overseen by Darth Ravage, who concentrated his efforts on conquest that served his own interests rather than those of a greater empire. Next is the sphere of laws and justice, the group that imposed law and order on the Empire, punishing harshly any trace of defiance and instilling pride and respect in its citizens. They ensured that rigid order and efficiency was maintained and justice was served. Darth Mortis was the leader of this sphere. He held a balanced view, one that stated that the Empire's traditions and values were important, but relying too much on the past could compromise the future. This Sith also saw that the Treaty of Coruscant was upheld by the Republic. Next, you have the Spear of Biotic Science, which was concerned with the perfection and the destruction of the organic body, cybernetic augmentation, catastrophic plagues, the medical needs of the Empire, the bioengineered abomination through Sith alchemy, all fell under the oversight of this sphere. It was overseen by Darth Acheron, who obsessively augmented his own body with copious amounts of cybernetics. He was universally despised by the Imperial military for his extremely cruel views on failure and sycophants. He often would kill his soldiers who failed him in any way, and disdained subordinates who attempted to gain favor, treating them with the same disgust that he did the incompetents. Basically, he hated you no matter what. Next is the Sphere of Technology. These oversee the creation of new gadgetry, superweapons, and cybernetics. Darth Malgus presided over this sphere and constructed the Sunraiser installation. The Sunraiser was a giant space station that had the sole purpose of producing superweapons. This position also changed hands several times in the Dark Council's history. After being killed by a Jedi, Malgus would be succeeded by Darth Hadra, who was killed at Corellia by the Republic. The fallen Jedi Darth Gravid would ascend to the seat for a very brief period of time on the Council, before she too was bitterly killed in battle. Darth Asina was the final usurper of this position. Then you have the Sphere of Sith Philosophy. They upheld the Sith Code, they spread anti-Jedi teachings, and enforced adherence to the dark side. Darth Aruk was the one who helmed this sphere, and he would be extremely busy attempting to eradicate the Revanite cult. They sought to dilute the Sith with heresy concerning Darth Revan's balanced approach to the Force, so he made it his personal goal to wipe out the so-called Light Sith from the Empire. And at last but not least, we have the Sphere of Mysteries, also known as the Keepers of Mysteries. As the name suggests, this sphere is shrouded in secrecy, and almost no one in the entire Empire or the Dark Council knows what work this sphere secretly conducts. However, they do not question its importance, as this is the one that the Emperor had a personal hand in. The only sphere. The only thing known for sure about the sphere is its controller, Darth Rictus. Publicly, the sphere was responsible for the protection of Imperial secrets and dangerous lore that was not to be shared with the greater Empire. Keepers would scour the galaxy in search of holocrons and other sensitive data to lock away. The sphere was also covertly responsible for the management of assassins and the removal of high-risk targets to the Empire. But this was the Dark Council, the 12 spheres of influence, and the members that controlled it during the highest point in the Sith Empire's history. It's interesting to actually observe the Sith Order function on a large scale, much like how the Jedi do. Of course, the Dark Council didn't just oversee the Sith themselves, but a whole government and a civilization. Unlike Sidious's rule, it wasn't just a galactic empire, this was literally a Sith empire. They were the ones on top, and they were going to ensure that everyone knew it. The purpose of the Dark Council was to use the wisdom and teachings of the dark side to run society the way the Sith envisioned that it should be run. They didn't feel a need to hide their cruelty. What the Sith did was far more simple. They dared anyone to question them when they made their final decision. As in the end, power was everything to the Sith. Our goal today that there was a secret war between Jedi and Sith that was lost to history that they don't want you to know about. Greetings, Acolytes, and welcome back to the archives. The Jedi and Sith have been at war for so long that it can be difficult to unravel key moments in history. With much of the information either being lost or told through unreliable narrators, we're often led to piece things together ourselves. But there is one gap in history between the time the Sith Order was created and Naga Sadow's invasion. This time is known as the Golden Age of the Sith, and it was supposedly a time when the Republic and the Sith Empire lived in relative peace due to ignorance of one another. According to what you'll read just about everywhere, the Jedi were caught by complete surprise by the Sith Empire, as they hadn't seen them since the exile of Ajunta Pal and the rest of the Dark Jedi followers. Except that's not entirely true. There was a secret war between the Jedi and the Sith Empire, the very first war. A war that has been lost to history. So join us today as we talk about the War of Tulac Hord and how it was scrubbed from the very timeline. Let's begin from the beginning. The 100-Year Darkness concluded with Ajunta Pal's legions of Dark Jedi being narrowed down to only 12. These Dark Jedi were banished from the known galaxy, where they then found the Sith species' homeworld of Korriban. When they landed, they dominated the people as their gods and begat the Sith Empire. The Dark Jedi essentially adopted the ways of the Sith until that word was no longer represented as a species, but as an empire and as a way of life. This all happened in the year 6900 BBY, or before the Battle of Yavin, and in just about every historical text that we can find, there is absolutely no information about what happens after this point, as every book jumps straight into the Great Hyperspace War, which takes place in 5000 BBY. 1600 years are missing. In the Great Hyperspace War, Naga Sadow seizes the position of the Dark Lord after the death of Marka Ragnos. He then leads the Sith Empire into a surprise attack right into the heart of the Republic, an attack that fails of course, and leads to the total collapse of the Sith Empire. It was only after this event that the Jedi were able to loot the tombs and Sith temples in Sith space, destroy or collect the artifacts and teachings of the Ancient Order. However, there is a distinct problem with this view of history. All of the sources that you can find will chart 5000 BBY as being the next immediate time that the Jedi and the Sith met, presumably seeing and fighting the Sith Empire for the first time since the Dark Jedi were exiled and the Sith were formed. But this is false, a mere conspiracy, because in the Tales of the Jedi Golden Age of the Sith issue number 0, a young Jedi archivist by the name of Odan recalls the entire story of how the Dark Jedi were exiled and constructed their empire on Korriban. He talks about how they dominated the Sith people, thrust them into a golden age of prosperity and wealth. This is shocking because this is information that he should not have if the Jedi haven't seen the Dark Jedi and the 12 of them since the end of the 100-Year Darkness. How would this Jedi archivist possibly have this information? Not to mention, it was Odan who had a terrifying vision that, in his words, the Sith will return. This is shocking because if you remember, a junta and the other Dark Jedi did not call themselves Sith during the 100-Year Darkness. They hadn't even met the Sith species yet. And again, it's not like they sent out scouts into the Sith Empire to discover all of this. We must pay attention to the fact that Odan the ancient Jedi, said that the Sith would return, implying that they had been there before. The only explanation is that the Jedi have indeed had a war with the Sith Empire that no one knows about. This secret war has been sheltered from the eyes of many and remained a complete mystery until today. There was one Dark Lord of the Sith who was said to have led during the Golden Age of the Sith Empire and fought against the Jedi. That Dark Lord was Tulac Hord, and we can place exactly when this war happened because of the eyewitness accounts of the still living Kem Val, who gave us an oral recollection of the war and again was there personally. It was in the year 5300 BBY, either that year or sometime before, as this is the year that we can place two of Tulac Hord's greatest battles. Tulac himself, we've been able to trace all the way to the original 12 Dark Jedi exiles who took the mantle of Dark Lord after he murdered a junta pal. We recently made a nearly 2-hour documentary about the origins of the 12 Dark Jedi, and we go into strenuous detail about how Tulac actually murdered a junta there, and the mantle of the Dark Lord was passed. But the short of it is that none of the other Sith Lords of the Golden Age used lightsabers except for Tulac Hord, as they all preferred the use of alchemically created metal swords. Only the exiles ever used lightsabers and pioneered the updated technology from it. Tulac Hord had a modern lightsaber during a time when the Jedi were still using proto-sabers, and before the time where the Sith were still using swords. In his tomb, it was also located another lightsaber crystal that was used in his personal weapon, one of which was from the world of Balmorra. Balmorra was a planet significantly nowhere near Sith space, and explicitly stated to have been a battleground during the 100-Year Darkness, one that likely Tulac fought in. And finally, in the very same comic flashback where Odan is telling us the history of the Sith, we see a member of the Sith species bowing down to an imposing figure, a figure in red armor holding a lightsaber. In the KOTOR game, Tulac Hord's helmet is described as being blackened with age. This means that it was not originally black in color, and that it may have been red. This supports the idea that the figure in the flashback could very well be an early Tulac Hord. Anyway, after Hord took the mantle of the Dark Lord, he essentially kept using dark alchemy that was keeping the other exiles alive during the 100-Year Darkness. This gave him a form of immortality, one that allowed him to extend his life beyond what was typical. giving him a reign over the Sith that lasted until 5300 BBY. Either earlier that year or sometime before, Tulac had gathered the mighty armies of the Sith Empire and invaded the Republic. From the accounts of his servant Kem Val, we only know of 2 battles that happened during this year, the Battle of Yin and the Battle of Kabosh. At Yin, this was an inner rim world. Here, the Sith had established a stronghold, and the Jedi laid siege to it. Tulac, along with his other servants and generals, broke that Jedi siege. Kem Val recalls that he and Hord fed on the energies of fallen Force sensitives, using a dark side Sith ritual to make themselves stronger from the flesh of the dead. Following this was the Battle of Kabosh, where Tulac led his armies to victory over the Jedi. It was said that he performed a similar ritual here, one that allowed him to draw the strength of his enemies into himself while they were living, which was what allowed him to go on such a rampage. According to Kem Val, between these 2 battles, over 1,000 Jedi fell to the blade of Tulac Hord. But after Hord was betrayed and murdered by his apprentice, stabbed in the back by a pitiful weakling, the Sith Empire was pushed back by the Republic and fled back deeper into Sith space with their secrets. The Jedi scrubbed all mention of Tulac from every form of data they could file away and find though. This is significant because this is what they had done with the other Dark Jedi exiles. They didn't want anyone to know that that kind of strength was out there and that Tulac Hord possessed the power to slay multitudes of Jedi. Again, thousands of them by himself, using rituals of the Sith. Those rituals had made that being into something that was not of this galaxy and of this realm, and it terrified the Jedi so deeply that they had to get rid of all mentions of this war ever occurring. They couldn't let anyone find out just how many of them had been killed by a single Dark Lord of the Sith. And so, the secret war of Tulac Hord faded from galactic history, preserved only through the suspicious comments made by the Jedi and the recollection of one Kem Val when he awoke from deep stasis. This is the war that the Jedi did not want you to know about. A bloody slaughter of the Jedi. Hord was only stopped because his coward of an apprentice murdered him when victory was nigh. The sheer military brilliance and might of the Sith should never be underestimated. As beings whose religion is entirely based around strength and conquest, you can bet that they pay special attention to what they fight with on the front lines. A lot of the time, we pay attention to the actual saber-wielding Sith warriors themselves, or perhaps even the armies that they command. But as its name suggests, most battles in Star Wars are fought among the stars themselves. Massive fleets going head-to-head in grand naval combat has been a staple of galactic warfare for thousands of years. But what we are interested in today is the actual ships that they used. We were inspired by Darth Maul's scimitar, and that ship's own dark history in the lore. So we wanted to know what Sith-created warships actually looked like in the ancient era of the Sith. So today, let's open our data logs and take a look at 3 different eras of Sith warships. The Golden Age of the Sith, Darth Revan's Sith Armada, and the fleets of Darth Vitius's reconstituted empire. But before we jump to hyperspace, our scanners are showing that we have a few stowaways. Many of you who are watching are not yet subscribed. This is but one of the many briefings we have on the Sith's weapons and technology, and we would be remiss if you were woefully unprepared to face them in battle. So set your targeting computer on the subscribe button and blast it to pieces so that you're notified when we post more datacrons on the ruthless weaponry of the dark side. Now acolytes, let us begin. The best place to begin looking at the Sith's ships is to go all the way back to when they made their very first appearance in lore. We have very little information on what the ancient Sith actually used for warships, as they commandeered Rakatan technology and simply used that for thousands of years before developing their own naval ships. With that said, the first look at their fleet actually comes in the Great Hyperspace War, around 5000 BBY. This was a pretty primitive era for starships in general, not just for the Sith. While hyperdrive technology was well in use by this point, the ships themselves were still a bit rustic, and the technology had not advanced very far. For instance, they weren't able to go through landing sequences by themselves. They had ropes which were deployed from the underside of the vessels. The ropes then deployed to a landing crew, which would help guide the ship in safely. But this wouldn't stop the Sith Empire from developing powerful vessels of war, such as the Darafan-class battleship. This mighty ship was the primary capital warship used by the old Sith Empire. They were carried by all of the strongest Sith Lords in all of their own personal fleets. The word Darafan is an ancient Sith tongue word meaning devourer. The battleship was named after a dark side creature, a creature capable of consuming the thoughts and experiences of living beings, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. For their era, these battleships were exceptionally powerful. On average, they were about 215 meters in length, which for reference is roughly a fifth of the length of the Republic Venator-class Star Destroyer. By many modern standards, they were fairly small and slow, but in their heyday, they were some of the most powerful and fearsome ships in the entire galaxy. Interestingly, they do not have any deflector shields, but instead had incredibly heavy armor. It was said that just one Darafan would succumb to the firepower of no less than 6 Republic warships. This shows the expert craftsmanship of the Zaguruk builders of the Sith Purebloods. The Zaguruk were the craftsmen and the artisans of the ancient Sith Empire. Long ago, their talents had been mostly put towards construction of grand tombs which housed the bones of their ancient Sith kings and overlords. But when Ajunta Pal and the other Dark Jedi took over, in addition to remaking the Sith, they remade the Zaguruk into the construction of warships and weaponry instead. The armor of a Darafan-class battleship is a testament to their skill and their craftsmanship. As far as armament goes, the Darafan was loaded out with 6 auto blasters, 3 starboard side and 3 on the port. Auto blasters were the archaic ancestors of blaster cannons. They were specifically pioneered by the Sith. They weren't very accurate to begin with at all, but they were extremely powerful and devastating. Sith admirals employed the tactic of using the Darafan's power armor to get up close to an enemy fleet, to get as close to them as possible in fact, before unleashing a hailstorm of broadside cannon fire from their auto blasters. They were also outfitted with 3 heavy concussive missile launchers on the front, which typically carried a payload of around 60 missiles at a time. Their small size also meant a small crew as well, as it only required about 25 Sith to properly crew the ship. However, it had enough space to house up to 850 soldiers. The most powerful Darafan-class battleship to exist, however, was the Corsair, Naga Sadow's flagship. The Corsair had been specially modified by Sadow himself, and could only be piloted by a gifted Sith sorcerer. This was completed by tapping into an array of force-enhancing magic crystals that took place of a main console. Using these crystals, it had the ability to pull the heart out of stars which powered the ship's weaponry. Naga Sadow escaped from the Republic in this very ship when the Sith Empire fell, and he would bury it on Yavin 4. The Corsair was later discovered by Exar Kun, who would utilize it as his own flagship. He was later deceived by one of his own treacherous followers into using it on the Kron Cluster. The Kron Cluster was a collection of 10 unstable stars which lay near the Ossus system. By pulling the hearts out of these stars to power the Corsair, it caused them all to go supernova. This of course destroyed the valuable ship, but it rid Exar Kun of his treacherous subordinate, and it devastated the world of Ossus, destroying the Jedi's second home. This wasn't the only use of Sith magic that Naga Sadow employed within his fleet. Among his grand array of warships, he placed his Sith meditation sphere. This took the appearance of a giant yellow globe with wings like bats on either side of a glass-eyed shaped viewport in the front. Several crystalline communication antennae extended from the top to the bottom of the globe. This structure hung back on a distant moon while the main fleet would engage the enemy. Within the sphere, Naga Sadow would meditate and aid his armada with the power of the dark side. This would take the form of dark side battle meditation. This would plague the thoughts, the minds of the enemies with fear and doubt, and would cause them to become sloppy, uncoordinated. But Sadow himself mostly used it to cast illusions from long distances. He either conjured images of terrifying creatures, or visually multiplied the number of his ships and fleet, making them look 2 or 3 times the size. But as the years went on, the fall of the Sith Empire and Exar Kun would not be the last time that the Darafan-class battleship would arise in the lore. An homage would be paid to the ancient warship by none other than Revan and Malak. Once the 2 Sith Lords gained control of the Starforge, they would end up discovering blueprints for the design. Up until this point, they had been using repurposed Republic ships, so something from the ancient Sith Empire was needed to make their allegiance known and open. The Darafan was then repurposed, and the classical design was put back into action. However, with it came its old weakness, the lack of deflector shields, so it came with improvements of point defense medium batteries. These were small blaster cannons placed around the hull, those specifically meant for the purpose of shooting down enemy missiles and smaller fighters. However, without proper shields in the more modern age of space combat, Darafan casualties were extremely high in this war. However, that warship was more so meant to be a scary symbol rather than a real fighter. For Darth Revan's Armada, he would repurpose two of the Republic's own warship designs, those that had served him well during the Mandalorian Wars. This forced the Republic to use different designs to distinguish themselves against Revan during the Jedi Civil War. The first was the Interdictor-class cruiser, which was easily recognizable by its long hull, which split into two separate structures, one dorsal and one ventral. It was made reminiscent of the future Star Destroyer designs due to its T-shaped command tower situation at the stern. It was 600 meters in length and was loaded out with deflector shields, 5 turbo laser batteries, 6-point defense light batteries, and 3 tractor beams. Revan and Malak's flagship, the Leviathan, sported 4 gravity well projectors. We believe that the very last weapon was one created by Revan himself. The purpose of the gravity well was to create an interdiction field. This created an artificial gravity well that disabled hyperdrive capability in most starships. It was used to prevent ships from entering hyperspace, as well as draw ships out of hyperspace. The vessel was able to do this by tripping a hyperdrive's automatic failsafe that triggered when a gravity well was in the path of the ship. The Leviathan also had been the ship to devastate Terrace with an orbital bombardment. It was crewed by 5,224 men and could carry a company of 48 Sith Interceptor starfighters. Revan ended up feeding this design into the Starforge, and it was said that the Interdictor-class cruisers made by the Starforge were rivaled only in power by the Star Destroyers of the Imperials. What this meant was that Revan commanded a fighting force thousands of years ahead of its time. It is truly no wonder that he almost brought the Republic to its knees. But somehow, Revan commanded a ship type even scarier. Enter the Centurion-class battleship. It was twice as long as the Interdictors, clocking in at 1,200 meters, which is just 400 shy of an Imperial-class Star Destroyer. This is even more reminiscent of the ship that it would inspire, as it sported a triangular arrowhead shape and a stern command tower. It had twice the firepower of the Interdictor, with 6 medium turbo laser batteries, 6 heavy ion cannons, 6-point defense light batteries, and 3 tractor beams. It carried a company of 96 Sith Interceptors and was crewed by around 32,000 men. Only a limited amount of these ships were available during the Mandalorian Wars, but once Revan got his hands on the design, he would mass produce them using the Starforge. The Centurion was also the type of battleship that Nihilus would resurrect, and the ship that he would turn into the Ravager on Malachor. Another one of these ships would also survive this era, and would go on to be used by Vitiate's fleet 300 years later. This ship was named the Tears of Terrace, as it itself was present during the planet's bombardment. As for starfighter designs, Revan used an ancient Rakatan design for the engines, and then pieced together its construction from a wide array of different cultures around the galaxy. It was a light snub fighter with minimal life support, no shields, and a light hull. Much akin to the TIE Fighter, it was very light, fast, and maneuverable. The ship was meant to be deployed in swarms. You'll recognize this as a trend of the Sith. Their short-range starfighters are often an afterthought in favor of the larger ships and weaponry. The Sith usually go light and cheap with starfighters and deploy them in large swarms. This, in my opinion, is a bit of a mistake. In many stories, it's often the smaller fighters of the light side that manage to overcome the odds and to slip the bigger ship's defenses. But the Sith insist on putting all of their eggs into one basket by specializing in the big weapons and using starfighters as little more than a distraction. This is a problem across all Sith eras. We start to see some really intimidating firepower though in the reconstituted Sith Empire. Specifically though, we're talking about the Harrower-class Dreadnought. The Dreadnought continues the ongoing trend of triangular-shaped capital ships. However, they choose to split the tip down the middle to make the front of the ship form 2 prongs. Between those prongs lies 2 hangar bay openings stacked on top of each other. This allowed each of them to launch their starfighters directly out of the front end. This furthers the Sith philosophy of always facing an enemy head-on, as their short-range fighters can now catapult themselves directly forward at an opponent. Harrower-class dreadnoughts were also around 800 meters in length, and one of the most heavily armored ships of the ancient Sith empires. They were armed with sometimes more than 32 turbo laser batteries. This included an assortment of quad laser turrets, ion cannons, proton torpedo, and concussive missile launchers. They usually carried a complement of 95 Mark VI Supremacy-class starfighters, 32 B-28 Extinction-class bombers, and 35 trooper shuttles. This required a crew of 2,400 men, but could carry a legion of 7,300 Sith troopers. The Harrower would then see continued use as a reliable capital ship during the entire 30 years of Vitiate's empire and its war with the Republic. And wherever the Harrowers were, it is likely that they would be accompanied by a good number of the destroyers, known as the Terminus class. These ships were meant to serve as a multi-purpose vessel for a number of tasks, such as escort, search and destroy, or simply transportation of important personnel. They were also used for securing recently captured territories so that the Harrowers would not be tied down and could be redeployed elsewhere in the galaxy. They were about 500 meters in length and crewed about 520 men. They had a varying amount of turbo laser cannons, turrets, and concussive missile launchers, and usually just a single ion cannon. The most powerful of the Terminus-class destroyers was a ship known as the Ascendant Spear, a ship technically classified as a superweapon. Dark Council member Darth Malgus had designed a space station called the Sunraiser. This ship was a giant factory meant for the sole purpose of building superweapons in a very short span of time. Among these weapons was the Ascendant Spear, which measured exactly 1 mile long, which is just over the length of an Imperial Star Destroyer. This made it one of the 13 largest ships in the Sith Empire. The reason the Ascendant Spear was classified as a superweapon, though, was because of its unique capabilities. Darth Malgus created the ship to be the perfect union of man and machine. Through bionic implants, the ship's commander, Darth Gravid, would commune with and control the ship directly, channeling the dark side through the ship. This enhanced its capabilities, allowing it to exceed its class of a 0.5 hyperdrive rating, which is already one of, if not the fastest type of hyperdrive in the entire galaxy, and then enhance the capabilities and effectiveness of the weapons to flawless precision. With this deadly power, Darth Gravid regularly wiped out entire Republic fleets. Its weapons were capable of draining the shields of a Republic capital ship by 30%. Doing this with a single volley and cutting a cruiser cleanly in half. Rather than targeting computers in combat, the guns were being directed by the force-attuned accuracy of a Dark Lord of the Sith connecting directly to the ship. It was truly a weapon of devastating precision, and clearly showcased the brutality of the ancient empire. The only other weapon that matched this kind of destructive power, though, was the ship known as the Silencer. Yet another masterpiece that we must attribute to the Sith Darth Malgus on the Sunraiser. The Silencer was a giant, rapidly recharging mega laser which was mounted in between the prongs of a Harrower-class dreadnought, taking the place of the hangar bay. This laser was referred to as a fleet killer because it had both the power and fire rate to destroy several capital ships in quick succession. And that was once the beating heart of the entirety of the Sith Order. Korriban stood as a graveyard of kings, a crucible of power, and the birthplace of all that was dark and evil. Its name alone once inspired fear and reverence in the Sith culture. But as centuries wore on and empires rose and fell, the significance of Korriban slowly would fade into myth and legend. Its power was greatly diminished, as was its importance to the overall order, and by the time of the Rule of Two era, the Sith practically disregarded the planet altogether. Plagueis discouraged Sidious from ever bothering with it in the first place, and as far as we know, Sidious hardly even mentioned it to his own apprentice. Darth Vader never even set foot on the ancestral home of the Sith. So what happened? Why did the birthplace of the Sith Order become a dusty, forgotten relic? Well, my friends, that's what we aim to explore in today's holocron. Dusty forgotten relics are our speciality. They contain secrets yet to be discovered, but we would be remiss if you too were to miss out on many of these secrets to be uncovered in the future. So if you haven't already, reach out with the Force and crush that subscribe button, allowing yourself to claim the hidden knowledge of the Sith. Now, my friend, let's begin. When the 12 Dark Jedi first arrived on Korriban in 6900 BBY, Sorzis Sin described the world as the world that screams the loudest for those who can hear the dark side's voice. There was no more apt description for the world than this. From the rituals of the ancient Sith kings, Korriban became a pure nexus of the dark side of the Force. The very people that it birthed were innately connected to the energies of darkness. Their entire culture surrounded war, dominion, survival. All of this was taught to them by the unforgiving sands of their cruel home. The Dark Jedi would emulate this lifestyle, learning all the secrets of the Sith Kings from the Valley of the Dark Lords. This was a great resting place, a valley of tombs containing the remains and knowledge of the previous kings of Korriban. and as the generations of the Sith wore on, more Dark Lords would rise and fall, and each one was buried in their own tomb on Korriban, a graveyard world. Ironically, with every death of every Dark Lord, the world would grow in power, their evil influence added to the surging energies of darkness that swirled beneath the crust of the planet. Endless tales of Sith spirits wandering desolate tombs have been told. These malevolent entities continued to pour their hatred, their selfishness into everything around them. Most of them were buried with the objects that they created in life. Artifacts, holocrons, scrolls, those that contain unimaginable potency in the darkness. And for thousands of years, Korriban would use these energies to stand as a beacon within wild space for those that belonged to the dark side, for those that called themselves Sith. But Darth Sidious would later annotate that quote by Sorza Sin that we read. In Sidious's own words, he would write this: Korriban lost potency over the past 7,000 years, but it still whispers of darker secrets. This is indeed very true. Much of Korriban's power was lost due to the raids of the Jedi. In the year 5000 BBY, Naga Sadow failed to eradicate the Republic during the Great Hyperspace War conflict, marking a devastating loss in the Sith Empire's history. Instead, Sadow actually led the forces of the Republic and the Jedi right to the doorstep of the Sith homeworld. Once Naga's forces were defeated, and he fled into the unknown parts of space, the Republic took total control of Korriban. From this moment forward, they made it their mission to eradicate the dangerous teachings of the Sith, and Korriban was their first obvious stop. A purge would take place, but this time, it would be a purge of knowledge. The Jedi raided as many temples, tombs as they could in order to find and erase any legacy of the Sith. They didn't get it all though. The spirits of the Dark Lords long dead rejected the Agents of the Light, defiling their resting places, and they lashed out with vicious resolve. Soon though, the tombs of the Valley of the Dark Lords became extremely hazardous, especially for Jedi. And so the Jedi Order would decide to erase the location of Korriban within the archives, so that no being would ever attempt to visit the desolate graveyard. To make matters even worse for the Sith, the Jedi were basically totally successful. Their raids of the treasures of the dark side greatly diminished not only the power of the individual tombs, but of the entire planet. Korriban was now completely uninhabited. The wars that used to rage on it now fell completely silent. The Golden Age had crumbled. No more domination took place, no more rituals, no more hatred. What remained was a barren wasteland filled with bones and seething spirits. As the years dragged on though, many would end up visiting Korriban, and the Sith Order would repeatedly attempt to replenish the dark presence there. Exar Kun would visit the world, only to uncover a mystery and to find Naga Sadow's final resting place on Yavin 4. In 3996 BBY, Exar would establish a Sith Academy on Korriban under the watchful eye of a new headmaster, a Sith by the name of Jorak Uln. The Academy here would become a reoccurring thing for the next several thousand years, as the Sith thematically used the birthplace of their own order as the training ground for new recruits. Since the Order got its beginning on Korriban, each Sith would also begin there. The Sith Academy would exist for a surprising amount of time, mostly though due to the sheer negligence of the Jedi Order. The reason for this is the Jedi were severely weakened following their Great War with Exar Kun, and despite being aware of the Sith Academy and activity on Korriban, the Jedi openly chose not to attack it. They instead were foolish, and they deemed the Sith Order to be lost without proper leadership to take control, and so the Jedi overlooked the Academy's existence, thus allowing the Sith to grow and train unabated for the next 40 years. This would be when Revan and Malak would be the ones to bring Korriban back to prominence once they arrived and reclaimed the Sith homeworld. Revan and Malak had little interest in the birthplace of the Sith, but they were purely there because of one of the Rakatan star maps that led them directly to the Starforge, located on Korriban. In their pursuit of the map though, they would meet the current headmaster of the Sith Academy, a Sith by the name of Uthar Wynn. Seeing the two Sith as true Dark Lords and even the rightful successors to the Sith Empire, Wynn pledged fealty to them and began supplying the entirety of the Empire with Sith trainees trained on Korriban. Uthar and his Sith cared more about the sanctity of Korriban than Revan and Malak ever did though. After all, they were two former Jedi with larger aims than protecting the Sith legacy. For Revan and Malak, the Sith were merely a title to facilitate their own legacy, and the legacy that the Starforge would secure for them. Once Revan had been redeemed and Malak utterly defeated, the Academy basically crumbled. Without Jedi even having to do anything and never having to lift a hand against it, the remaining members of Korriban tore themselves apart, thus beginning an event known as the Sith Civil War. This event left Korriban a wasteland yet again, And during the days of the Sith Triumvirate, when Nihilus was active, there was a smaller academy that was still active on Korriban, but it was a shadow of what had come before. But the training process was altered. Only select assassins were brought from it, and they were trained by computer programs rather than real Sith masters due to a lack of proper teachers. The Sith were dying out. They too would eventually fizzle out once the Sith Triumvirate was defeated, and the Jedi once more took control of Korriban. This time though, they established a Republic space station above Korriban and a blockade around the world to ensure that the Sith would never reclaim it, or at least, not for a time. As the decades wore on, the world of the Sith grew quieter and quieter. It was still no place for a Jedi, as the Sith created war beasts such as the Tukado still roamed the world, and whispers and rumors of Sith spirits still permeated around the planet. Eventually though, the Sith once more attacked and took control of Korriban with the reconstituted Sith Empire. The Sith returned, ripping out of hyperspace to begin their blitzkrieg. Their first mission was to reclaim their home, an assault which was led by Darth Vindican and a very young Malgus. Vitiate, one of the original members of the Golden Era, had reclaimed his home. Under Vitiate's occupation, Korriban was rebuilt almost to its former glory. The Temple Pyramid was erected once more, and the Sith Academy was re-established. Many powerful Dark Lords, warriors, and Inquisitors rose from the ranks of those trained here, as the Sith teachers made use of Korriban's innately dangerous environment. This would be the true test of their students. They weren't above throwing them into the Sith spirits-infested temples, retrieving obituary items just to prove that they were worth their time. And along with training the next generation of Sith, the scholars of the Empire delved into the histories, the biological life forms that permeated the planet. There was still so much rich history to uncover during this era. However, it was mostly done out of pure tradition. The reconstituted Sith had great reverence for Korriban. However, they acknowledged that it was feeling a bit emptier than the legends had claimed. Dromund Kaas was now the capital and the center of power of the new Sith Empire though, no longer Korriban, and so most Sith Lords had their eyes on that world rather than the dunes of the desert planet. But following the final defeat of Vitiate, the Sith basically splintered, and in this process, Korriban's power dwindled even further, and now its raw power grew even quieter, nearly silent. And along with its silence, so too did the Sith's own allegiance to it. The Jedi continued to plunder the tombs even more, ridding the galaxy of as many Sith tomes and artifacts as they could locate, creating entire branches of Jedi government just to attack this one world. They even began removing bodies of ancient Sith Lords, doing everything possible to dissipate the energies of the dark side. And miraculously, my friends, it worked swimmingly. Thousands of years would go by, and now we reach the age of 1010 BBY, calling upon the War of Light and Darkness. The Brotherhood of Darkness would once again re-establish a training academy on Korriban, but this would be the final academy. Due to the significance of the planet, not just any old Sith Lord was ever permitted to train there. However, one Sith Lord that we know quite well would be permitted. The Sith's name was Darth Bane. But by this point, the dark side on Korriban was little more than a whisper. Bane had described it as a distant echo. The library in the academy held only a small fraction of the once vast Sith knowledge, and the students rarely, if ever, ventured into the library themselves. The only one with interest in the crumbling scrolls was Bane, who drew much inspiration from the tales of the old Dark Lords. It seemed as though the Brotherhood of Darkness had completely left behind all the ways of the old Sith, and so Bane determined to explore Korriban to find knowledge that the Brotherhood had overlooked, that the Jedi had overlooked. Bane would end up undertaking a quest into the Valley of the Dark Lords, not willing to accept that there was truly nothing left to find. Despite all of the warnings from his superiors though, Bane went anyway. His journey was harrowing, and despite nearly being eaten alive by piranha beetles and a pack of Tukada, he found himself absolutely nothing in return as a reward. No terrifying Sith apparition ready to curse him, no holocrons hiding in a secret chamber, no artifacts to grant him evil power. He just found dust and scraps of bones. It was a hard truth, but one that he would pass down to each of the members of the Rule of Two. Once the Brotherhood of Darkness fell, it was official. Korriban would no longer be a holding place for the Sith. However, it continued to have a great amount of meaning for them as their birthplace, but it no longer held power. And for those who were less sentimental, Korriban may as well have been as useful as a cemetery. But now let's jump further into the Rule of Two. When training Sidious, Plagueis would actively discourage his apprentice from believing that the Sith world such as Korriban held any sort of significance or reverence. One time Sidious attempted to ask his master why they didn't take field trips to those planets, and this is what Plagueis responded with: "You are impatient. You see no value in learning about weapons or explosives, force suggestion or healing arts. Your hunger for power of the sort you imagine is to be found on Korriban, Droman Kos, and Zygula. So allow me to tell you what you'll encounter in those reliquaries, Jedi treasure hunters, and legends. Of course there are tombs in the Valley of the Dark Lords, but they have been plundered, and now draw only tourists, insignificant beings. You see, this is why the Sith of the Rule of Two era abandoned Korriban. They imagined that all of its secrets had been completely plundered. Its power was now just a hushed whisper, and the only thing you would find there, as Plagueis mentioned, was dangerous Sith spirits. There was hardly a reason to ever go to Korriban, because it would not only be unfruitful, but it would be lethal. Plagueis would take a journey to the world purely out of curiosity once. He had intended to see if the Sith spirits were actually real, as he had read all about them, but in his scientific study, he had determined that such a phenomenon was impossible. He had wanted to see if it was possible for the Sith Lords to retain their awareness beyond death, for if that were possible, it may give him an avenue towards eternal life through science. But when he ventured to Korriban, he found it to be utterly disappointing. This is the account given to us by Plagueis. The tomb of Hakagam Grosh remains silent to my queries, and the throne where Sorza's Sin once sat contained no mocking, imperious specter. I was ready to conclude that the tales are merely diversions for the credulous, but as I boarded my ship into the Valley of the Dark Lords, I beheld a vision of the Sith Lord Marka Ragnos. The apparition challenged my claim to the Sith title, and railed against my plan to dismantle the traditions of Korriban. But the visions of Ragnos would not answer my questions, nor my delineated inquiries. He snarled and disappeared in a whirl of smoke. Is it possible that the entire episode simply played out completely in my mind? Plagueis is in complete denial. Sidious would annotate his text with his own story, and this is what Sidious would write: "The spirits of Korriban are quite real. On one occasion, they nearly killed me. But I agree with my master in this observation. The dead Dark Lords are evasive in their speech, and are ultimately treacherous. On Korriban, one can only expect to find death lurking around every corner without any real reward." Sidious would only visit Korriban on a handful of occasions. The first time was the one that he mentioned, where he had demanded knowledge from the old spirits, angering them and causing them to attack him. His most faithful servant, though, would end up dragging him out of the tombs before the spirits could deal their final blow. The last time he ventured there, though, was right before his final death. Sidious sought the wisdoms of the spirits once more, because his cloned body was rapidly deteriorating, and the Sith had exhausted all other options. For all intents and purposes, the Rule of Two Sith were absolutely correct about Korriban. They would find absolutely nothing there to help them, and there was no use in sticking around if Korriban could not provide them with anything, especially not power. With all of that said, there is one more Sith in the lore that managed to squeeze out Korriban's final secret. Asherad Het would find what no others could manage: the holocron of Zozan. Zozan was one of the founders of the Sith, one of the original 12 Dark Jedi. Her spirit would actually personally train him in the ways of the Sith, transforming him into Darth Krayt. Upon his later return to Korriban, though, Krayt began the One Sith Empire, and he hid himself in stasis for many decades, hiding right under the nose of Luke Skywalker's Jedi Praxium. The Sith would grow on Korriban once more, reclaiming it for a final time in the lore, and so the sands of the Tomb World became the birthplace of the reborn Sith. The Rule of One. This, my most vile Sith Lord in history, somehow grow to appreciate the light side of the Force. Greetings again, Acolytes, and welcome back to the Archives. No matter what you call him, Tenebrae, Vitiate, Valkorian, he was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying users of the dark side that have ever existed in the lore, if not the epitome of it. He began his career by absorbing the life of 8,000 Sith Lords and the entirety of his home planet, sacrificing their lives to grant him his own immortality. He then went on to construct a Sith Empire in secret in the unknown, and when the time came, the Empire brought the full power of the darkness to bear, as they plunged the galaxy into a decades-long war. This period of time is easily when the Sith Order was at its most prominent, and yet their Emperor, a man of such malevolence that he made other Sith cower at the mere mention of his name, was actually flirting with other aspects of the Force. By the time Vitiate made his full transition into Valkorion, he believed himself to have risen above the limiting doctrine of the Sith, and began to embrace the wider view of the Force, its greatest picture and wide tapestry. And not only this, but his underlings were given absolutely no restrictions on what part of the Force they were allowed to study and explore. So what made such a sinister monster of a person decide that the light was worth pursuing, worth even integrating into his culture, and the culture of the Empire that he cultivated? Treating it as a weaker side of the Force originally, this is a bizarre choice, but it's the choice that we'll be analyzing today. My friends, it's time to open up another holocron yet again, and to study the depraved mind of Darth Vitiate. But if you too seek knowledge, then crush that subscribe button so that we may endow you with the knowledge of the past and the future. Now, Acolytes, let us open the holocron and access some of that limitless knowledge. In the centuries since the Sith Empire began, Vitiate had become a total recluse. His plan is actually quite easy to state, but nearly impossible to achieve: to bring the galaxy and the Force to bear, to belong only to him. At this period in time, he had handed over control of the Empire to the members of the Dark Council. He rarely spoke to any of them unless to give them specific orders to carry out. Mostly, he would act through the voices of the Emperor. These were hollowed out shells of beings that carried the Emperor's consciousness and his power, and essentially acted as his vessels with which he would conduct his business. For most of the time as a ruler, he wasn't actually running anything, but was rather remaining behind closed doors to study the Force. During his studies, he ended up taking an interest in another project, building a separate empire somewhere off in the unknown, one completely of his own design. This would become what is known as the Eternal Empire, which was based off of the planet of Zakul. Vitiate found an honorable warrior by the name of Valkorion, who was sufficiently powerful in the Force to handle all of the Sith Emperor's power. So the Emperor hollowed out Valkorion himself, and planted a piece of his spirit within the man. So while ruling the Sith, Vitiate was simultaneously acting through Valkorion to set himself up a sort of a savior figure to the hyper-religious Zakulian people, to one day hopefully become their god, building them up as an unstoppable force. His entire purpose for doing this was because their people had an obsession with a strange ancient technology called the Eternal Throne. This was a chair that could single-handedly pilot the entire Eternal Fleet from one location. The Eternal Fleet was an armada of nigh unstoppable battleships, the likes of which the galaxy has never seen before. So while he set up this empire and delved deeper into the Force, he found himself exhausted by the way of the Sith that he had clung to so desperately for so long. The backstabbing, the insurrection, the exclusive focus on the dark side of the Force. Vitiate found it all limiting. He believed it would never create a lasting empire. He watched as his underlings constantly attempted to eat each other, and eventually worked to overthrow him as the Emperor instead of obeying his rule unquestionably. As Valkorion, he decided to shed the limiting doctrine of the Sith and observe how the Force operated elsewhere. You must understand that he desired to literally own the Force. He believed that it was his right to possess it. For Valkorion, power was power, and there was no getting around it. It was useful to him, and therefore, it was worth taking. This was all due to a core character trait of the Emperor. Emotions meant absolutely nothing to him. The way he was born, combined with the horrific rituals that he had executed on himself in order to achieve immortality, had stripped him of all physical and emotional feeling. And it was this flaw that tricked the Dark Lord into believing that he was a god. Having said that, there was something that he did feel: the hunger for power, but also fear of death. This would lead him to greedily taking up as much of the Force as he could, regardless of its alignment. He sought its knowledge to prevent the one thing that he feared: death itself. However, this does not mean that he went for the Jedi inspiration. They were still his enemies, 1, and 2, he still believed them to be ultimately weaklings, and he enjoyed twisting the knife of the dark side into them as much as possible. Vitiate's journeys and what he did while he was absent from being Emperor is a complete mystery, so unfortunately we don't know what exactly he studied, or where he studied, or rather who he studied it from. But while it has been directly stated in the lore, we believe he followed a similar path to another Sith Lord that would follow him centuries later. That man is Jacen Solo. In his time, Jacen would go on a sovereign journey around the galaxy, studying as many Force traditions as he possibly could. Jacen learned esoteric powers in the Force, powers that the Jedi had never even seen before, such as the electrical influencing powers of the Baron Do sages, teleporting himself or objects using fold space techniques, a power he had developed with the help of the Ang-Ti monks. But before some label him as gray, we need to state that Valkorion didn't ever use the light side. He had grown far beyond it, and it was simply elusive to him no matter what he did. He was too corrupted. Utilizing the light would have made him become weak, as the light side would have resisted him. However, we do know that he has studied light side practices, and simply corrupted them to be used as darker techniques. We know of him in the Sith using fold space to teleport. But what happens if there is a strange electrical discharge that almost looks like Force lightning, indicating that they're using the dark side to accomplish it? A light side organization known as the Zazen Shah had said to possess telekinetic abilities which are superior to that of the Jedi. So superior to where their telekinesis is second nature. One of their primary defensive tools is being able to quickly throw up force shields to deflect any sort of physical attack. Valkorion does the same thing when he parried his son's Arcan's lightsaber with repeated use of force shields. But while Valkorion used the dark side, his followers in the Eternal Empire did not. The Knights of Zakul are an order that we would consider to be more gray in alignment. They were a militant army of force-sensitive soldiers that drew their power directly from a connection to their emperor. Valkorion essentially bestowed upon them the power of the Force by connecting to their spirits, and tethering his spirit to theirs. They themselves were meant to serve the will of the Emperor alone, and this is how they learned to connect with the Force. Valkorion emphasized the importance of a knight exploring their personal connection to the Force as well though, as this is what would make them truly strong, to rise above the Jedi and the Sith. However, he had them disregard the strict codes of the Jedi and the Sith. No area of the Force was deemed too weak for a Knight of Zakul to pursue with their further knowledge, and no areas of the Force were off limits for study, no matter what. However, while the pursuit of unlimited power drew natural comparisons between the Knights of Zakul and the Sith, the Knights were encouraged to share their findings with the rest of the Order. This was done to prevent them from hoarding information to themselves. This was an attempt by Emperor Vitiate to break one of the facets of the Sith that he hated the most, the fact that they did not share their power with the Emperor. This echoes the tenets of the new code that Valkorion fashioned for himself, the code that he called the Limitless Power Philosophy. Adherence to this philosophy made it their life's goal to achieve ultimate power in the Force without concern on where that power was drawn from. To the Emperor, codes and mantras were meaningless to the followers of this philosophy, so long as they used that power for only Valkorion's greater benefit. Some Sith believed that the Zakul Knights were weaker in one-on-one combat because they didn't follow the code of the Sith. That code teaches one how to properly use enough anger to project the dark side, to manifest it. Some time ago we did a breakdown on the Sith code and how it acts as a roadmap towards ultimate power through struggle and overcoming obstacles. We learned how the Sith grow to become so powerful. They treat all adversity as an opportunity of evolution. The entire goal was to become so powerful that one essentially fulfills the prophecy of the Sith Ari. And with that in mind, it feels strange that Valkorion would call the Sith way limiting. We believe that this could perhaps be a result of him gaining nuclear power in the Force, firmly placing himself at the top with no real rivals. He was the apex of Force ability for hundreds of years, and had no sufficient opposition that forced him to evolve. He was the Alpha Predator. In this way, he ended up stagnating for a period. He had realized that there had to be a way to continue growing in his power, even after becoming too strong for normal problems, too strong for Jedi or Sith. Since he believed himself to be a god innately though, there was no normal being that he believed could challenge him. So the Sith way of overcoming adversity, to ripping victory out of an enemy's corpse, meant very little to Valkorion now. This was why he decided that he rose above their way, and looked for the larger perspective on the Force, thus creating a new philosophy, the one of limitless power. This isn't confirmed in the lore, but we believe that the Knights of Zakul probably were not as effective at using the dark side in one-on-one scenarios, because they hadn't achieved the Sith code the way that Valkorion already had. The Emperor had finished the Sith way in a sense. He had ran their race and had made it to the finish line. He broke his chains, and he could move on to the limitless power section. But for the Sith underlings and the Zakuulian Knights, they had not achieved this, and so mixing the light and the dark could be a hindrance to them, rather than innately tapping into unknown power. Having said that, they still dominated the battlefield anytime they faced down Jedi or Sith in open combat. It could all be down to their drive, their connection. What motivates a Force-sensitive can be an extremely powerful tool towards power. The Sith got one thing correct, and that is ambition. Even the Jedi have ambition in the form of conviction. Their conviction is to protect the Republic, to ensure that peace resumes. The Knights of Zakuul had the ambition to serve their Emperor, whom they saw as a religious figure that gave them power, and more important, gave them purpose. The ambition of Arcan and Thexan during the Eternal Conquest was to please their father, and so they were able to harness the powers of the light and dark to accomplish those purposes, all because they believed in a higher goal. This is perhaps the core of the limitless power philosophy created by Vitiate. One can use any aspect of the Force that gives them power, so long as they have the ambition to control it. Valkorian's desire was to own the Force itself, to drain all life out of the universe so that he could become a god of nothingness, to rule for eternity unquestioned, leaving no one left. And the fear of being cast down into oblivion, ceasing to exist, kept him alive. The only real threat of Valkorian at his peak was death itself. With this sort of grandiosity in mind, the mantras of the Sith look quite small in comparison to Valkorian, and this was why the most evil Sith in history decided that he appreciated the light side of the Force, the power, and the knowledge that it could offer, not necessarily tapping into the light side of the Force innately, but rather appreciating its greater wisdom. Valkorian wanted the Knights of Zakuul to tap into the dark and the light together to make them as powerful as possible. He was too far corrupted, but that doesn't mean that he could still use the light side of the Force as a tool to seek the dominion that he wanted. In this way, this is truthfully one of the most evil, depraved, and vile things that a Sith Lord has ever done. The philosophy of limitless power, to use the light side of the Force as a weapon to subjugate the innocent of the galaxy, all to promote your ascension to godhood within the Force. Throughout galactic history, the Sith have been the scourge of life and civilization. Drawing upon the sinister energies of the dark side, their shadow would rise every few thousand years, bringing war, death, and destruction to countless star systems. Each time the Jedi would rise to oppose them, and each and every time the Sith would be beaten back. And yet, despite their devastating legacy, the general populace knew almost nothing about them before the era of the Clone Wars. This historical amnesia was something that Darth Sidious and other Lords of the Rule of Two era exploited to perfection. With very little of the public actually understanding what a Sith Lord was, their conquest became so much easier. But how could this all happen? How could a group responsible for so much death and galactic upheaval be forgotten so rapidly? Well, today, we're going to solve this mystery by diving into the fabric of galactic society, uncovering what happened to the memory of the Dark Lords of the Sith. But before we begin, there is yet another disturbance in the Force to address. Many of those watching still have not subscribed, so if you're fascinated with the deeper lore of a galaxy far, far away and desire more answers, force crush that subscribe button and let us know down below what other parts of the lore you would like us to explore next. Now, let's begin and uncover what the Jedi attempted to make us all forget: the Sith. One of the greatest attributing factors towards the Sith's obscurity is the almost equivalent obscurity of the Jedi Order. What many do not realize is that the knowledge of the galactic populace concerning the Jedi was bare bones to say the best. Just looking at the basic figures, there are tens, if not hundreds of trillions of beings within the Republic, and at the height of the Jedi Order, the Jedi only numbered around 10,000. The chances of the average person ever meeting or seeing a Jedi was minimal. In fact, we'd need C-3PO to run us through the odds of a Jedi encounter on any given day. With that being said though, what many people knew about the Jedi was their folk stories, their rumors, their legend. Unless they were religious, or they just were in the know, most people didn't even know what the Force was, much less the specifics of the light and the dark side. Generally though, people thought their battlefield exploits were either greatly exaggerated or were downright mythical. Only those who actually saw or met a Jedi would know the truth, a truth that evaded so many others, that they believed were just fairy tales, bedtime stories, nothing more. So if the Jedi at the height of their power were that unknown, then their historical enemies, the Sith, were even more cryptic. Assuming the common man had actually heard of the Sith in passing from a story, many looked at them as an esoteric cult that was destroyed by the Jedi. Growing up in school, most students of the Republic weren't even taught about the Sith in their usual curriculum. Information on the Sith was obviously highly regulated. In order to actually learn about the other Dark Lords though, they had to either major in the study or take special courses on Coruscant universities. One such course that we actually know of was taught by a Sith fanatic, Professor Murk Lundi. This man actually believed that the Sith were historically stronger than the Jedi, and that the Sith had only been defeated through flukes, such as the Jedi having the backing of the Republic. He even went as far as to become interested in their lore, and ended up driving himself into insanity and madness, especially after he undertook a mission and a quest to find the holocron of a Sith king that we all know very well, King Adis. As a result of his quest though, he was hunted down and arrested by the Jedi. A few years would pass, and one of his former students would follow his footsteps to find the exact holocron. This student was also eventually silenced by the Jedi though, and with now two perfect examples, it leads us to the full story of the blackout of the Sith knowledge, the Jedi. After studying the events of the Wars of the Republic history, it's almost maddening to see how far the Jedi have gone into covering up the Sith's mere existence. The days of Exar Kun saw the Jedi nearly destroyed and the Republic brought to its knees. Exar marched into the Senate Assembly, mind-dominated all of them, and then killed the Supreme Chancellor right in front of their eyes. The Great Galactic War was a conflict on the scale never seen before, and would only be topped by the Clone Wars. The Sith managed to sack Coruscant, even destroy the Jedi Temple with Malgus, and they held an entire half of the galaxy in their grasp for nearly 40 years. But none of this is ever taught in schools, or even remembered. By now, these events are several thousand years old, and Sidious's time and the Jedi Order intentionally withhold this knowledge from the public unless it is specifically requested. Each time the Sith rose, they were defeated. The Jedi went on a purge wave to rid the galaxy of as much Sith knowledge, artifacts, and teachings as they possibly could. And the Jedi are actually very, very good at this. This is why it usually takes thousands of years before the next Sith will arise, and the next Sith Empire actually poses a legitimate threat. The Jedi have ensured that the Sith remained in the furthest recesses of the public's collective memory. This was so that they would have less of a chance of gaining more followers, so if no one knew about the Sith, then no one would seek them out. In fact, this was the entire purpose of a new branch of Jedi, the Jedi Shadows. The subsect of the Jedi Sentinels answered directly to the Council of First Knowledge. The Shadows were basically the Jedi's equivalent of Inquisitors. They would dispatch into the crevices of the galaxy to hunt down, to eradicate any trace of the dark side. If evil was found, it was burned. If an artifact was discovered, it was taken back to the temple, or also burned. If a teacher of the dark side was heard, they were to be silenced. The Jedi Shadows operated in total secrecy to blot out any mention of the Sith or the dark side to ensure peace should reign, but also likely disturbing the balance. But ironically, all of this information gatekeeping would end up being a part of the Jedi's ultimate destruction and downfall. Without knowledge of the Sith, there were very few legal safeguards to defend against their practices. According to Palpatine, the Sith were so unknown that there wasn't anything in the Constitution that banned their religion. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, this was a card that he pulled when Mace Windu attempted to arrest him. Palpatine had been recording the entire interaction, and he brilliantly planned on using this as evidence in the future to prove a Jedi uprising. When Windu accused him of being a Sith Lord, Palpatine coyly replied that even if he was such a thing, that was simply none of the Jedi Order's business. According to the Republic's Constitution's very broad Freedom of Religion Act, every practicing Sith was protected from persecution. Interestingly though, Darth Sidious and the rest of the Lords of the Rule of Two did not mind their order's obscurity. They weren't insulted that they had been pushed to the shadows after all that they had done. It was only natural. They would have done the exact same thing to the Jedi, no harsh feelings. And after the rise of the Galactic Empire, Sidious would do just that. But Palpatine would greatly enjoy the anonymity of the Sith. He would use it to his advantage, being one of his most deadly tools, a tool that was difficult to see. Because most people did not know that Dooku was a Sith, they believed that Dooku was simply a fallen Jedi who went mad. Palpatine then perpetuated this idea with propaganda, inspiring fear in the masses, but not fear of the Sith, fear of the Jedi. By the conclusion of the Clone Wars, people were terrified of the Jedi Order, and believed that any one of them could just snap one day. This fear was encouraged with every fallen Jedi, including the likes of Sora Bulk. Windu's own Padawan Depa Billaba, and another Jedi Master, Quinlan Vos. This would make it even more convincing when Palpatine made it look as though the Jedi had attempted a coup against the office of the Chancellor. And when Palpatine became the Emperor, he had no interest in outing himself or Vader as Sith. In the chapter Hiding in Plain Sight from Palpatine's manifesto, he writes this: "The galaxy is free of Jedi, and the citizens rejoice. Therefore, it would be foolish to replace their regime with an identical system led by the Sith, at least do it publicly. The weak do not understand the Force. They venerate those who appear to be ordinary people like themselves. They cheered at the news that a resolute old man had survived a Jedi assassination attempt. In Palpatine, an ordinary senator from Naboo, they see a model of human achievement. My apprentice and other agents of my will are fearsome embodiments of the dark side. Mere rumors of their presence are enough to frighten citizens into obedience. But those same citizens must not know that a Sith Lord has constructed the Galactic Empire until the time is too late." There you have it, straight from the horse's mouth. This worked brilliantly for the Sith, and the obscurity of their religion would follow them into the age of the Empire. None of the public knew that Vader was a Sith Lord, and even most within the Empire were unaware. They assumed him to be something like a Jedi, a servant to the Emperor. The same thing with the Inquisitorius. Only the highest ranking Imperial officers knew that the Sith Order was around and were aware of Vader's position as one. They most likely discovered this after doing their own research into Vader. Ironically, it was the appearance of Vader that caused many to believe that the Sith had returned, at least many high-ranking Imperial officials that were intelligent, individuals like Thrawn and Tarkin. They felt intimidated by him when he came out of nowhere, boasting to have the authority of the Emperor himself. But while the Moffs and the Grand Admirals knew about Vader, only a very, very tight circle of individuals knew about Sidious. It would be long after his death before it was revealed by Luke that Sidious had been a Sith Lord all along. And if you would like a video about that moment, be sure to request it down below and we would be happy to deliver. But anyway, to say that there lived a noble Sith Lord sounds oxymoronic. The Sith have historically been nothing but selfish, greedy, and entirely absorbed with forging their own individual paths to greatness. This especially rings true in the era of the Dark Council, the ruling group that oversaw Vitiate's reborn Sith. Never was there a worse hive of backstabbing and political power plays, scum and villainy as this. But surprisingly, there was actually one among them that did not play their games. One man who was genuinely more concerned about the prosperity of the Empire than he was his own power, making him one Sith, maybe the only one that never feared death, and because of it, remained the most powerful Sith in the Empire beneath only Vitiate himself. This, my friends, is Darth Marr. Welcome to the Archives, Acolytes. In today's holocron, we are going to once again be traveling back to the days of the Old Republic, examining and taking a closer look at the Sith who truly stood out from the rest of them. While he may not have been Vectivus, one who claimed to have done no evil in their life, Darth Marr may just be the most honorable and upstanding Sith Lord who has ever lived. Perhaps the only Sith Lord that somehow earned the respect of both Sith and Jedi alike. But before we get into today's holocron, we find that one thing that both the Jedi and Sith respect other than Darth Marr is knowledge. So if you too find this to be true, then reach out with the Force and crush that subscribe button if you haven't already. Our archives are ever expanding, and we would hate for you to miss out on our daily uploads. Now guys, let's begin. To understand the significance of Darth Marr, we need to establish the climate in which he lived. Vitiate had long since become a recluse into his own empire, delving deep into the shadows, never being directly involved. In fact, he left almost all of the decision-making concerning the day-to-day functions of the Empire under the Dark Council. A seat on this Dark Council was the greatest place of honor, power, and influence within the Sith Empire of this era. Many Sith spent their entire lives plotting their ascension to the Council, but with millions vying for only 12 open seats, the competition was cutthroat to say the least. Even the powerful and the cunning few who managed to join the council often found themselves unseated in a few months. What's most interesting is the biggest threat to their lives were their fellow council members. Their lives were cut short by internal council power struggles or external enemies who sought to take their seat. Infighting was commonplace among the council members, in fact, and they were far from above sabotaging one another's efforts or spheres of influence. If one meant progressing down their own path, they would do anything, even destroy a fellow member of the council. But with the seats perpetually rotating because of this, in the year 3653 BBY, Darth Marr was by far the most senior member of the entire Dark Council. Every other member feared him, and anyone who tried to cross him or undermine Darth Marr's power was destroyed with swiftness. Most of the time, they didn't see it coming. Few actually know of how Darth Marr rose to power in this era, and none speak of the man before he became a Dark Lord. He just seemed to show up out of nowhere, emerging from the crowds of Korriban one day, establishing himself before recovering the lightsaber of Tulac Hord and claiming it for his new blade. His spiked armor, a motionless mask, was the only face that anyone ever saw of him. The terrifying visage he carried, this was evocative of a hideous Sith-spawn creature, striking fear into the hearts of all who laid eyes on him. His appearance was one thing, his voice was another. When Marr speaks, he commands the attention of the entire council with intimidating authority and stern wisdom. Marr sets himself apart from the bickering of his fellow council members, believing their power struggles to be ultimately unimportant to him, destructive to the Empire as the Republic was. To Darth Marr, such deadly games riddled the Empire's pyramid of power with hairline fractures in a time when they needed to stand united against an enemy. This was only natural, as he headed the sphere of defense of the Empire. This was the influence that focused on the protection through eradicating threats within and both outside Imperial borders. So for Darth Marr, his stern warnings to his peers against political games was part of his duty, and more than just words. But Marr commanded this power vehemently in the defense of his empire, an empire that now earned him a fearsome reputation throughout his 30-year galactic war. When a massive Republic fleet had emerged from hyperspace to reclaim Korriban, Darth Marr was the one that drove them back in defeat. When the Republic attempted to conquer the world of Ziost, it was Marr who destroyed the offensive line, pushing back the Republic almost negligently. He was known to be able to rout entire armies by himself and deflect assaults more thoroughly than any planetary shield. He was the main reason why the Empire did not get beaten back so easily once the Republic launched their counteroffensive, and perhaps why this war lasted for so long. Darth Marr genuinely cared about the people of the Empire that he was protecting. The Imperial public looked up to him as a messiah, as a sentinel of strength and hope. Surprisingly, his plans and schemes for power were never for his own gain, but to become strong enough to protect the Empire that he loved and cherished. All of Marr's plots and schemes were to ensure the longevity of the Empire after his death. And speaking of his death, that was another thing that made Darth Marr different and feared by other Sith. It was the one thing that he did not fear: death. Darth Marr's creed was this: life is the enemy, death is our solace. Fueled by zealous dedication to battle, Darth Marr believed that personal strength and evolution are won only through conflict, as the Sith Code suggests and teaches. To Darth Marr, death was not inevitable, it was necessary, a fate that only cowards waste energy avoiding. This is what made him even mentally stronger than Vitiate himself. Vitiate only ever felt two things: the hunger for power and the fear of death. Darth Marr embodied these principles in the Great Galactic War. He fearlessly battled on the front lines, and would even venture out and conquer worlds with an unforgiving fist. He was Sith after all. Much like Darth Malgus, Marr did not mind getting down and dirty on the front lines with his men, earning him copious amounts of respect and fanatical loyalty. But his moral code did not just intrigue the Sith, but it intrigued the Jedi as well. The Jedi were also wary of Darth Marr. The mystery that he carried with him, combined with his battlefield prowess, earned him a fearsome reputation among the Republic, and they all knew him by name. But it was Grandmaster Satele Shan who would end up finding out another side of this man after the war concluded, back in the year 3643 BBY. After about 5 years since the war between the Republic and the Sith resumed, the activities of both parties working from the Order of Revan lured both Darth Marr's fleet to Rishu at the same time the Republic forces under Satele Shan arrived. The two fleets, being enemies, engaged in warfare, but were interrupted when it was revealed that the battle was orchestrated by Revanite traitors aboard both fleets. Upon learning that Revan was still alive, Marr agreed to a temporary truce with Republic forces, and he would even meet with the Grandmaster Satele at a neutral location. Marr revealed to both the Republic and the Imperial forces that he had become aware of the Emperor's plan to extinguish not just the Republic, but all life in the galaxy. Marr also said that he had no wish to serve as a pawn for the Emperor's insanity. He continued to explain that if Revan were to revive the Emperor as he had planned, that Revan must be stopped at all cost. The combined fleets eventually joined forces and traveled to Yavin 4, where they established a coalition in order to stop Revan's plot. Revan's plan was to torture the Emperor and to murder him in the most brutal public way possible. Revan's mind was fractured, and the Sith in him only desired pure revenge. In the final stand against him, Marr fought alongside Jedi, Sith, and Mandalorian alike for the future of the entire galaxy. Darth Marr fought for life. After a difficult fight, and despite being temporarily overpowered by Revan, the group managed to defeat the Dark Lord. Unfortunately though, Revan had succeeded, and Vitiate had returned to life, his spirit feeding on the deaths of the coalition caused by the Revanites, which greatly puzzled and conflicted Marr, as the Emperor did not take a physical form or possess a body, and then left Yavin 4 as soon as he appeared. What would actually happen was the Emperor's spirit would rejoin his new main body, Valkorion, who was currently on the opposite end of the galaxy. Not too long after this though, Darth Marr would lead a Republic and an Imperial joint fleet deep into wild space in search of both Vitiate and the Eternal Empire. The Empire who had now raided several worlds belonging to Republic and Sith forces, before then retreating back into the unknown. At first, their expedition turned up absolutely nothing, but it was then that Valkorion decided that he would come to them instead. Suddenly, the Imperial fleet appeared in front of the Republic and Imperial forces, and engaged in them, sending several boarding pods into their flagships. Despite his efforts in trying to prevent the ship's loss, Darth Marr eventually determined that there wasn't anything more he could do. They were completely outgunned by the superior and unrelenting might of the Imperial fleet, and they were eventually captured. The two were brought to Zakul, where they then met Emperor Valkorion for the first time. Marr, however, quickly deduced that Valkorion was the final identity of Vitiate, and the Sith declared that they were there to destroy him. Remembering Marr to have been a man of great power and vision, Valkorion offered the two of them to join him. Darth Marr, though, boldly refused, and proceeded to attack several knights of Zakul, killing as many of them as possible before charging at Valkorion himself. But the Eternal Emperor, consolidating his godly power into a focused attack, shot Marr with a concentrated blast of Force lightning, and the legendary Sith Lord finally met his end. But this would not be the official end of this noble Sith. A post-mortem quote by Darth Marr says this: "In life, I dismissed the Jedi Code. I was wrong. There is no death. There is only the Force. And the Force has a plan." Though his physical body had died, Marr was unwilling to leave the Sith Empire undefended, and so miraculously, he manifested as a Force ghost. We believe he was indeed a Force ghost and not a Sith spirit, the difference being that Sith spirits often must latch themselves onto a place or an object, doing it to selfishly continue surviving. But with a Force ghost, they transcend through a desire of compassion and guidance. We believe that Darth Marr fits the latter category perfectly, and became more of a Jedi-like Force ghost. 5 years after his death, he communed with Satil Shan as they sensed the presence of Valkorion again. They would then travel to the home base of the Outlanders Alliance, which was comprised of elements of both Empire and Republic, all united against Vitiate and the Eternal Empire. Though the Grand Master admired their commitment, the spirit of Darth Marr lamented that many would die in the war to come. He would then guide the Outlander for the remainder of the war to come, and when the time came, all the spirits of those who Vitiate had wronged and murdered through his long life came together in unity to destroy him. And of course, Marr was present among them. To say that there lived a noble Sith Lord sounds oxymoronic. The Sith have historically been nothing but selfish, greedy, and entirely absorbed with forging their own path to greatness. But it was Darth Marr who proved that it was possible to be powerful and great within the dark side, without sacrificing everything to get there. Marr used his love for the Empire, his desire to see it succeed as a driving force for his ambition. He cared more about the Empire than anyone, even Vitiate. He cared about it so much that he ended up compromising with the Jedi, even embracing some of their teachings to live on and continue guiding someone who could ensure the Empire's security. Perhaps if Darth Marr had become the Emperor, then the Sith Empire may have looked very, very different. And maybe even an empire with lasting peace with the Jedi and the Republic. Maybe the war with the Republic would not have been so horrific, or maybe it could have been stopped altogether. But what do you think? Did the most evil Sith Lord in history actually legitimately love his wife? Greetings again, Acolytes, and welcome back to the Archives. In the time when he was preparing for his invasion against the Republic, Darth Vitiate would become distracted by another special interest somewhere deep in wild space. Once again splitting his mind, his will, and his power, the Emperor would take the body of the Zakuulian male by the name of Valkorion, assuming his identity, and establishing the Eternal Empire. Eventually, he would even end up marrying a woman by the name of Senya, who would be the mother of his children, the twins Arkan and Thexan, and the incredibly powerful and volatile Valen. Senya seems to recall a time when the two were actually quite happy together, which prompted us to ask the odd question: did Valkorion actually grow to love Senya? Was he capable of having any sort of normal relationship, care, or concern for his wife or family? Or is it simply that he was too far beyond human? Was he too far beyond her? Well, the histories tell us something a bit different, my friends, and just like with all things in Sith culture, marriage was not as straightforward as you may think. So now, it's time to merge love poems and the dark side chanting as we dive into the complicated mind of Emperor Valkorion. Marriage within Sith culture is one thing that isn't often explored, but it was something that did happen. Of course, we know this by the time of Vitiate when he became Valkorion. He had dismissed most of the practices of the Sith. During the days of the Old Empire and Vitiate's reconstituted Sith, marriage happened there all the time, but just behind the scenes most of the time. The Sith were an elitist culture, and like with any social hierarchy-based system, bloodlines were incredibly important to them. Legacy meant a lot to the Sith. Where a person comes from can determine their place in the hierarchy of the Grand Empire, again, it being structured around that. The family was very important, and marriage was rarely something done out of love, as such a concept of love was considered weakness to Sith. Instead, it was done by selecting a partner with sufficient strength in the Force that would produce even stronger offspring to bring glory and power to the family name. Everything about Sith culture was based around power plays, and marriage was no different. If any emotional feeling did exist though, it was more than likely a carnal passion. Spouses were usually expendable to one another if they believed it would further their own glory or their family's social power in the Empire. This is how it was viewed, purely transactional. But Valkorion was an interesting being, because he had all the power that he needed. He wasn't looking to share or relinquish it to an heir. Being a man with an insufferable god complex, he saw all other beings as ants beneath him, with their only meaningful purpose to serve him. Giving himself over to a partnership like a marriage was more than likely the last thing on Valkorion's mind. But like with many of these perspectives, this would change all around the time that he found the world of Zakuul. Vitiate was searching for a method of increasing his power to the level of full godhood, no longer playing at it. He would end up finding and learning about the planet of Zakuul. Zakuul held a powerful, but a rather superstitious race of people. Their home was a steward to an ancient secret. That secret was the Eternal Fleet. The Eternal Fleet was built by an unknown race long ago. And because of being the stewards of the fleet, the Zakuulians had grown into one of the most powerful fighting forces in the known galaxy, and they could wield the Force. But the fleet itself could be controlled on a central remote known as the Eternal Throne. This, along with various other mystical weaponry, drew Vitiate's attention to the world of Zakuul. He became fascinated with their culture. He wanted to design a legacy that would be everlasting, but one where he would never pass away. He would position himself as the savior-like figure of the Zakuulian people, as they were extremely religious and zealot to their emperor. And he threw away the shackles of Valkorion being a simple leader, instead declaring himself the Eternal Emperor. His consciousness and power now inhabited the body of Valkorion, and he began building a new empire away from the Sith that he had already constructed. The Eternal Fleet, though, was his secret weapon, highly advanced, fully automated, and created by the Eternal Empire of Zakuul. Unlike other traditional fleets, it didn't rely on living crews at all. Its ships were rather piloted by sophisticated AI, allowing for perfect coordination in battle. The fleet's tech surpassed both anything the Republic and the Sith had ever made, and the sheer size and precision enabled the fleet to overwhelm entire systems extremely quickly. It served as the backbone of Emperor Valkorion's domination and his strategy, making him nearly unstoppable during this period of time. For hundreds of years, he would split his attention between the Eternal Empire and the Sith, until the time came for the invasion of the Republic and the known galaxy to take place. The Great Galactic War began, and it looked as though the Sith were going to have a swift victory. They had managed to catch the Republic by surprise at Korriban, and had started plowing through the Outer Rim and the Mid-Rim territories with deadly precision and focus. Valkorion was focused on Sith and Jedi alike, and since the war was going extremely well in his favor, Vitiate focused his attention back on his preferred project, the Eternal Empire. As the Jedi and Sith were tearing each other apart, Vitiate found that he would build the power of his nest egg. But it didn't just end with the fleet. Valkorion was beginning to build an eternal army for his inevitable appearance in the near future, and it was here where he would meet Senya Tyral. Senya was powerful, strong-willed. She had risen from the Knights of Zakul. Unlike the other knights though, who drew their power straight from the Emperor, Senya was naturally born Force-sensitive. Her potential in the Force was great, and placed her directly within the Knights of Zakul, as she rose to be one of the best fighters among them. Her connection to the Force was pure, untethered by any greater power. Soon, she was inducted into the Emperor's elite guard, but Valkorion would take notice of her until she distinguished herself with a sharp tongue as well. He never hesitated to speak to her, and Valkorion felt that he could be honest with Senya, especially during meetings of war. Senya would often speak out against replacing human soldiers in military positions with the droid skytroopers, something that Valkorion agreed with. This caught the Emperor's attention, and he became intrigued by this woman. Valkorion was perpetually surrounded by sycophants and yes-men who either feared or adored him completely. Not that he minded such a thing, but a lot of them were just a little bit too obedient. They were worker bees to do his bidding, and they never gave him any sort of pushback or even questioned any decision he ever made. But Senya would. Senya was not afraid of him. She was not afraid of the better idea and the better idea becoming known. Someone who actually cared about the state and the strength of the Empire enough to challenge one of the Emperor's very decisions. But rather than seeing her as insolent, Valkorion became infatuated with her strength. He had convinced himself that he was a god, and that everything else was just a mere ant. And yet, one of these ants proved that she did not see herself as a commoner, but one worthy of respect, even from a god. 2 years would pass, and the two would become romantically involved. They would marry, and Senya went on from the elite guard to Queen of the Eternal Empire and the Eternal Throne. Although we think of Valkorion as being cold and a heartless creature, Senya does not remember him that way. She would later actually recall that the two had been happy together once. However, she would specify that it wasn't all hearts and roses. Valkorion wasn't that type of being. Nevertheless, their marriage was a good one, at least for a period of time. According to Senya's words exactly, she would describe their time together by saying this: "What we had wasn't a child's notion of romance, but we were happy. Then Arkan and his brother Thexan were born. I loved them so much, but no matter what I did, they never wanted anything to do with me, and Valkorion wanted nothing to do with them. It was exactly at the birth of their children where everything would go wrong." Right after the twins' birth, the war with the Republic had reached an issue. Before, the Sith had been steamrolling them, winning victory after victory, gaining more and more territory. However, the Jedi had now rallied the Republic armies as one force, and had stopped the Empire's advance dead in its tracks. More, they were beginning to become stronger, and now were launching a counteroffensive that was pushing the boundary line back against the Sith. Vitiate, the Emperor, was forced to pull his concentration away from Valkorion and his body, and back to the Sith Emperor body where he could give direct orders through his many voices. Although Vitiate was capable of splitting up his mind and his power between several vessels, his attention and focus was a limited commodity. And from what we currently understand about him, the bodies he inhabited could operate independently from him, but without his attention, they sort of went into an automatic pilot mode. The lights were on, but no one was home. When this happened, they were completely devoid of any kind of expression, and would carry out Vitiate's pre-purposed plans until he shifted his focus back onto their body. He was always aware of what they were doing, because they were still him, but they could only have his full attention in one place at a time. Because of this, the once affectionate Valkorion that Senya had known suddenly became withdrawn, distant, dangerous. She never knew why he became this way so quickly, in fact, too, how he appeared depressed, and how he disregarded their children as nothing. Senya attempted to show her sons love and acceptance, but the boys completely ignored her. They idolized their father, they craved his approval and praise, a longing that the twins would be denied of for their entire lives. Despite the hard-headedness of her husband though, Senya still had yet another child with him, their daughter, Vaylin. This time, Senya did everything she could to teach Vaylin not to follow values such as power or strength in the Force, but to desire love, family, and unity. Vaylin, however, figured out her natural power in the Force was beyond her brothers, and watched her twin brothers train, desiring to be just like them. But she was dangerous, even to Valkorion. Eventually though, Vaylin too craved her father's approval, and dismissed her mother. But unlike Arcan and Thexan, her power was too much to control. Even when in the womb, she moved furniture around Senya, but now, as a little girl, she was deadly. There was one occasion when she was playing with one of the Imperial guards, the guard who accidentally dropped the ball. Senya, filled with sadness, reached out with the Force and inadvertently tore the guard's body to shreds. Terrified at this, Senya attempted to help her channel her daughter's power through training, but Vaylin would lose control again and again, killing several Knights of Zakul. Valkorion was there to witness a lot of this, and while he was interested in what his children was displaying and that she had grown so powerful in the Force so quickly, Valkorion was intimidated by her, showing tendencies that reminded her of himself, the young Tenebrae. One day, Senya would go to Valkorion, begging him for help with Vaylin. She was troubled, the guards were terrified of her, and even Senya was terrified to interact with her, to guide her in some way, to show affection, to do anything. But Valkorion had a different solution, to merely cage Vaylin's mind. Locking her power away was the most that he could do. He took Vaylin to the world of Nathema, his homeworld now devoid of the Force. He locked her there in the sanitarium, where she underwent brutal mental and physical reconditioning at the hands of the Nathema zealots, transforming Vaylin from a sweet but a troubled girl into a psychopath devoid of empathy. Sensing her daughter suffering from the world though, Senya decided that she would rescue her from Nathema. Despite Senya making it all the way there and fighting her way out of the sanitarium with her daughter in hand, Vaylin refused to go with her any further. When she was locked away, the girl blamed her mother for all of her suffering, believing that her mother saw her as a monster to be caged away. She now felt nothing but hatred for Senya and stayed behind at the sanitarium. At that moment, Valkorion emerged and had Senya taken away back to Zakul. The Imperial Queen now saw that her husband was a madman and felt as though her children no longer were safe with him, as she attempted to take them with her and run away from Zakul. However, after Senya reached out again, both of her sons and Vaylin again refused. They called their mother weak and remained devoted entirely to their father. Now vowing to bring an end to Valkorion's rule and to save her family, Senya departed to join the resistance. Valkorion did not stop her from leaving, and he wanted to focus on keeping his powerful children in control. To Valkorion, the importance of his children goes beyond their power. It is that they are perfect vessels for his spirit to inhabit should it ever require it. This is why he keeps them so close. They are some of the only bodies in the entire galaxy that could inhabit his powerful spirit. But to return to the core question, did Valkorion actually love his wife Senya in any capacity? Well, I would say no. I do not believe that Valkorion has the capacity to love, as he stripped himself from all feeling in the process that granted him immortality, all the way back during the Ritual of Nathema. The only thing he felt now was the hunger for power and the fear of losing it. From the evidence from the story that it presents, Valkorion's infatuation with Senya was just that, a special interest simply because she displayed desirable traits and a strength in the Force that was unnatural. There is nothing to suggest that Valkorion truly cared for his wife though, and I do not place a lot of stock in Senya's opinion that they were once happy. She specified that they did not have a child's idea of romance, likely meaning that their union was devoid of any typical rendering of affection, mutual decision making, and meaningful time spent with one another. It was rather an act of duty. I believe that Valkorion likely saw her the way that he saw the Sith Empire that he had left behind. A fascinating, but an ultimately failed experiment, one which did provide usefulness and entertainment, but ultimately something that he would tell you that he outgrew. We cannot forget that the Emperor is a cruel, a heartless entity. His heart is black, devoid of the capacity for light even. He feeds on the very Force itself, and desires peace in the galaxy in the form of total silence. Familial and marital love have no place within a creature of the dark side such as this. But with the depths of Star Wars legends, no figure climbed higher or fell deeper than Darth Vitiate. Born as Tenebrae, a Sith prodigy of terrifying potential, he rose from obscurity to become the Sith Emperor, mastering not just the dark side, but bending it entirely to his will. Where others sought power, Vitiate sought everything: immortality, domination, and the complete unraveling of existence itself if he so desired. He didn't just conquer worlds, he devoured them. He He consumed the life force of entire planets to extend his own unnatural life. As centuries weighed on, Vitiate transcended the very order that birthed him. The Sith code that had began as a tool, not a truth. He now saw through its endless cycles of betrayal, weakness, lies, and in its place, he envisioned something far more terrifying. Himself, the ultimate constant. His mastery over the Force grew so absolute, so unchallenged, that he no longer saw himself as a Sith, or even a being within the Force. He saw himself as something else, an inevitability. Life, death, the Force, they were no longer mysteries to him. Vitiate himself had become cosmic. They were now his playthings. But this kind of power twists everything. Vitiate's belief in his own divinity would lead him to shed his identity again and again. From Sith Emperor, to the hidden voice behind galactic wars, to the eternal Emperor Valkorion. Each new face brought him closer to an impossible goal. Not just to rule the galaxy, but to erase its soul, to replace it with his own. And in doing that, Vitiate became something worse than a villain. He became a void in the shape of a god. He was Valkorion, and as Valkorion, he discovered that true power wasn't just drawn from domination, it was drawn from unity. He learned to weave culture, belief, and loyalty into a beautiful tapestry, one that would outlast armies and empires. In building the eternal empire of Zakuul, he integrated diverse philosophies, not by forcing conformity, but by allowing freedom. His people could explore Sith teachings, the Jedi path, and even other Force traditions freely, so long as they remained loyal to the eternal throne. It was a brilliant manipulation, a beautiful lie. By giving him people the illusion of spiritual choice, Valkorion shaped the culture that unknowingly served his will, while in turn remaining stable, creative, and devout. But Valkorion's most radical innovation was the Knights of Zakuul, warriors who wielded the Force not as Jedi or Sith, but as instruments of the Emperor's will. They did not draw from the light or the dark side, but rather Valkorion himself. He became their conduit, the source, the living center of their power, and in doing so, he transformed his identity again, not just as a ruler, but now as the embodiment of the Force. In his mind, Vitiate had evolved into the ultimate constant, not just a god king, but a cosmic principle, something beyond life and death, something beyond balance, beyond even the Force. But this was the ultimate lie, one he told his people, one he even whispered to himself. For all of his grandeur, Valkorion would never wield the light. He could never heal, inspire, or create without the shadow of control. The light side remained forever out of his reach, a truth he could only imitate through policy, not power. And yet in allowing his people to share in its understanding, to blend it with the discipline of the dark side, his empire flourished. It excelled in ways that he could not imagine. While Valkorion remained shackled to chaos and the dark side, his people forged a civilization that momentarily touched something greater. Maybe even something truly balanced. And in that, Valkorion's empire became the closest he ever would become to godhood. Not through fear, but through a world, through a people that no longer needed to fear him. Despite the illusion of balance allowed within the empire though, Valkorion still saw the Jedi and Sith as threats, not just to his power, but to the very order that he sought to impose. The Jedi were hope, compassion, the unpredictable resilience of the light. The Sith were worse, a mirror of his own past, chaotic, cannibalistic, incapable of stability, but relentless, powerful. To Valkorion, they were relics of an old galaxy that refused to evolve, and so he moved to wipe them all out. He didn't wage war for conquest, he waged war for cleansing. Jedi and Sith alike were obstacles to his singular vision, a galaxy shaped in his image, emptied of resistance, opposition, and even emptied eventually of free will. This obsession with control, the belief in himself as the only necessary being, poisoned everything that Valkorion touched, even and especially his family. Valkorion fathered children not out of love, but as experiments, extensions of ego. His cruelty, his emotional distance, his tendency to test and betray, warped each of them in different, horrible ways. Arcan was tormented by his father's disappointment and became a brutal enforcer, the once promising Thexan driven to tragedy. Valen, twisted by Valkorion's fear of her power, she was shackled, manipulated only to the point where rage remained. These were not heirs, they were tools, shaped by loss, sharpened by pain, and ultimately discarded when they failed, failing to show the perfection that Valkorion saw only in himself. In the end, Valkorion sought not peace, but silence. His vision of peace was not harmony, it was emptiness. No war, no rebellion, no love, no memory. Valkorion saw himself, alone, at the end of time. The last thing in the galaxy. A dark god of chaos, unchallenged, untouchable, free to reshape and unmake reality at will, without question, without consequence. His empire, his children, even his enemies were all stepping stones, all of them leading to this grim transcendence. And what remained was no longer vitiate, no longer Valkorion. What remained was the void, wearing a crown. As time passed, Valkorion's mask would slip. The Eternal Empire, grand and beautiful as it was, became another shell, another stage in his endless performance. He no longer ruled merely as a Sith, or even as a god emperor of a unified people. He became something darker, something hidden, a force behind the Force itself. Valkorion transcended ideology. He was no longer just a threat to the Jedi or the Sith. Valkorion became the villain behind all traditions, the silent corruption whispering in every temple, the hand behind every catastrophic conflict, the shadow in every ancient prophecy. He had no allegiance, light or dark, only his will, and that made him the ultimate threat, an entity untethered by morality, belief, or even identity. In the end, the being who began as Tenebrae, the prodigy, the devourer of worlds, the Eternal Emperor, was reduced to something terrifyingly simple. Stripped of all of his masks, all of his empires, all of his myth, Valkorion ruled by two universal truths, a boundless hunger for power and a suffocating fear of death. For all his philosophies, of all his grand designs, he was driven by the same core weaknesses as every Sith before him. He feared the void that he came from. He feared non-existence, and so consumed, manipulated, and he ruled not to elevate others, or even to elevate himself. What Valkorion did was to delay the end, to outpace oblivion. But the great irony, the cosmic tragedy of it all, in running from death, Valkorion became its avatar. He left behind nothing but ruin, dead worlds, broken legacies, shattered souls. His peace was stillness, his love, control, his gift, annihilation. At the end of all things, he did not transcend death, he became the promise of it, a god of silence, the final tyrant, the last echo of a man who could never let go, and that echo will haunt the Force forever. In many ways, Valkorion mirrors the infamous Palpatine. Both were master manipulators, both outlived empires, and both sought to bend the Force to their will. But where Palpatine was a master tactician of the Sith, Valkorion was even more insidious. Palpatine craved galactic control, Valkorion craved cosmic authorship. Palpatine ruled through fear and dominance, Valkorion ruled through illusion, through faith, through hope turned hollow. Valkorion did not want to rule the galaxy, he wanted to erase it, then rewrite it in his image alone, eternal and unquestioned. Hopefully this was the tomb of Tulac Hord, known as the greatest lightsaber duelist of all of the Sith Lords. His skill was considered remarkable even in his time, when many true lightsaber masters lived. Supposedly he created a holocron to teach his technique to other Sith. The holocron would have been laid to rest in his tomb. Unfortunately, Tulac Hord's tomb was among the first penetrated by the grave robbers of the Sith Order. If the holocron had survived, I doubt anyone living would know of its location. This was a quote by Darth Traya to Revan. The galaxy has long forgotten the truth of its darkest legend, buried beneath millennia of dust and denial. Yet in the annals of the Sith, no warrior stands taller than Tulac Hord. His name was whispered with fear even among his own kind, his blade an extension of death itself. Among the ancient Sith, known for their mastery of the lightsaber, their unrelenting powers in the dark side, Tulac Hord was singular, a duelist without equal, an executioner with a blade. They say he carved a bloody path across the stars, subjugating entire worlds to the cause of the Sith, doing so with the ferocity of his combat and the cunning of his mind. The Sith in their pride called him a god of war. His enemies, Jedi and Sith alike, never dared meet him on equal footing. No one who faced his blade lived to speak of it, and even among his followers, his mastery was unquestioned. His form was an enigma, a deadly synthesis of precision, power, and unpredictability lost to time. Tulac Hord's technique was not simply the art of war, it was war. But such power could not be allowed to endure. After the Great Hyperspace War, when the Jedi invaded Korriban, the Purge was absolute. The Jedi sought not only to extinguish the Sith, but to annihilate their legacy. Tulac Hord's holocron, containing the secrets of his near-unstoppable lightsaber form, was a prize too dangerous to leave to chance or fate. The Jedi feared his knowledge. Left unchecked could give rise to another champion of the dark side of equal, or maybe even greater power. One that would tip the balance of the galaxy forever. And so the holocron of Tulac Hord vanished, likely destroyed in the fervor of the Jedi Crusade, or perhaps it was sealed away within a Jedi vault so ancient that even its location has been lost to history. The Jedi intent though was clear, to erase Tulac Hord's teachings from existence, to deny the Sith their most lethal of weapon. But history is not so easily erased. The shadows of Tulac Hord and his legend remained, whispered in forgotten corners of the galaxy. There are those who believe that his holocron may have survived, hidden somewhere, waiting to be uncovered by one bold or foolish enough to seek it. And if the holocron is found, the secrets reshape the galaxy, for the power of Tulac Hord could rise again. The fallout of the Great Hyperspace War was for the Sith a catastrophic and a deliberate end to centuries of knowledge. They had hoarded, used darkside experimentation, and the pursuit of relentless power. This was all lost in the chaos that followed in the aftermath. What the Jedi Order could not purge and destroy outright from the world, they plundered, their fleets descending upon the worlds of the Sith. Like grave robbers, they dug through the sands of Korriban, Ziost, and other sacred sites, stripping them of holocrons, artifacts, weapons, writings, until what remained was either too trivial to bother, or too well hidden to be discovered. Among these treasures of knowledge was the holocron of Tulac Hord, one of the most valuable and dangerous relics of the Sith Empire. This holocron, a repository of Horde's insights into the dark side, would have been the key to understanding what little we know about him. All we know about is the basics of what is in the holocron. It seemed to have contained not only his peerless combat technique, but also some mention of his mastery of Sith sorcery, as well as even battle meditation, ancient magics, and rituals that allowed him to grow in lightsaber combat. Rituals specifically tailored for that purpose and that end goal. The Jedi, however, recognized this power and ensured that it would never fall into the Sith hands, whether destroying it or sealing it away forever. This vanished with much of his legacy. What we know of him now is mere shadow, pieced together from scattered mentions in surviving texts, or even just myth. Out of universe, I personally enjoy the idea that this event, the Jedi's systematic eradication of Sith artifacts, could explain why we know so little about Tulac Hord. I think it adds an element of mystery and tragedy to his story, reinforcing the idea that he was a figure of immense power and significance whose legend has almost been completely erased. In reality, his role in Knights of the Old Republic is fairly minor, with most of what we know about him emerging long after his death. His mentions in-game are primarily to establish him as a powerful Sith Lord of the past, but the absence of details makes him an excellent candidate for stories of lost knowledge and forgotten greatness. While it is likely that Tulac Hord possessed a wealth of knowledge on Sith alchemy, darkside sorcery, and the art of war, what his holocron was most renowned for was what made Tulac Hord legendary, his skill and mastery of lightsaber combat. In his time, Tulac Hord stood as the undisputed Dark Lord through being a warrior. His blade carved his supremacy. It is said that no one was ever a true rival to him whatsoever. His dominance extended far beyond his initial victories as one of the exiled Dark Jedi. Tulac Hord reigned for centuries through combat, consolidating power and advancing teachings in ways that echoed across millennia. But what made him remarkable was not simply his mastery of the blade, but the fact that he had discovered or created something that made him untouchable in lightsaber combat. We believe that this could have been some sort of ritual, but others state it to be a technique, not just skill alone. A strange phenomenon. To face Tulac Hord in battle was to face death. No challenger, no matter how strong, cunning, or legendary, would ever leave the dueling arena alive when they faced Tulac Hord. There had to be something else going on here, something supernatural that has been lost to time, destroyed with his own holocron, something that Tulac Hord found necessary to pass on, something that the Jedi deemed as paramount that never be passed on. Even more shocking than his supremacy, however, was his willingness to share that knowledge. In an era of the Sith known for their selfishness, their treachery, and obsession with power alone, Tulac Hord broke the mold at the end of his life. He did not hoard his secrets like so many other Sith before. Instead, he wanted to pass on his techniques to the next generation, ensuring that his discoveries of rituals would endure. Whether this was something born of arrogance, a desire for legacy, or some other motivation remains completely unclear. But what is clear is that his holocron was more than a trophy. It was a treasure trove of knowledge meant to transform the future of the Sith. Perhaps he envisioned an empire of warriors as skilled as he was, or perhaps he sought to create a successor who could rival even his unparalleled powers. Whatever the reason, his efforts were thwarted by the Jedi's destruction of his holocron, leaving us with little more than speculation about his true nature and what he discovered in his new techniques. Imagine, if you will, a fraction of his blade work, a fragment of his techniques recreated and passed down to future Sith successfully. Such power, even diluted through ages, would have been devastating. The Jedi, for all of their faults, understood this. They recognized the unparalleled threat that Tulac Hord's knowledge posed to a fragile galaxy. The holocron was not just a repository of Sith knowledge, it was a weapon capable of turning any competent Sith into an unstoppable force, one that could carve through ranks of Jedi with the same ruthless precision of Tulac Hord. Had the holocron survived intact, had the techniques it held been passed down unbroken, the Jedi would most certainly have been handily destroyed. The wisdom of the Jedi's pursuit of the Sith after the Great Hyperspace War becomes undeniable when viewed through this lens, for while their methods may seem excessive to some, the aim is clear: to eradicate not just the Sith, but the very knowledge of their power, and those that crave it. They understood that the old power of Korriban, the legacy of Tulac Hord, and others like him would be allowed to flourish, that it would become unstoppable just as Tulac's blade had become. The Sith, armed with these techniques, would have burned the galaxy to ash, rebuilt it in their image. The Jedi's crusade was a war against the future of the Sith as much as it was a war against their present. They sought to ensure that the terrifying legacy of Tulac Hord would never rise again. And yet, in their fervor to destroy the Sith, they left behind echoes, whispers of power, and legends that refuse to die. Those that know the name Tulac Hord usher it in hushed tones, as though fearing his specter may arise from the sands of Korriban to reclaim what he has lost. Perhaps that fear is not misplaced, for history has taught us that power, once unleashed, cannot ever truly be contained. But anyway, why did the modern Sith lose so many powers to ancient history? The dark side is indeed a pathway to many abilities that some consider to be unnatural, and they aren't just unnatural, but very powerful and destructive. None exhibited this more than the Sith of the bygone eras. We have so many tales of these Dark Lords conducting rituals that terraformed entire worlds, shifting them irrevocably to the dark side. We know of those who were able to use the dark side to teleport, become spirits after death, or even bind and meld their life force to other living beings, making them a totally synchronized army. But when we get to the era of the Rule of Two, many of these abilities completely disappear in the lore. They are entirely absent, despite the fact that men like Plagueis and Sidious are among the strongest Sith Lords that have existed in the entire Order's history. They are lacking in many of these classic abilities, and most offensively, the one ability that they crave is also lost: the secret to immortality. Essence transfer had already been discovered by Darth Bane, and yet, in the final years of the Rule of Two, the Sith were scrambling to find a way to cheat death yet again. Friends and acolytes, in today's holocron, we are going to be examining the absolute disgrace of a man responsible for depriving all modern Sith of the powers of the ancients, and their full, true potential. A potential that would have undoubtedly given them the galaxy if they had possessed these powers. But while the Sith have lost out on much of this knowledge, far be it from you to be deprived as well. We have with us an archive of lore that shall never be hidden or burned. So reach out in the Force and crush that subscribe button so that you too may enjoy the daily trove of holocrons. The archives are ever at your disposal. Now, let us begin. Bane's philosophy felt absolutely invincible. It was the perfect solution to fixing the perpetual issue of the Sith Lords stabbing one another in the back. It was a way of using treachery to make the Sith stronger, instead of allowing it to collapse from the inside. However, there was one fatal critical flaw in the Rule of Two. With all of the Order's teachings and ideologies only existing in the hands of one or two people at a time, you run the fatal risk of it falling into unworthy hands, those that will essentially fumble the bag. And that was exactly what happened in the lore, but instead of fumbling, it was more like purposefully taken over, and then immediately spiked into the ground, smashing it into a million pieces. You may already know the story, and if you do, then you likely already hate this Dark Lord of the Sith. Yes, the man responsible for this heresy is none other than Darth Gravid. The infamous Sith Lord is one that we've discussed at various points in the past, but we wanted to revisit his tale with the purpose of explaining why modern Sith are lacking in their own ancestral powers. His tale was first told to us by Darth Plagueis, who was explaining to his apprentice Palpatine why the Sith hadn't already destroyed the Jedi. The grand plan had already taken 1,000 years to see fruition, simply because the Rule of Two had been set back centuries by one individual. The year was sometime around 533 BBY. Darth Gravid was presumably a human male, and he had a female Twi'lek companion and apprentice by the name of Darth Jean. The two of them had constructed a stronghold fortress on the world of Jaguda, where they intended to protect the wealth of Sith knowledge that they had amassed, passed down directly to them, as was their right. All of the scrolls, tomes, and holocrons of they who came before were amassed in one gorgeous collection that would pass down from master to apprentice in every generation of the Rule of Two. A beautiful library of darkness. Once the student executed their teacher and assumed the title of Dark Lord, they would inherit this vast library and feast upon its contents themselves. But in his studies, Darth Gravid developed a strange obsession with the enemy, the Jedi. Despite them being the ancient enemy of the Sith, he found himself fascinated with their lore and insights into the Force. Soon the Sith began studying Jedi teachings, and even went as far as to employ their ways of altruism and empathy into his life. And what he would do next would change galactic history forever, attempting to consolidate both Jedi and Sith philosophies into one, a decision that drove him mad. It's so confusing that someone would go mad for trying to find balance in the Force, but that's when he realized that he wasn't attempting to find balance like others had. Remember, he is a Sith Lord. All they know is the pursuit of power for power's sake. Attaining balance isn't necessarily the perfect melding of light and dark. It is the way of reaching a higher understanding of the universe. But if one's mindset is stuck on gathering power, then they will remain out of balance indefinitely. The Jedi preach selflessness and using one's power generously, while the Sith teach to hoard as much of it as you can. The light side actively opposes a person who seeks power for themselves, and Gravid was attempting to use altruism, compassion, the light, to achieve a selfish end. And of course the dark side is jealous. It dislikes when a users will flirt with the opposite end of the Force, the other spectrum. Dark users will become weak when they do. You see, Gravid wasn't trying to find a balance in the Force, he was trying to merge Jedi and Sith doctrine forcefully, which are diametrically opposed to one another. Make no mistake, Darth Gravid was evil, and he was attempting to use the light to gain its power and secrets. But this tore his mind in half and plunged him into insanity. Gravid decided that in order for the Sith to progress, they were going to have to embrace the light. But he also believed that they needed to start anew from scratch. So he established a powerful barrier around his stronghold fortress on Jaguada and proceeded to destroy and hide copious amounts of Sith knowledge. All of that power, all of those esoteric abilities, all of the lore of the ancient Sith that allowed them to destroy armies, to rule empires for centuries, would be lost, destroyed by Gravid. Soon, Darth Jean arrived at the stronghold to stop his madness. She broke through the barrier surrounding the stronghold citadel and engaged her master in a deadly lightsaber duel. The battle was known to be gruesome, as Gravid would cut away at the left side of Darth Jean's torso, face, arm, and leku. But Jean managed to triumph over her master, who had gone psychotic, and murdered him there, saving the Sith Empire, as she would go unsung for it. Luckily, although she had lost many of the ancient holocrons and scrolls, much of the Sith library remained intact, but most would never be recovered. We can only begin to guess as to just how many abilities were lost to Gravid's madness, but we'd still like to try. All we have to do is take inventory of what the ancients did, and what Palpatine or the modern Sith did not implement. It's important to remember that Darth Sidious is considered one of the most powerful Sith in history. His pure potency and raw power are on the level of the ancient Sith without question, but his knowledge and abilities were lacking in comparison. During Vitiate's empire, members of the Dark Council displayed the ability of fold space. This was a strange power, one that allowed Sith to literally fold the fabric of space itself with the Force, granting instant teleportation. They often used this in battle to surprise their enemy and to catch them off guard, or to avoid attacks that would otherwise been fatal. Much lore was lost on the art of dark healing as well. Force Heal is a power that is exclusive to the light side. However, the Sith, through great experimentation, were able to replicate parts of it, and to find alternatives. Usually this involved siphoning the power from another being to feed their own flesh, and to patch over their wounds. Or they would go the Darth Scion method, by using the pain of their injuries to stave off the worst of their wounds, creating a perpetual link of pain. However, healing was done through other unknown methods in Sith sorcery that would be lost, destroyed by Gravid. In the era of the Rule of Two, dark healing was completely lost to time. Plagueis had discovered a different method through the manipulation of midichlorians, but he never got around to perfecting it. The abilities of Bind Ghost and Force Phantom were two others that were lost. Bind Ghost was a very secretive power known only to a select few ancients. The specter of an ancient Sith Lord Kallig had taught this to his descendant Darth Nox during the Great Galactic War. This ability allowed one to dominate Sith spirits, to bind them to their own spirit, gaining their power in the process. This would have been great if Palpatine had been able to utilize it. Imagine Sidious empowered by an entire army of Sith Spectres of Korriban. In many ways, it was directly through this single ability that allowed Darth Nox to achieve the rank of a Dark Council member so rapidly. And of course, Darth Vectivus' power of Force Phantom, his method of summoning apparitions through the Force which are bound to the caster's will and to do their bidding. Though Vectivus' holocron and this power was hidden on Korriban, and would later be rediscovered by Lady Lumaya, so the ability of Force Phantom was not permanently lost. In fact, Vectivus' holocron was hidden away on Korriban because he too was considered heretical among the Sith. He was a Sith who had very low ambition, and therefore did little evil. Ironically though, it's likely this heresy that saved his holocron and knowledge, as his holocron was not kept with the greater Sith library. But on the topic of ghosts, it also appeared that knowledge on how to become a Sith spirit would be lost as well. None of the Sith of the modern era, or the Rule of Two, can become spirits and remain behind. Anytime someone encounters a Sith spirit, it is always an ancient one, indicating the power has been lost. But most importantly, the ability that was lost that was most valuable was essence transfer. This had been the secret created by Darth Endedu long ago, the way of moving one spirit into a new vessel to perpetuate their life. Darth Tenebrous had attempted to simulate this by imprinting his consciousness within a virus, and then having the virus infect a target. However, this method was imperfect, and ended up causing him to get stuck in a perpetual time loop of his own moment of death. One of the worst ways to die in Star Wars. Plagueis most famously attempted to use the midichlorians to refresh his body and achieve this eternal life. But his research would be ended permanently when his tale became one of tragedy. Darth Sidious would finally reclaim the ability of essence transfer. However, he would not learn it from a Sith. Shockingly, in lore, Sidious learned the ability from a Jedi holocron. In the time of the Empire, he had sent many agents into the darkness of the galaxy, searching libraries, sifting the wisdoms of alien cultures, and combing the debris of long-dead civilizations, looking for one thing: forgotten secrets. Finally, Jedi Masters were brought before Sidious for questioning and torture. Sidious had hoped that their dying screams would reveal some bit of lore eons lost. Eventually, something was indeed found. In a very old Jedi by the name of Ashka Boda, who had been one of the lore keepers of the Jedi archives during the Clone Wars. When Order 66 broke out, he managed to save one of the most important artifacts that the Jedi had, the Tedrin holocron. This would have been the holocron created by Bodo Voss, the offspring of Master Vodo Siosk Voss during the era of Exar Kun's defeat. This repository of Jedi knowledge held a great wealth of information and lore, and curiously, among it was the power of essence transfer as well. Ashka Boda was found by the Emperor, and the Tedrin holocron was pried from his cold, dead fingers. This one artifact remained one of Sidious's most prized possessions, and he would keep it in his stronghold world of Biss, as it had been the catalyst for his own resurrection. So despite the many setbacks dealt by Gravid, the Sith did manage to claw their way out from the depths, to survive. and so did essence transfer as well. But anyway, my friend, infighting is the way of the Sith. When you have a group of individuals each striving to become the strongest of them all, inevitably they're going to step on each other's toes. When this happens, it is not uncommon for the Sith to begin plotting one another's downfall. But during the ages of the Sith Empires, both the old Sith Empire under Marka Ragnos and the ancient Sith Kings of Korriban, as well as the Dark Lord Vitiate's resurrected Sith Empire, these rules were put in place to maintain the structure and the hierarchy of the Empire itself. In this time, it was not wise for one Sith Lord to openly attack another. Despite being Sith, they had laws, a society. Murder was punishable by death. But it wasn't the murder itself that was being punished, but the foolishness of doing it out in the open. Not to mention, most Sith Lords had a network of allies, usually other Sith, in their pocket. To attack in the open would be to paint a target on your back. But there was one way for one Sith to get rid of another one legally. But it wasn't always a huge risk. It was an ancient ritual with an unknown origin, a way for one Sith Lord to formally challenge another, putting everything on the line. The ritual was named Kagath, and it may just be the most dangerous ritual in all of the Sith culture. But first, now that you've discovered this ancient scroll, surely your hunger for knowledge is as insatiable as our own. That whispering you hear in the Force is the subscribe button promising you limitless information and power that comes with it. Give in, crush the subscribe button, and become an acolyte today. But now, my friends, let us begin with the ritual of Kagath. The reason why the word made it sound so foreign is because a Kagath was an incredibly sacred rite of the Sith, one that was incredibly ancient, existing before the very founding of the official Sith Order under the 12 Dark Jedi. Because of how seriously the Sith took this, it was rarely employed, but when it was, everyone strictly held to the tradition. A Kagath is a type of a formal challenge that one Dark Lord could issue to another, but it wasn't simply a single ritualistic lightsaber duel, although that was a small part of it. In a Kagath, the two Sith Lords were pitted against each other with all of their resources at their disposal. Their armies, their fleets, their bases, strongholds, spies, everything. During this time, many of the Dark Lords were akin to shoguns. Many of them had despots with their own private kingdoms. They often had one or several planets under their direct control, and an entire army and a navy to go along with it. This was not a simple duel. It was a declaration of a private war. A war in the style of a large-scale chess match. The goal was to outwit, to outmaneuver the opponent's forces, and to crush them or to force them to surrender. The challenger was allowed to set up the arena for the Kagath, whether that be a single planet, a star system, or even an entire galaxy in rare places. There is a myriad of reasons why a Sith may want to declare a Kagath. It could be vengeance to right a wrong, a battle to reclaim honor, pure greed, or simply because they disliked one another and wished to facilitate their own downfall. The one challenged had the option of whether or not to accept. However, if one declared a Kagath, then the challenger would automatically attain the other Sith's rank. So there is definitely an obligation to accept it, but there was a reason why it was so rarely employed. The stakes were insanely high. A Kagath was a battle where both combatants would put not only their lives on the line, but everything they held dear, including their reputations, their memories. It was all put on the gambling table, their very legacy. The victor would absorb all of the rank, class, assets, women, children, everything that their opposition held. Or if they chose, they could destroy them completely. The winner also had the right to annihilate their opponent's entire legacy, wiping their very records from the pages of Sith doctrine, effectively expunging the very memory of them from history itself. Simply put, everything that the loser had was at the mercy and whim of the winner. This was why it took a lot of hatred and ambition for a Sith to invoke this ancient rite of passage, an ancient rite of destruction. Once the one was challenge accepted, the ritual began immediately, and when we say immediately, we mean it. At one point in the lore, a Sith by the name of Lord Falatasar declared a Kagath against a Darth Tormund. When the ritual began, the two Sith Lords were on the world of Ziost. The moment that Darth Fatalasar declared Ziost to be the staging ground, Darth Tormund instantly decapitated his opponent while he was still speaking. Fatalasar's first mistake was naming a planet that they were currently standing on, thus giving Tormund the liberty to strike before the war ever commenced. And his second mistake was doing so while in arm's reach of his enemy. This one was probably the quickest Kagath in entire lore history. But Tormund was smart, and he got off easy, because this type of ritual had very strict rules. The first rule was that a Kagath could only be declared by a Sith who was recognized by the Dark Council as having sufficient power and authority. Not just any apprentice or warrior could decide to challenge a lord. There was a rigid social hierarchy in the Empire. and most of the time, only two Sith Lords on equal social or militaristic standing could enter a Kagath with one another. But there were exceptions. What was typically accepted though was that the stakes had to be high enough on both sides, otherwise it was not worth declaring at all. Two low-level Sith may just as well whack at each other with lightsabers to settle their disputes. The ritual was only for the mighty who were ready to lose everything to destroy their enemy. The second rule was that it was an exclusive war. Battles could not be waged with any sort of outside help whatsoever. After all, a Kagath is a direct confrontation of one Sith's power and assets against another. It is a direct comparison, if you will. They were not allowed to form alliances with other worlds or other Sith. There were no sponsors, no benefactors. It was the one thing that the Sith could never cheat, because the consequences of cheating were dire. The breach of any rule of the right resulted in the execution of the offender by the other Sith not involved. Usually, they were directly executed by the Dark Council, but besides this exception, no one was allowed to intervene on a Kagath until it was finished. Perhaps only the Sith Emperor could force it to end, but to date, the Emperor has never done this. A Kagath only reaches conclusion when one side is defeated or surrenders, and the prevailing Sith choosing whether to eliminate his enemy, or even worse, keep them alive, as this was humiliating. Legitimately one of the most humiliating things that can occur with a Sith Lord. The history runs deeply in the ancient Sith roots, and apparently Tulac Hord and Marka Ragnos had both competed in Kagaths at various points in history, possibly even leading to their positions as the Dark Lord of the Sith. Tulac Hord's Kagath was against Aloysius Kallig, and upon his victory, Tulac had Aloysius removed from history. His family line was also meant to be wiped out, but they managed to flee and survive. But their noble blood eventually descended into slavery. Apparently Ludo Kresh also participated in a Kagath, possibly against his greatest rival Naga Sadow. But despite the very strict rules laid out, not every challenge went the way that one would assume. During the early days of the reconstituted Sith, Darth Vectivus and a Sith named Kalar entered a Kagath with one another. Their battle resulted in the destruction of the Imperial Citadel, and after this, the two decided to call a truce. But not only were the members of the Dark Council furious at the two for destroying the Citadel, but a truce was against the rules. There could only be a single winner. Calling it even wasn't just a disgrace to the ancient ritual, it was an insult after they had destroyed the ancient Citadel. Both Kalar and Vectivus were executed by the members of the Dark Council for their crimes. Both of their families were slaughtered publicly, and all of their assets went towards its reconstruction. One of the last known Kagaths in history was between Darth Thanaton and Darth Nox. Thanaton had been trying and failing to get rid of Nox, but all of his schemes were failing, and so he declared a Kagath on him so that he could simply destroy the Sith with his own power. However, he got a lot more than he bargained for when he was defeated on the world of Corellia. Wounded, Thanaton fled back to Korriban to seek the aid of the members of the Dark Council, attempting to deceive them by not revealing that he had called a Kagath. Nox, however, had followed him back to the council chambers, and the two concluded their duel there. Thanaton was left mortally wounded, but when it came out that he had declared a Kagath and had broken the rules by asking for the help of the council, he was executed by a Sith by the name of Darth Mortis. Mortis, who at the time was the lord who presided over the sphere of laws and justice in the ancient Sith Empire. But that, my friends, was a Kagath ritual. This is probably the most dangerous Sith ritual in all of their culture, one that has little to do with actual sorcery, but everything to do with their dangerous social law. Personally, I'm rather curious to know what a Kagath would look like in the days of a modern Sith Empire. It probably wouldn't work in the Rule of Two, but perhaps it could function in Darth Krayt's one Sith. The Dark Lords aren't really shoguns that they were in yesteryear, but I believe that it would still be something of a spectacle to see two Sith enter a ritualistic combat with real, tangible rules that both are forced to respect. It's definitely a product of a bygone era, a time when the Sith honored themselves as kings and acted as such. But we believe that we have solved the mystery concerning the Rule of Two's most confusing and controversial Sith Lord, the Sith that we love, Darth Vectivus, the Sith that did no evil. This is one of the strangest figures in the Sith history, especially in the era of the Rule of Two. Darth Vectivus was first told to us by Lady Lumaya, who gave his tale to a young and an impressionable Jacen Solo. However, there were several things about Darth Vectivus that raised some flags with many people, the first of which being the obvious: how can a Sith Lord live and not do any evil? One that existed in the Rule of Two especially, where it was imperative to kill one's master. There were so many logical fallacies about the life of Darth Vectivus and his story, so much was called into question. Many believed this was a complete lie, a story made up by Lumaya to tempt Jacen Solo into joining and drawing upon the dark side of the Force, telling him that there was an example of a Sith Lord out there that used the dark side without succumbing fully to its power and the whisper of evil. However, what we have learned is that Vectivus was indeed a real man. And what's even more shocking from what we've discovered is we believe that Lumaya was telling the truth about everything that the man was. The truth of it all lies with a single holocron left behind by Vectivus. Greetings, Acolytes, and welcome back to the Archives. In today's holocron, we are going to once again revisit the mystery of Darth Vectivus. But today we are going to be talking not just about the man, but how he was presented in the lore, the proof of his existence, and what the later Sith thought of this man. But first, we have experienced a terrible vision in the Force. Many who use our archives are not yet subscribed to our order, so if you've been enjoying the near daily Star Wars holocron uploads, reach out with the Force and crush that subscribe button. It is your destiny. We have foreseen it. The story of Vectivus is a strange one to say the least. We are told he was a man who became a Sith purely out of curiosity, that he got his start as a shrewd businessman originally. The being who would become Vectivus was a human male who had a large family and a close-knit circle of friends, two oddities for a Sith already. He was an intelligent entrepreneur who had a successful career in business. For his entire life, he was just a Joe normal, everyday guy, except for the fact that he was unknowingly Force sensitive. He lived as the administrator of the John X Mine 811B mining facility on an asteroid in deep space. This ore-heavy asteroid was labeled as the MZX32905, but both Vectivus and the later inhabitants would simply call it the Home. The asteroid belt known as the Home was near the planet of Bimiel in the Outer Rim. But what both the administrator and the mining employees did not know was that the Home was deeply infused with the dark side. A dark side nexus lay deep within the asteroid, which had been a result of an extinct ancient species native to the dark side itself, one that had constructed an ancient civilization there. Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about this ancient civilization in the lore, but we can go looking if you guys want a video. Soon, the energies of the dark side began to affect the sanity of the John X Mine employees. The Force sensitive among them began experiencing visions or displayed new powers in the Force. Some of them even began to behave like the ancient species that had once inhabited the asteroid, as if they had been possessed by spirits long dead. The administrator, who was also experiencing strange phenomena, decided to close his facility down and discreetly cover up the bizarre events. He had become fascinated by his new powers, and he believed that he could hear the very whispers of the mine itself. So he decided to plumb into the depths of the caverns below, to experiment more with his newfound abilities, where he could hear the power of the dark side most clearly. Eventually, the entire mining operation on the asteroid belt became less lucrative, and Vectivus was no longer interested in maintaining the business, so he carefully mismanaged things in order to run it closer and closer to the ground, to bring a closure to things. He didn't want others venturing to the asteroid, so he needed to make its failure legitimate, keep everything quiet. Once the business was done, the man ventured out into the galaxy in search of something greater than himself, the Sith. Unfortunately for us though, at this pivotal moment, the lore goes quiet. We are not told the details of what exactly he finds, but we do know that he does locate a Sith Master, soon inheriting the title of the Dark Lord and becoming officially Darth Vectivus. However, the established moral code of his former life as a business executive remained deeply engraved in the man. Adherence to both those ethical standards prevented him from succumbing to the stereotypical ways of the Sith. Violence, galactic ambition, and the eradication of the Jedi were of no consequence to Vectivus. His contention was to simply immerse himself in Sith lore, to study the galaxy. For Vectivus, his conquest would be that of knowledge and business pursuits. Years later, he would return to the Home and built a massive mansion in the heart of the asteroid's dark side potency. There, Vectivus continued his study in the dark side, pioneering an ability known as Force Phantom. Force Phantom was a strange ritual that was an act that created apparitions from the siphoned Force energy of another life form. What this entailed was searching out through the Force for a single being. A species or sentience level did not matter. One could choose a bantha if they were so inclined. This would be what is known as the anchor of the Phantom, something which roots it in reality. The practitioner then draws out the life essence of the creature. This does not kill the creature, it simply takes their astral form and morphs it into an apparition which is totally under the control of the Sith Master. These apparitions are mostly invisible to the naked eye, but they can be sensed by Force sensitives, as well as seen on infrared cameras and scans. They can take the form of whatever the Sith decides, and they serve whatever purpose is needed, whether that be servitude, delivery, communication, or even combat. The Sith doesn't even have to be present with them for them to do their work. A phantom can be projected across vast differences, but they become more difficult to control the farther away they are. The process of summoning one is incredibly taxing on the user, and requires a substantial amount of force reserve in order to do so, but they are very useful once they are summoned. There is nothing inherently evil about a Force Phantom, since the creature they are summoned from are not harmed during the process. However, they are harmed in their phantom form. At the time that this apparition is destroyed by any means, the physical creature that served as its anchor also dies as well, in the same manner in which the phantom is killed. So while the ability itself is not sinister in nature per se, it would be especially cruel if the apparitions were used for combat. But what's compelling is that it appears as if Darth Vectivus didn't use his Force Phantoms in combat ever, adding more to the idea that he was not evil inherently. Vectivus would go on to pursue more financial operations on the side of business, while he would study the dark side in his spare time. His wisdom gained from the Force and his Sith training aided him in his business endeavors a great deal. He would also go on to craft a holocron of his own, pouring his knowledge into it. Apparently, he did quite a bit for his studies, as he was able to summon hundreds of Force Phantoms at once with very little effort. Oddly, the one thing that is mentioned about his story is him never training an apprentice. We have to assume that he of course did train an apprentice successfully, otherwise the rule of two would not have continued. But that brings up yet another confusing thing about his story: his death. Instead of dying at the hands of his apprentice, which is proper, he perished of old age. We know that he died happily surrounded by his friends and family. At least, that's what Lumaya says happened to him. But with Vectivus's death, things are about to get very interesting and controversial. Many years down the road, Lumaya made her secret base on the home, the asteroid. This is where she would tell the story to Jacen Solo. The way it was presented to us is that Lumaya is attempting to convince the good-natured Jacen that using the dark side is possible without succumbing to depravity of Vader or Sidious, becoming like his family. However, Lumaya and Vergir, who he both work with, were pathological liars. These two dark side Sith hopefuls would say anything to get Jacen to join their ranks. For Vergir especially, it is said that for her, truth and lies were both a means to an end. Lumaya was much in the same way. She played with facts to get what she needed. Much like Palpatine manipulating Anakin with the story of Darth Plagueis, it is possible that Lumaya only gave half-truths about Darth Vectivus and his life, making it appear as if the dark side was not as treacherous as Luke and other Jedi made it out to be. For a very long time, it was assumed that Vectivus was completely made up, a fabrication by Lumaya. Many Sith believed the existence of Vectivus to be impossible, many fans as well. But interestingly, we do not only have evidence that Darth Vectivus was real, but that he may have been everything that Lumaya claimed that he was. This all comes down to both his holocron and how he was remembered by the Sith that followed. The latter members of the Rule of Two absolutely despised Vectivus to the point of believing that he was a fake Sith, an imposter. Vectivus did nothing to further the goals of the Sith, and he left behind a legacy of mediocrity. In fact, they hated him so much that they treated his holocron as a piece of garbage. This was because he had mainly used his holocron as an accounting PC to keep track of all of his figures, using it to keep track of his finances. The knowledge contained was accounting logs, business ledgers, and advice and philosophy on business. One such entry said this: "Never borrow money from someone powerful enough to make you pay. Let your workers know you trust them, then watch them." However, the one reason they did not destroy the holocron of Vectivus was because it contained one piece of knowledge that all Sith wanted: the Force Phantom technique. This was the only worthwhile dark side information that the holocron contained. But the holocron of Vectivus was lost for centuries due to the madness of another Sith Lord, Darth Gravid. For a very long time, the Rule of Two searched for the holocron of Vectivus, hoping to get their hands on this single ability. In the year 40 ABY, the cult of the One Sith were discreetly growing in power on Korriban under Darth Krayt, and they got their hands on the holocron of Vectivus and learned the power of the Force Phantom. As a group, they decided to have it delivered to Darth Kaitis as an insult. The gift was to show what his worth to the Sith Order really was. The one Sith had found Darth Kaitis to be worthless, expendable. The treatment of Vectivus' legacy indicates that his status as a benevolent Sith may in fact be true, at least to some extent. There is even suggestions that Lumaya wasn't actually lying to Jacen, but deeply desired to have a Sith Lord rule the galaxy with the same moral compass as Darth Vectivus, believing that Jacen was a good candidate. Nevertheless, there are many things that don't add up about the life of Vectivus, and its entire legitimacy is questionable. The first is first. It's very difficult to accept that Vectivus did not kill his master. This is the most important step in the Baneite Sith's life. This is what makes them worthy of taking the mantle. And not only this, but it's also impossible for Vectivus' master to not have died. If Vectivus did not kill him, then he would have considered him unworthy and would have trained a new apprentice, and that apprentice would be remembered in the line of the Rule of Two. But Darth Vectivus is the one who continued the Baneite lineage directly, not someone else, so he did inherit the title, and his master is dead. But we do have a few theories. The first one is that we have to stretch the definition of doing no evil. From a certain point of view, vanquishing a Sith Lord may not be considered evil since they themselves are evil. Of course though, an apprentice slaying their master is not a righteous act. They do not have righteous intentions in doing this. However, the definition of doing no evil could be referencing the fact that Vectivus never pursued dominion, nor violence from the rest of the galaxy, and never pursued any sort of conquest from that point forward. Perhaps the story isn't implying that he was as pure as the driven snow, but that he was simply not interested in committing the atrocities native to other Sith. So the first possibility is that he did kill his master, but that it was not accredited to him as an evil act. The second theory is that he inherited the title by a technicality. This one requires us to use our imagination a little bit. Perhaps the Sith Master that Vectivus found was incredibly old or dying. It's a possibility that this had been a failure of the Sith, who had never found a suitable apprentice before. So when Vectivus arrived, the Master took the first opportunity that presented itself. He poured all of his knowledge into his new apprentice, just so that the Baneite lineage could continue. In the moment of Vectivus' training, and the second that it was complete, the Master died due to this illness, leaving behind the businessman, the new Dark Lord of the Sith, by technicality alone, not by what he had proven himself worthy of, while still maintaining that he did no evil by not slaying his master. But again, this has not been confirmed at all, and is simply our own headcanon. We can't exactly take this as a firm conclusion though. And then there is the matter of Vectivus' apprentice. This being is not mentioned at all in the life of Vectivus, but it's someone who would have existed. Vectivus' peaceful death is a part of Lumaya's story that I personally believe to be the most likely lie. But it is possible that his apprentice did not kill him, which would give rise to another controversial Sith. You see, in the timeline of the Rule of Two, the next known Sith that follows Vectivus is Darth Gravid, though not directly. While we unfortunately don't have the actual dates that these two Sith Lords lived, it's quite possible that Gravid could have been Vectivus' apprentice, even though it's never specified. If this were true, it would also answer another great mystery of the Rule of Two Sith. As a quick recap, Gravid was a Sith Lord who became obsessed with Jedi lore, to the point where he went insane from trying to mix and merge Sith and Jedi ideologies and teachings. In the end, Gravid believed that he had to rebuild the Sith from the ground up, so he began to either destroy or hide away the collection of Sith knowledge that the Rule of Two had accumulated. He was stopped eventually by his apprentice, Darth Jean, but by the time that she defeated and killed him, he had already burned or lost a great deal of Sith books, scrolls, and holocrons. Among these was confirmed to be the holocron of Darth Vectivus. Now the reason this is a huge connection is because it would answer why Darth Gravid became so obsessed with Jedi tradition and lore. If his own master was the Sith that did no evil, and Vectivus never killed the one who trained him, then Gravid would not have had the proper Sith way demonstrated to him at all. If he didn't kill Vectivus, he would have earned the title of the Dark Lord illegitimately, and would never have taken that important step in Sithhood. In the Plagueis novel, we learn that killing one's master is not just ceremonially important to the Sith, but it's ritualistically important to the dark side. When Palpatine kills Darth Plagueis, it is said that he is anointed by the dark side. This is to say that he has been chosen to be the next Dark Lord, granted distinct power boosts because of it. the dark side energies of the universe focused into his one vessel, instantly granting Palpatine maddening levels of power. It is also said that he was enlightened to a higher state of mind, as he fully understood his mission as a Dark Lord. This is why it is said that Darth Plagueis was more powerful than Palpatine before Palpatine actually killed him. After the ritual was complete, Sidious's level of power grew astronomically, as the dark side itself had elected and chosen him. But if Gravid never had this moment because Vectivus died of old age, then he wouldn't be fully in tune with the rule of two. This fact, coupled with him having nothing but honest business practice, demonstrated Vectivus would lead him into becoming fascinated by the altruistic and compassionate ways of the Jedi, something he unknowingly instilled within his own apprentice. We plan on talking more about Gravid in another video, but these are our thoughts that connect him with Vectivus, and perhaps a reason why the later Sith absolutely despised him. Vectivus would have trained the Sith who set their order back for hundreds of years. But anyway, how powerful was Darth Malak really? Greetings again, students of the Force, and welcome back to the archives. When discussing the events of the Jedi Civil War, all focus typically goes to Revan. After all, he was the Sith Lord who set the standard for the rule of two before that was ever established. He had a lot to live up to with Exar Kun having been his predecessor, and Revan did not disappoint. Revan managed to nearly bring the entirety of the Republic to its knees before he lost his memory. But today, we wanted to talk about the man responsible for Revan's memory loss in the first place, the man who carried on his campaign afterward with a new Sith Empire, the actual villain of Knights of the Old Republic, Darth Malak. Malak is often painfully overshadowed by his more successful colleague, and by other more accomplished Dark Lords, but we have to keep in mind that he was a real threat to the Jedi Order whenever he had control of the Starforge, and he nearly killed Revan in their final duel. But with that said, it's a little difficult to calculate just exactly where he stands with the rest of the roster and the Sith in the lore, mainly because most of Darth Malak's feats are listed when he was amped by the Starforge. But was Malak truly the unnotable man that history treats him as, or was he secretly a terrifying dark side powerhouse? Well, join us as we explore one of the most underrated Sith Lords in the Old Republic, and discuss just how powerful Darth Malak really was, whether he was over or underrated. The Starforge did great to amplify his natural powers, however it should be noted that it was a power increase, not necessarily power bestowal. What we mean is that Darth Malak didn't gain any new abilities when he was empowered by the ancient Rakatan superweapon, it simply boosted the powers that he already possessed. So luckily for us, all of the Force powers that he displays can be counted towards his own knowledge. It's simply the potency of this power that is being called into question. But let's begin this by starting at the beginning of the highlights of Malak's journey along with Revan. Originally, he was a Jedi Knight alongside Revan. At the time, he was called Alec. He ended up taking on the moniker of Malak at the same time that his friend decided to call himself Revan permanently. He was an excellent Jedi who was renowned for his combat ability. While Revan was more skilled in the realm of the Force, Malak had focused on honing his lightsaber skill, and was revered as one of the finest warriors of the Jedi Order. And together, the two of them were an unstoppable team whenever they put their skills together as one. Malak was headstrong, unwavering when he set his mind on a goal, and the way that he fought perfectly characterized this. Where Revan was more cunning and tactful, Malak preferred to bulldoze straight through his enemy, single-mindedly accomplishing any task he needed. This is also reflected in his own lightsaber style, which, like Revan, employed a mesh of maneuvers from many different lightsaber forms. During the war, Malak was described as brutishly smashing through all opposition, indicative of Form 5 Gem So. But watching him fight for ourselves, we see him utilize precise strokes to either break or to circumvent his enemy's guards, suggesting the use of Form 2 Makashi. But curiously, he has been shown to switch up this style, employing acrobatic strikes in order to quickly generate momentum to catch his opponent off guard, betraying the erratic philosophy of Form 7 Juyo. Nothing official about his form has ever been stated though, but we recognize a mixture, a deadly style that Malak had cultivated over long years of war. From what we've read in the Mandalorian war journals, there was no opponent that could stand on even ground with Malak, and the same was true for the Jedi Civil War, as he proved himself to be such a dangerous opponent that Jedi avoided getting near him. Bastila Shan, one of the Order's most capable Jedi, didn't last so much as a few minutes in the ring with Malak when she engaged with him. In fact, she went into the duel with a sacrificial mindset, knowing that she had no hope of possibly winning. She was just trying to get the currently amnesiac Revan to safety. However, during the Jedi Civil War, Malak did lose one duel, and that was of course to Revan himself. Apparently the two had a disagreement on their position as master and apprentice, and they had a brief duel that cost Malak his lower jaw, a constant reminder that he would always be beneath the power of Darth Revan. This was when Revan was at the height of his dark side power, which is what led Malak to realize that he could not betray his master at the blade, and he ended up ordering his capital ship to fire on Revans during one of their battles against the Republic, resulting in the Jedi managing to capture the Dark Lord and wipe his memory. But from that point forward, Malak would continue to grow in skill and power until he eclipsed that of his former friend and master, or so he believed. Malak very rarely used Force abilities during combat, but he was adept at several maneuvers that made him a devastating close-range opponent. He had been known to utilize the Force to bolster his body's defenses, making him more of a tank than the average Force wielder. As a Jedi, he was once captured and tortured for weeks on end, and yet he called upon the Force to stave off the pain, to resist the interrogation. He did this in combat as well, shrugging off crippling blows in order to continue attacking the enemy. Malak was an exemplifier of offense being the best defense. He tried to mow down his enemies before they ever got the chance to attack, and if they did attack, he would use the Force to stave off the worst of his injuries. When he became a Sith Lord though, and studied magic with Revan, he would personally take the knowledge of dark healing to better increase this aspect of his style. At his peak in the Starforge, he was able to heal himself so rapidly that he was practically invulnerable. Other Force abilities he displayed were exceptionally strong, such as Force Lightning. He once killed a Jedi with a single blast of his lightning at full power. Even strong Sith usually take a few seconds to execute a target by Force Lightning. The semi-slow and painful death is the reason why they used the ability to begin with. But Malak just turned up the voltage and dropped the Jedi with a well-placed shock to their heart. He also showed an expertise in telekinesis. He frequently used Force Whirlwind, a way of creating a swirling wind current around a target to lift them up in the air and to spin them around. This was a useful technique to incapacitate enemies, and he regularly used it against the Jedi. He was also able to Force choke two Jedi Masters simultaneously, and even walk away with them still in his grasp from a distance. And of course, he demonstrated the power of Force Freeze when he put both an amnesiac Revan and Bastila in a stasis hold. And although his lower jaw was removed, forcing him to speak through a vocabulator, he could still utilize Force Bellow. Channeling the Force through his voice, he sent out shockwaves with enough power to blast back groups of Force sensitives. And most important of all, he could actually tap into the dark side deeply enough to suppress the Force abilities of others, blocking them temporarily from using certain powers. This is notable because it is a feat that appears to be unique to Malak, as very few other Sith actually do this to their opponents until the time of Vitiate's Empire 300 years later. All of these things Malak did when he was away from the Starforge, which was a good indicator of his baseline ability and power. So all in all, Malak was a very sufficient threat, and definitely deserving of being the Dark Lord of this era. But even this era, he was overshadowed by Revan. Once the man redeemed himself and gained his memories back, Malak mentioned that he was even stronger than he was as a Sith Lord. And even then, he almost died when facing Malak on the Starforge. So just how much stronger did the Starforge actually make Malak? Revan always kept a limited contact with the Starforge, as he had found out what happened to the Rakata, and believed that the superweapon could be dangerous in large exposures. Malak, on the other hand, completely ignored this, and decided to delve himself as deeply as possible into the station. He believed that Revan only saw it as an infinite ship factory, and he saw it as so much more. Malak found out that the station was basically alive, and that it fed off of the dark side within other beings that were near it. In fact, it also inspired more of the dark side within them, giving power in return. Malak became obsessed with the Starforge, and meditated on it constantly, drawing out more and more new power. This was actually the side effect of gaining power from the Starforge. It dominated your mind, made you a slave to its will. Revan had enough wisdom to notice this. Malak did not. We aren't given any solid figures on how much the Starforge amped his power, but according to the lore, production of the Starforge was up to 300%, or a 3x boost. Since the Forge feeds Force users in the same general capacity that it feeds itself, we're going to make a loose assumption here and say that Malak was also buffed by 3 times his normal power when within the Starforge. And he further worked to increase his own abilities by attempting to drain the Force energy out of the Jedi prisoners that he kept there. According to the Star Wars RPG sourcebook, the amplification he got on the Starforge was sufficient enough to temporarily place him beyond the levels of Freed and Nad, and even Exar Kun. Here's the quote to substantiate this claim. He also wore a vocal mask that would have concealed a form of cybernetic life support. Did it provide him with powers far greater than even Exar Kun or Frida Nad? Or was his cybernetic enhancement too simple of an explanation? Some have misinterpreted this quote as asking whether or not the power was to surpass these two Sith Lords. The wording in the quote is a bit confusing, but with the last part of the sentence, was cybernetic enhancement too simple an explanation? This meant that it was really asking the question of what made him that powerful, not if he was that powerful. And the what in question is the Starforge. This is a hefty estimation, and one that is still being disputed to this very day among fans, but it's currently the only measurement of actual power that we have for Malak. His presence within the Force was strong that it could be felt across the galaxy, drawing the Republic and Jedi forces to his location. And yet, after the Jedi prisoners were freed so that Malak could no longer feed on them, the redeemed Revan was still able to defeat his former friend in single combat. Again, we want to specify the idea that he could have been above the power of Exar purely because of the boost of the Starforge and the imprisoned Jedi, but this does not include his baseline power and abilities. If we were to use our rough estimation that the Forge amped him by 300% the same way that he did for it, then we'd simply have to cut his potency down to a third of his peak in order to get his baseline power. Perhaps that means that Darth Malak without the Forge's involvement was around either a third or a half of Exar Kun's power. These figures of course are all based on our theory that the Starforge increased his power by the same level that he increased its production though, so we encourage you to take it with a grain of salt, and discuss your thoughts in the comments down below. But anyway my friends, Malak was a lot tougher of a Sith Lord to pin down exactly how powerful he was. A lot of his feats are not cut and dry, but this is what we believe is the actual power of Malak. He's one of the most difficult Sith to quantify when it comes to real true strength. But if we had to place Malak in the order of Sith Lords, we'd unfortunately probably place him in mid-tier. He displays impressive feats, but nothing that is unexpected of a Sith Master. It was perhaps the era that he was born in, which made him appear so threatening. This was a time in the galaxy when the Jedi Order was severely weakened after Exar Kun's own campaign. The Jedi's homeworld of Ossus had been destroyed by about 50 years before this, and they were also still suffering the consequences of the Mandalorian War, which had thinned their numbers a great deal. By the time Malak took over as a Sith, the Jedi Order's strength and emotional resolve was at an all-time low. A Dark Lord like Malak appeared unstoppable to this era's Jedi, but if he had existed around the time of the Great Galactic War, he wouldn't even be close to consideration for the Dark Council. But there are very few Sith like Darth Malgus. In the days of the Old Republic, the Sith Empire returned in full force to battle with the Jedi and the Republic that had nearly destroyed them entirely just a few hundred years ago. Each and every Sith in the ranks had the fire of the dark side blazing in their heart. They thirsted for vengeance over the humiliation that they suffered when their great empire was destroyed in the Great Hyperspace War. Now led by Emperor Vitiate and a Dark Council, the Empire was ready for revenge. And yet, even with all of these Sith ravenously chomping for a chance to destroy the Jedi, there were very few Sith like Darth Malgus. With no knowledge or taste for politics, he climbed the ladder of the Empire from slave to a member of the Dark Council based only on his strength. According to Palpatine, his battlefield feats have never been duplicated. He was the Vader of the Old Republic, a champion of the Sith, a titan of the dark side. But just how powerful really was Darth Malgus? In an era where the Sith were plenty as the Jedi, what made Malgus stand out as being one of the strongest to ever live? Well, today, let's walk beneath the tall shadow cast by Malgus, learn what a true Lord of the Sith looks like. What does a Sith look like when they give themselves over to the very concept of battle and war? What is the weapon of the dark side? There in the hangars, I encountered the most dangerous embodiment of the dark side I have ever experienced, the man who would later be known as Darth Malgus. This was a quote from the journal of Grand Master Satil Shan, which was written many years after her first encounter with Malgus. By this point, she had fought in the Great Galactic War, a war that ranged for nearly 30 years. In her time as a war general, leading countless offenses on various fronts, she would have encountered Sith of all calibers. And yet, she still says that an apprentice Malgus was the most dangerous embodiment of the dark side that she had ever experienced. But he was not merely a loose cannon that fired off anytime he pleased. He was set apart from the other Lords of the Sith of this era. He was completely set apart from his fellow members of the Dark Council even. What made Malgus different from many of the Dark Lords was his devotion to the Empire itself. Malgus was a man who was an absolute hurricane of wrath, carefully tempered by patience, determination, and most importantly, vision. He was patient and cunning with his enemies, knowing when to aggress and how to go about aggressing, versus when to lie in wait, allow his enemies to fall into a trap of their own making. He was determined to fell anyone who would get in his way through sheer brute force and overwhelming power, but he was also determined to see his goals through, even if it meant making sacrifices. He once sacrificed his own lover when she proved to be his only weakness, and that kind of ambition comes from his vision of the future of a Sith Empire. He was not blindly loyal to Darth Vitiate, but the ideals of the Order and the rule that a proper empire could bring to the galaxy. That is what he was loyal to. He was loyal to the ideals of the Sith. In fact, he would actually leave Vitiate's empire to begin his own, one that was a pure meritocracy, one that allowed beings to climb the ladder not based on species or prestige, but based on pure ambition and accomplishments. For this was his greatest complaint about the Sith Empire that he had once served, that the politics, the bigotry of the Council, that had allowed a certain kind of rot to corrupt their ranks. Alien species were oppressed no matter how well they proved themselves, and it was nearly impossible to break the mold of the rigid caste system. Malgus was the one exception, simply being because he harnessed his natural latent talent with backbreaking work, making himself the strongest around, and he scraped his way to the very top through pure military acumen alone. He had no talent or patience for the political games his colleagues would play, and in some cases, this would serve to be one of his few weaknesses. But despite not knowing how to navigate the politics, he still landed a permanent seat on the Dark Council through sheer strength alone. Even Vitiate could not deny him that, and Malgus was seen as a threat by every other person on the council, besides maybe Darth Marr, who shared Malgus's ideal for a better empire. But now let's talk about his feats. Why exactly was he so feared by both Jedi and Sith alike? Darth Malgus was best known for his physical strength, his power with the lightsaber, so it's appropriate that we begin here. He was the master at the passive ability of Force Rage. You may have heard the ability of Force Valor, something that Darth Maul was quite proficient with. This was simply the way of flushing one's body with the Force to improve their physicality on levels that allowed them to carry their body beyond natural limits. Force Rage, however, was the Darkside's upgraded version of this. It allowed a Darksider to increase their strength, speed, resiliency, and resolve. This can come with the added benefit of enhancing their durability beyond superhuman degrees. Malgus had perfected this power to such a level that it came as naturally to him as breathing, as moving his lightsaber. One can assume that once a battle begins, his Force Rage is active constantly, and along with his brutal perfection of Form 5 Gem So, he employed many unarmed strikes, which flexed his rage and empowered his strength. His kicks were hard enough to fold Jedi in half, or in the case of Venzalo, sending him flying back 10 meters. When he fought the Sith Lord Darth Adros, Malgus's kick was powerful enough to break his ribs through his armor. He regularly lifted up Jedi by the throats and slammed them on the ground or into objects. Of course, Malgus stood at a hulking 7 feet or roughly 2.1 meters tall, so nearly everyone grabbed by him would be lifted off of their feet and ragdolled helplessly. That's assuming he didn't crush their trachea between his fingers, which was another thing that he was prone to do regularly. That finisher was actually one of his favorites, as he used it to kill many of those who personally displeased him. In terms of speed feats, Malgus never felt the need to zoom around the battlefield or bound towards his enemy. His rage was so potent that the Force energy within him would exude to the point where it actually manifested visually. Here's a passage from the Deceived novel. A roar, heavy with hate and rage, pulled Aaron's eyes skyward. Malgus descended like a meteor. His cape flew out behind and over him, a coma of darkness, and he held his lightsaber in a two-handed grip. Power went before him in a wave of visual distortion. The shuttle out of which he had leapt flew off into the night sky. Aaron fell fully into the Force now, raised her defenses, took a fighting stance, and parried Malgus's two-handed overhand slash. Still, he landed in a cocoon of power, hitting the ground in an explosion of might that shattered the stones around them and turned them into a hail of shrapnel. This, of course, isn't even talking about his durability. Within the span of a few minutes, he resisted both a micro-rocket and a sonic grenade which exploded at point-blank range, getting back up afterwards and still being ready to fight. Satele Shan gathered all of her power and released an all-out force blast that sent Malgus into a large cliff face, resulting in it collapsing on top of him. Although he had to wear a respirator for the rest of his life, that never seemed to limit him whatsoever in combat. Even in a weakened or injured state, he was able to force push 2 buildings worth of metal and debris that he was buried under. In fact, Malgus relied so heavily on the Force for his protection that he almost dismissed defense entirely in lightsaber duels, focusing solely on attack through the 5th form of combat. And I think this brings us perfectly to the next talking point: his lightsaber skills. During the course of his military career, Malgus rarely ever lost a duel. In fact, he has nearly an undefeated record under his belt. One of his greatest victories was against the Jedi Master Kaus and Derek, who not even his own master, Darth Vindican, was able to defeat. In both his duels with Satele, he always defeated her with his lightsaber, but narrowly lost when she was bailed out by someone else, and then used the Force to overpower him momentarily. Venzalo, whom he fought in the Jedi Temple, was a legendary master, a Jedi that Malgus had actually become obsessed with fighting. Venzalo too had an undefeated record in duels, and regularly killed lesser Sith on the battlefield as easily as if they were foot soldiers. But we got to see how Malgus dealt with him. Even though the battle was a close one, the Dark Lord felled the Jedi Master. Although Malgus did highly respect Master Zalo and felt a great sense of accomplishment at his death, even when Zalo's Padawan, Aaron Lanier, came at Malgus twice at full rage, she lost both of these times, and even resorted to taking Malgus's lover, Elena, hostage. To Aaron's credit, she did manage to score a few hits on Malgus's body, but he only used that pain for power, and eviscerated her defenses each and every time. Countless Jedi, all considered to be excellent warriors, were dropped by Malgus's blade, and even several Sith were as well. When Darth Malgus dueled Darth Adras, one of his greatest of his Sith rivals, he did much more than prove his superiority both in the blade and with the Force. Adras had tried to display his apparent hidden power, unleashing a torrent of Force lightning directly at Malgus, but the tank of a Sith Lord merely blocked it with his lightsaber and strode forward, ignoring any sort of pain in his hands. He lifted his saber up and spun it to gather up the lightning into his blade, as if it were a broom handle clearing cobwebs, and then he flung it back at the Sith Lord. Again, Malgus used his lightsaber to gather another Sith Lord's lightning, and then hurled it back at them to take them off of their feet. Malgus was so far beyond this so-called rival that he simply toyed with him during their duel, while Adras was going all out in a fever of desperation. Although Malgus did not favor defense in a duel, he could still weave his lightsaber into a wall of protection that would defend both himself and his troopers in the open battlefield. It was said that he could move his lightsaber so fast that it simply became a smear of red light in front of him, and not a single blaster bolt ever made it through. Shockingly, this suggests an expertise in Form 3 Sarisu. However, Malgus doesn't ever seem to use the form in lightsaber combat, only when on the battlefield. This definitely tracks with Malgus's opinion on always proving his overwhelming strength to his enemy. Many times he disregards finesse altogether just for the sake of crushing them, and towards the end of his career, he would enter a 1-against-4 battle against a strike team of the greatest heroes of the Great Galactic War. Since this battle takes place in the Star Wars The Old Republic game, these heroes vary depending on which side you're following and which path you choose to take, but they were the very best that the Republic, or the Empire, has to offer. Malgus would hold his own for a great amount of time before eventually being captured. Afterwards, the hero of Tython would write this in his journal, saying that Malgus's lightsaber form was perfect, containing no flaws. We can equate Malgus's mastery of Form 5 to being on par with even Vader's. It genuinely cannot be understated that Malgus was the greatest warrior of the ancient Sith Empire, maybe the whole Old Republic, perhaps second only in power to Vitiate or Darth Jadis. But of course, all of his power welled up into one man, and expresses itself in more ways than just his physicality. So now let's talk about his feats in something greater. Darth Malgus's feats in the Force. Just like in his lightsaber skill, Darth Malgus was oppressively powerful in the Force, and regularly dominated other Force sensitives. When Aaron Lanier attempted to hurl her lightsaber directly at Malgus, he simply smacked away her hold on the saber, and summoned it to his grasp instead. There was another time when the Jedi had set an ambush for the Dark Lord, but he reached out with the Force and felt the faint signature of the light side. He then brushed aside all of the Jedi's attempts to conceal themselves, and yanked the knight out from his hiding spot, crushing his throat with the Force. Darth Adras had once attempted a leaping attack against Malgus, but the Dark Lord plucked him out of the sky, right at the apex of his jump, and slammed him into the ground. When he actually used his telekinesis offensively, there was no one that could resist him, not even the legendary Venzalo, who went flying right through a rock from one of Malgus's force pushes. The strike team of the great heroes we mentioned before were all but overpowered by his power when their battle began. Malgus leapt from a staircase and shoved his hands forward, eclipsing their combined power, sending all four of them reeling. And repeatedly throughout this duel, Malgus would release waves of power that took them off of their feet. Of course, anytime he force pushes someone into a wall, he always causes them internal trauma. The temple guard he shoved into the wall on Coruscant had all of the bones in his body broken upon impact. Another Jedi that was thrown against a pillar inside of the temple received a concussion and was dropped instantaneously. Even when Jedi such as Aaron attempted to use the Force to cushion the impact, the air was driven out of their lungs. Malgus, even at one point, released a Force repulse whenever he simply unleashed his rage, and let the raw energies of the dark side flow. When this occurred, dozens of people and objects went flying in all different directions. Even a ship was dislodged from its positioning and jostled by the very outburst. And speaking of ships, he had performed a similar feat that Lord Vader did, holding a dropship in place despite its thrusters being engaged. Malgus also frequently employed the use of Force lightning to great effect, as the four heroes who rose against him buckled to their knees under his electrical might. During one battle, he aimed to send a wave of Force lightning at a Jedi Knight across the battlefield. Even though he was only aiming for a single Jedi, his lightning killed two Padawans that just happened to be in the way. This is what the novel says. Malgus, not to be outdone, picked a Jedi Knight at random, a human female 10 meters away, held forth his left hand, and discharged veins of blue lightning from his fingertips. The jagged lines of energy cut a swath through the battle, harvesting two Padawans as they went, until they caught up to the Jedi Knight and lifted her off her feet. She screamed as the lightning ripped into her flesh temporarily translucent from the dark power coursing through her. Malgus savored her pain as she died. In his final battle against Aaron, she attempted to block his Force lightning with two lightsabers, but it blasted through her defenses. Both lightsabers flew from her hands, and she was thrown off of the shuttle that they were fighting on. The pain of the Force lightning was so intense that she shortly after succumbed to the pain and fell into unconsciousness. Darth Adras couldn't even resist Malgus's lightning, as it too disarmed him and stopped his advance dead in his tracks. Malgus was also incredibly adept at the Force Bellow. This was a power different from a Force Scream, where the Force Scream is meant to inspire fear that cuts a Jedi off from the Force and destabilizes an enemy. The Force Bellow is meant to amplify one's voice to the point that it destroys physical matter. It was very raw, an explosive manifestation of the Force exhibited by only a few individuals. While this could be used as a Jedi technique, when a Sith Lord mastered it, its level of destruction was unmatched. On the lower end, Malgus managed to totally shatter a giant stone pillar and send its shrapnel raining against his enemies. On the higher end, the Sith Lord boarded an enemy capital ship and released a bellow that buckled the bridge's viewport and burst the eardrums of all of the crew on board. Not only this, but the sound waves were so potent that they overloaded the fuel cells of an incoming wave of Republic starfighters, causing all of them to explode. But what's most impressive about Malgus is that he's not always out for personal glory, but to get the job done. The greater empire. He chooses to use his power as a Sith to lead troops to victory in more practical ways. During the siege of Armada, Malgus talks about how the enemy had held themselves up on a mountain stronghold, with the only way up being rather narrow. He placed himself and many Sith Lord in front of their single-file marching lines, using the lightsabers to form a screen of defense against any incoming enemy fire. This was a move that Palpatine greatly approved of, stating that those with the Force should always be the ones to lead those without, calling it inspirational. But for Malgus, it wasn't so much about leading the non-Force sensitives, as it was about keeping his troops alive for the battle. When he discovered that the enemy had placed landmines along the path, he was enraged at their cowardice, and plucked a large boulder from a mountainside. Using telekinesis, he slowly pushed the boulder up ahead of his march to detonate all the mines in their path. He then flung the same boulder into the gunner's nest, clearing a way for his men to storm the enemy lines. In this way, he used his abilities to do the one thing that his soldiers could not do, to save their lives and secure their victory. At many points in the lore, it's almost as if Malgus is acting semi-Jedi-like and finding ways to win beyond just breaking something down or sacrificing men needlessly. He always had respect and undying loyalty of his troopers because he not only inspired them with speeches of valor, but he got down and dirty in the front lines of war, in the muck with them. He didn't sit back and send everyone else to do the job of others like many other Sith Lords of this era were known for. Malgus knew he was stronger, and so he led his pack at the front as its apex predator, putting himself in harm's way first. Perhaps this is the reason his battlefield feats have never been replicated, because few Sith besides Vader are willing to do what Malgus did. He was someone who truly cared about the Empire, the Sith way, and he proved it by putting everything on the line in battle. And this was how he became one of the strongest, one of the most dangerous Sith Lords in galactic history, a true champion of the dark side. There are few Sith Lords out there in the lore like Darth Malgus, and I feel that if he were alive during the days of the Clone Wars, the Jedi would have been in deep trouble. He would totally eclipse Grievous as a threat, and would not tolerate the failures of a droid army, leading men on his own front lines. He would likely destroy any opposition that the Council sent his way, perhaps even dismantling most members of the Jedi Council itself. He was a true warrior, the very embodiment of what happens when one focuses the dark side into nothing but pure battle. Malgus exemplified the destructive and the domineering nature of the Sith. Had he not been mired down by bureaucracy in the Dark Council, he may have led the Sith Empire to total victory and greatness. But anyway, my friend, has always been known as the Sith with strange and esoteric abilities in the Force. He spent much of his life shut up in laboratories and a library just studying the dark side, fascinating, obsessing over it. During the Great Galactic War, it even got so bad that some Sith in the Empire speculated if the Emperor ever existed anymore because of how secluded he had become. Only rarely do we get to see the fruits of his intense study, but when we do, it's absolutely game-changing. This was the case with one of his most vile experiments, the Children of the Emperor. This experiment in the dark side could have had the potential to bring down the Jedi and the Republic had it remained undiscovered, and to this day, it remains one of Vitiate's most brilliant strokes of genius. So today, follow us as we open another holocron to discuss the Children of the Emperor, and how they almost destroyed the Jedi Order from within. During the later years of the Great Galactic War, the Sith Emperor would plant sleeper agents all throughout the Republic, and even some inside the Jedi Order. However, he needed them to remain completely undiscoverable and totally loyal to him alone, despite Jedi doctrine. Vitiate was an extremely cautious man. He didn't trust traditional spies, as any number of variables could go wrong, and he believed that the Jedi would smell out their traitorous intent. To get around this tricky aspect of the Force, Vitiate decided that he needed agents that did not know that they were his servants. To this end, the Children of the Emperor were created. Infants from a myriad of worlds across the galaxy were taken by the Sith and brought to Vitiate. The Emperor worked closely with a Sith alchemist by the name of Darth Null, who took the children and broke them down, indoctrinating them to unconditionally serve their Emperor. She would use alchemy and sorcery to alter their physiology in order to make them more receptive of the Emperor's power. After this, Vitiate himself would come to imprint upon them, imbuing within the minds of the children and their bodies his power, his thoughts. This would make them extensions of himself and his will. The children were then placed into the wide galaxy, hardly any of them knowing their true purpose or even remembering what had happened. They essentially sleepwalk through life until the Emperor had them awoken. They were known as his sons and daughters, taking numbered names much like the Inquisitors, and they were everywhere. The Children of the Emperor were present in all levels of the Republic, all levels of government, bureaucracy, military, and yes, even among the Jedi. Because the children had no idea what they really were, it was impossible to sense any darkness or malicious intent until they were activated. When that happened, the personality of the Emperor's child would overtake the everyday personality, unwillingly transforming them into an extension of Vitiate's will. But even then, the Sith Emperor had another trick up his sleeve. You see, all the rest of the children were protected from the sight of the Jedi by the first son. For a long time, it remained a complete mystery who the first son of Vitiate really was, until it was revealed to be Jedi Master Sio Bakarn, a member of the High Council. The Jedi Master unknowingly used his power in the Force to shield his siblings, and ensure they remained undiscovered even by the sight of Satil Shan. The Sith Emperor was also poised to make a strike that would bring down the entire Jedi Order and the Republic with a snap of his fingers. However, a few flaws presented themselves in the form of loose ends. Many other Sith knew about the children of the Emperor, and it wasn't as much a well-guarded secret amongst the Sith Empire as it should have been. Malgus knew all of it all along, with a few others such as Darth Sajar. Darth Nol had been killed by Vitiate not long after the experiment concluded, as Vitiate no longer saw her as useful. But it was from Sajar that the Jedi would first learn of the children's existence. Sajar had been a Jedi Padawan who briefly turned to the dark side and joined the Sith Empire, but soon he would renounce his Sith ways, being brought back to the light by a powerful Knight of the Order. Out of universe, this Jedi Knight is your playable character in SWTOR. Sajar ended up divulging the information about the children of the Emperor to this Jedi though, and his word was confirmed when one of the children by the name of Valus made his moves on another child within the Order. The Jedi Knight who had turned Sajar had a Padawan by the name of Kira. She was a former child of the Emperor who learned of her true origins and fled the Empire. Valus had attempted to capture her and bring her back to the Emperor for reconditioning, and to be reinstated as one of his children, but he was defeated by this Jedi Knight. Kira would be convinced by her master to divulge all the information she had on the mysterious group, and after this, Kira would be corrupted by the mind of the Emperor as she attacked her master, attempting to kill them. But during the duel, Kira managed to use strenuous power in the light to sever the mental link between herself and Emperor Vitiate. And while this was occurring, another Jedi diplomat was traveling to the Outer Rim, having formed a Rift Alliance. This alliance was a group of ambassadors who represented planets that had a growing dislike for the Republic's supposed incompetence and threatened to secede from them. The Jedi was with them, trying to fix whatever problems they had to restore their faith in the Republic. Little did this Jedi know though, that among the Rift Alliance ambassadors was a hidden child of the Emperor, someone feeding all of their movement to the Sith. The Sith were then using this information to further destabilize relations between the Rift and the Republic, but the Jedi diplomat managed to uncover the traitor and stop them before he committed an act that would surely wreck all alliances the Republic had with the Rift. Right before he died though, the child mentions the first son, the leader of the children, who was shielding the others from the Jedi's sight. As the Cold War raged on, more and more children of the Emperor were being activated by the day, causing even more problems for the wider Republic. This wasn't until the Jedi uncovered a holo recording on Corellia, one which incriminated the identity of the first son, the member of the Jedi Council. When the Jedi Master was confronted, the personality of the first son assumed control of his body and attempted to use his influence to turn the tide of the war on Corellia. However, the Jedi Knight dueled the first son and defeated him, allowing Bakarn to regain control of himself and destroy the identity that belonged to the Emperor, restoring the member of the High Council. Now realizing what he truly had become, the Jedi Knight removed his shield from the other children, finally enabling the other Jedi to sense the darkness lying dormant within them. After that, it was only a matter of rooting out the children, purifying them with the light side of the Force. Although this horrible thing happened to people unwillingly, there is a happy ending. The children of the Emperor would eventually get their revenge. Their spirits would be among those present during the final battle with Tenebrae, Vitiate, and Valkorion. The children would join their power with the rest of those whom the Emperor had wronged over his thousands of years, and collectively they would rise up as one to destroy his spirit once and for all. The spirits of the children, lives stolen, consumed by the greed of Vitiate. They lingered in the shadowy corners of existence. They waited. They bided their time. Their anguish transformed into a resolve. Ages passed, empires rose and fell, and yet their watchful presence endured, bound by purpose. They knew that even the mightiest of Sith Lords, steeped in immortality, could not escape the inevitable fall from grace that awaited them. And when Vitiate's dominion finally crumbled, when his arrogance led to his undoing, the time had arrived. In his final moment of vulnerability, as his essence teetered on oblivion, they struck. Like the vengeance of the Force, they surrounded him. Their once devoured spirits, now the devourers. They consumed him utterly, stripping away his power, his pride, and his existence. In the silence that follows, the galaxy felt the faintest ripple, a fleeting moment of justice. The children, now free, faded into the Force itself, their torment finally at an end. Darth Vitiate, the immortal tyrant, was no more, undone by the very souls that he had sought to dominate. This was the experiment that nearly destroyed the Jedi and the Republic from within, a plan so flawless in creation, but horribly executed. The Emperor used them to disrupt order, to stop border disputes during the Cold War, and destabilize relations with certain stronghold worlds. While they were helpful during wartime, there was a huge missed opportunity with sleeper agents being literally undetectable among the Jedi. One in the High Council. Vitiate could have been gaining information on the Jedi war efforts, or even used the First Son to begin assassinating members of the High Council. Or he could have waited until the right time, activated all of his children at once, too many for the Jedi to deal with, and then used them to completely topple the government of the Republic. I personally think that he not only left too many loose ends among his own empire, but he waited far too long to actually do something with the weapons that he had. Their creation was genius, but their execution was fumbled. Vitiate was of course playing the long game. He was focusing more on his time and attention to the Eternal Empire in the unknown regions of space, and not what he had as a Sith Lord. The purpose of these agents was to distract the Republic from what was going on beyond them, so that the Sith Empire would be blinded by the arrival of the Eternal Empire as well. But what students of the Force, and welcome back to the archives. Yavin 4 may just be about one of the most pivotal planets in galactic history, which is odd considering it is technically not a planet but a moon orbiting the gas giant of Yavin. But it is the namesake of the galactic dating system, which is BBY, or before the Battle of Yavin, or ABY for after. This is of course in reference to when the first Death Star was destroyed over the moon of Yavin, which became the focal point for the Star Wars timeline. But Yavin 4 itself had an extremely rich history before this event, dating all the way back to the days of the ancient Sith Empire. In today's video, we are going to be diving into the history, astronomy, and geology of the fourth moon of Yavin, as we continue to break down various planets across Star Wars lore. We will be starting with the earliest known records of Yavin, and ending with its battle. If you end up enjoying today's video enough to see a continuation of Yavin's history, as we document through Luke Skywalker's Jedi Order and beyond, be sure to comment that down below. Now my friends, let's begin. The Yavin star system itself was located in the Outer Rim, and was a part of the Gordian Reach, which was an archaic hyperlane run, one that most star charts actually failed to list, hence why the Rebellion used it so often under the Empire's nose and away from their watchful eye. Yavin 4 is the largest moon orbiting the gas giant of Yavin Prime. The moon is so large in fact, that it is about the size of a dwarf planet, and has a gravity comparable to Coruscant or Alderaan. 2/3 of the surface was just landmass divided into 4 major continents. These continents were mostly covered in a canopy of jungles, as Yavin 4 sported a tropical climate almost year-round. Dotting the landscape were also mountain peaks dominated by active volcanoes. The Yunte Mountains were the most famous of all of landmarks of Yavin, as they contained the Nicolo and the Burundi peaks. Both of these volcanoes is actually where Luke Skywalker's students would have gotten many of their lightsaber crystals. The history of Yavin 4 surrounds the ancient race known as the Massassi. For those of you who don't know, back in the old days of the galaxy, the Sith Empire was made up of a pure-blooded Sith species. They were red-toned people with an innate connection to the dark side, and their society had a vast strict caste system to it. A subspecies of the Sith people were a lesser developed kind called the Massassi. They were much larger than your average Sith Lord, and were described by Dark Jedi and Sorza's Sin as being nothing more than brute muscle animated by consciousness. They were not very intelligent, but they were incredibly strong, and were regarded as the finest warriors in the ancient Sith's culture. They often served the Dark Lords as slaves, while worshipping them as gods. One of these such Dark Lords where our story begins today is Naga Sadow. The year is 5000 BBY, and the conflict known as the Great Hyperspace War has now officially concluded. Naga Sadow waged a rushed and a sloppy war against the Republic, expending a great deal of the Sith Empire's resources, in an ultimately failed assault on Coruscant. Upon his retreat back to the Sith homeworld of Korriban, a rival from within was awaiting him there. The Republic and the Jedi fleets then arrived behind Naga, and he was caught in the crossfire of someone who had betrayed him and the power of the Republic. The Republic triumphed over the Sith Empire in the last battle, and would crush them definitively there. Naga Sadow, however, managed to fake his death in the battle, and limped away on a ship with a large group of his own Massassi slaves. They ended up on the opposite side of the entire galaxy, and would eventually land on the jungle moon of Yavin 4. Sadow had decided that this would be where he would make his new start, and so he ordered his slaves to construct large temples and mountains in his honor, monuments to his great glory. Under the Temple of Fire, he concealed the flagship that he had arrived in, calling it the Corsair. Sadow continued his studies of Sith alchemy here, learning how to assert his will on the natural order of the universe. His Sith Empire unmade, Sadow instead set his sights on creating a race of powerful warriors, those strong enough to protect what remained of his great legacy. Well, at least great to him. To this end, he experimented upon his slaves, the Massassi, twisting and mutating them into powerful beings filled with violence and rage. Despite his abuse of them, the Massassi believed Naga Sadow to be their god and worshipped him faithfully. Sadow experimented on the other creatures as well, including a larval space slug which had attached itself to the Corsair en route to Yavin. Not seeing any use for the beast after several unsuccessful attempts to tame it, Naga had decided to mutate it into a giant monster that could swallow a Jedi in a single bite. Now becoming what is known as a war worm, it continued to live deep under Naga Sadow's temple for hundreds of years. After decades of practicing his alchemy undisturbed, Naga Sadow decided that it was time to place himself in suspended animation. A special sarcophagus was made in order to keep his body alive for centuries, making a vow not to return until the fires of conflict had burned out, and a new apprentice had risen to bring about a golden age of the Sith Empire. The Massassi continued to keep up the temples and other sacrifices to their god, slowly becoming more and more primitive, just as they had been once, before the arrival of the Dark Jedi. And so the centuries would begin to wear on. The year would come in 4400 BBY, when the fallen Jedi Freed and Nad arrived on Yavin 4. In accordance with their religious vow to defend the sacred temples of their master, the Massassi attacked Freedon at first, but the fallen Jedi repelled them with his use of the Force, dazzling them with his abilities. Accepting that he was the Sith that had been foretold, the now bestial Massassi took Freedon to where Naga Sadow rested. The fallen Jedi decided to wake the ancient Sith Lord, eager to learn the ways of the Sith firsthand. Naga accepted Freedon as his apprentice and began to teach him the ways of Sith sorcery. But as was the way of the Sith, Freedon took in everything that Naga had to teach him, and then he murdered him, taking at last the title of the Dark Lord. Freedon had no more interest in Yavin 4, and so he left it to go subjugate the world of more favor to him, the world of Onderon. Another 400 years would pass when yet another fallen Jedi would make their way to Yavin 4. This time, it was Exar Kun, the man that would change the world forever. Originally, Exar Kun had excavated the tomb of Freedon Nad in search of an ancient Sith scroll. When he found instead, though, was a treacherous spirit of the Sith Lord himself, as the spirit of Freedon promised him knowledge, and the curious Exar Kun accepted. At first, Freedon had led Exar to Korriban, where the deceitful spirit had attempted to kill him twice, trying to forcefully make him embrace the dark side. But with each step further, and each attempt on his life, Exar Kun gave in to his anger and treaded further down the path of the dark side. Freedon Nad decided to lead the young Jedi to a place where his journey with darkness itself began, the world of Yavin 4. Just like Freedon before him, Exar Kun was attacked by the Massassi, but this time, the tribal descendants captured the young Jedi, taking him deep into the temple to be sacrificed. Freedon Nad had of course orchestrated the entire thing, but the Massassi priest believed that perhaps Exar Kun had been the true prophesied chosen one, the one that Naga Sadow had said would succeed him. Upon a statue, they placed the amulet of Naga Sadow, which was like a gauntlet that could channel the dark side of the Force into a singular, potent point. By chanting the incantation, the amulet summoned the war worm that Sadow had once failed to tame. Exar Kun, though, freed himself from his bondage, as the giant serpent broke through the ground of the temple to feed upon him. The tongue of the war worm wrapped itself around Exar and began to draw him into its jaws, squeezing the life force out of his body. And as he was about to die, the spirit of Freedon Nad continued to prod him into the dark side, saying that he must give in, channel his rage through the amulet, that this was the only way. Exar Kun, full of hatred towards the spirit, finally let go of all of his Jedi training and completely lost all restraint. Embracing the dark side, he found that he could suddenly speak the ancient language of the Sith, and he called the amulet to his grasp. The artifact clamped itself down on his arm and multiplied his rage by 100,000 times. Now touching the raw energies of the dark side thanks to the amulet, Exar Kun was able to fire beams of pure energy, using it to slaughter the war worm and to end the ceremony of his death. Those that would not be conquered would be destroyed. Frieden believed that this was his own victory, and so he congratulated Exar Kun for what he had achieved. He then commanded the Sith Lord to go deep into Naga Sadow's lab so that they could work together on reviving Frieden back to flesh and blood. But Exar had other plans. Done with the spirit's constant goading, mockery, and tests, Exar Kun used the power of the amulet to destroy the spirit of Frieden Nad once and for all. And as the new Dark Lord of the Sith, Exar Kun enslaved the Massassi and took over Yavin 4. He used his Massassi slaves to construct new temples, new palaces based on ancient Sith architecture designed to focus dark power in one location. The Massassi also uncovered the flagship of Naga Sadow beneath the ruins of the ancient temple, which the new Dark Lord Exar Kun now claimed as his own. Exar would go on to follow in Sadow's footsteps in alchemy, creating vicious Sith spawns such as Battle Hydras, Terentatex, and Night Beasts. In one of his more bizarre and depraved experiments though, he created something called the Golden Globe. This was an orb of power that contained the spirits of the Massassi children. The purpose of the Golden Globe was unclear, but it radiated with power, and we believe that Exar utilized this as an energy source. Soon, Exar would ally himself with the Krath cult, the Mandalorians, as well as the fallen Jedi Ulic Qel-Droma, who now became his new apprentice. Exar would return to Ossus, where he recruited 20 other Jedi to his cause through lies and deceit about the Jedi. He told them that on Yavin 4 he had discovered ancient Jedi secrets that the Council did not want anyone to know. And upon returning to Yavin, Exar Kun gathered his Jedi brethren together and smashed a Sith holocron before them. The power contained within the holocron went into the minds of the 20 Jedi, corrupting their very essence and being. This now formed Exar Kun's Brotherhood of Sith, as he waged war with the Jedi and nearly destroyed them in totality. But the Jedi again managed to prevail, sending Exar Kun fleeing back to Yavin 4, where he prepared his greatest ritual. The redeemed Ulic Qel-Droma told the Jedi where to find Exar, and the entire order went there to put an end to his madness. However, Exar Kun had gathered all of his Massassi to the Great Temple, where he was now conducting said ritual. He drained all of their life energies, and drank it into himself with the intention of freeing his spirit from a mortal body and flesh. If that had happened, he would have ultimate power in the dark side, able to venture anywhere in the galaxy, with no one able to stop or hold him back. It would be Nomi Sunrider who would lead the entire Jedi Order into using a giant wall of Force light to put a stop to this awful ritual. By interrupting the ceremony midway, Exar Kun indeed had his spirit liberated from his body, but that was because he was also draining power from the temple itself. His spirit had become trapped within the walls, and for all eternity, Exar Kun was now a prisoner of his own design, alone, with no one able to hear his screams. He would forever be contained in that hell of darkness and silence. However, this would not be the last time that we know of Exar Kun in the lore, but that, my friends, is a story for a different day. During the great hunt that followed in the Great Sith War, the Jedi would cleanse Yavin 4 of all of the Terentatex and Sith beasts that Exar and his group had created. After this, they would delete Yavin 4 off of the wider records of the galaxy, hoping that the evil legacy of the world would be completely forgotten. However, despite the best efforts of the Jedi, the temples would once again be the site of another hideous Sith ritual. Several hundred years later, during the Great Galactic War, the reborn Darth Revan would attempt to use the ancient power of the temples to resurrect Emperor Vitiate. After 300 years as Vitiate's prisoner, Revan had been tortured so severely that his very spirit had been split into two halves, one light and one dark. The lighter half had passed on through the Force and left only Darth Revan behind. The Sith Lord was displeased that Vitiate had died before he could get his revenge, and so he had planned to resurrect the Emperor, just so that he could administer all the torture and pain that he had been subjected to. Darth Revan and the Revanite cult had completely taken over Yavin 4, prompting an uneasy alliance between the Jedi and Sith to finally bring an end to Revan. The Sith Empire at this time did not want Vitiate back either, believing that he was only a madman. So in a historic moment, the two opposing sides of the Force shook hands and put a stop to Revan's ritual. But they were only partially successful. Although they defeated the Revanite army and had interrupted the resurrection, Vitiate's spirit had been freed from chaos and was turned loose on the galaxy. The Emperor would fly to meet up with the other part of his spirit inhabiting Valkorion on the world of Zakuul, igniting the Eternal Empire conflict. But Darth Revan would meet his own end here on Yavin 4, when the Jedi and Sith strike team both defeated him in combat. The light half of Revan came from the netherworld of the Force to deal with his own darker half, and force him to pass on. But as from this point forward, Yavin 4 would be largely forgotten by the rest of the galaxy, for thousands of years this time. Only a handful of people made journeys to the world between this point and the connection of the Clone Wars, mostly just treasure hunters. Though around 400 BBY, the Jedi by the name of Ikrit came to the moon and discovered the Golden Globe. However, he was unable to break the curse and to free the countless trapped Massassi children. This was because only a powerful Force-sensitive child could break the curse without destroying the spirits inside, a final insult from Exar. Rightfully, Master Ikrit left the Golden Globe behind and waited for someone to break the curse. Some archaeologists would also come to the Massassi ruins and unearth a bas-relief depicting the Great Hyperspace War and a Sith chalice as well, both of which would end up in the possession of none other than Emperor Palpatine. What's fascinating though, is Sidious actually didn't show a lot of interest in Yavin at all. If he had tried, we believe that he would have found something really worthwhile and dangerous, but for reasons that we cannot find. Either Palpatine didn't know where Yavin was, or he didn't very much care for it. The next time the planet was seen is in the modern era of Star Wars and the Clone Wars, when Anakin had one of his very first duels with Asajj Ventress. After a surprise attack on the world of Moonalist, Anakin had chased the assassin down to Yavin 4. She had killed his contingent of clone troopers, prompting a rage within the young Chosen one that led to a scrappy duel. The two battled throughout the jungle and even made their way into the Massassi temples, continuing their duel to the very top of the structures. The dark energies of the world, combined with the rage that Ventress provoked within Anakin, drove him to give in to his anger and to fight with animalistic savagery. He beat down Ventress on the roof of one of the temples and knocked her off into a deep chasm, presumably, at least to Anakin, ending her life there. Following a roar of victory, Anakin would leave Yavin 4 behind and put the entire event out of his mind. And now at long last, in the year 1 BBY, Yavin would be rediscovered by a pilot who was scouting for a new location for the rebel base. The rebellion had just been forced to leave Dantooine after the Empire had found them, and they were now making their base out of one of the Massassi temples on Yavin. In fact, after a lot of research into the history of Yavin, the rebellion began to refer to Yavin 4 as the Massassi base in their coded transmissions. Perhaps if Palpatine had actually been paying attention to the rebel threat much sooner, he would have been able to easily decipher their location just off of the name alone. But since he wasn't involved, the Imperials had absolutely no idea where the Massassi base was, despite how frequently they heard it in rebel transmissions. Eventually though, they gained a few miscellaneous leads of the rebel presence could be in the Yavin system. So following the destruction of Alderaan, they sent a contingent of stormtroopers to confirm the rebel base's location. This event is what launched the Battle of Yavin, as Grand Moff Tarkin and Darth Vader took the Death Star to the Yavin system in what may have been the Alliance's final hour. But as we know, Luke Skywalker was also present and made the 1 in a billion shot, which rocked the entire galaxy and proved that the Empire was not immortal. And so, fellow students of the Force, this was the history of Yavin leading all the way up to the destruction of the first Death Star. Once again, in the great history of the Sith Order, there is an expanse of time that lasts thousands of years during the ancient Sith Empire that we unfortunately know literally nothing about. In the years stretching from 6900 to 5300 BBY, the Sith Empire grows and thrives in the Stygian caldera under the reign of the Dark Lord Tulac Hord. Entire wars have been fought, and stories have been told that have simply been lost to time. The Jedi Order is usually the one to blame for this, as the sacking of Korriban in the year 5000 BBY led the Jedi Order to destroy most of the ancient Sith knowledge. Although Tulac Hord reigned for a staggeringly long period of time, he was regarded as one of the greatest warriors in galactic history as well. But unfortunately, we know shockingly little about him, since all records were expunged by the Jedi Order. With that said though, we do know that there was a certain rival of his that Tulac considered to be his most dangerous adversary. Because hardly any knowledge survived the Sith Purge though, there are incredibly powerful Dark Lords who fell into anonymity. However, this is the story of one of these Sith that not only rivaled one of the greatest Dark Lords in the entire timeline, but also crawled his way out of the grave just to take his name out of obscurity. This is the story of Aloysius Kallig. Long ago, sometime prior to the year 5300 BBY, Kallig was born into a family of immense wealth and prestige. While his homeworld was not specified, it's assumed that it was one of the world which lay deep in Sith space, one of the core, since he knew the location of Korriban. Despite being born as an aristocrat though, Kallig discovered his incredible talent in the Force as a young man, and decided to abandon his family to join the Order of Sith. He was incredibly ambitious, and had dreams of rising to places in the galaxy beyond what a simple wealthy title could offer. And so, shirking his inheritance, he journeyed to Korriban and was trained as a Sith. Ascending to the top of his class, he was unrivaled at the school in lightsaber combat and in battlefield strategy. But anytime he came close to achieving one goal, he would move the goalpost even further. Being the best in the academy was not the end, nor was the best of all of Korriban enough. His sights were set right alongside Tulac Hord himself. By now, Hord had embroiled in a successful campaign against the Republic, and was on his track to winning his legendary battle of Yin and Kabosh. It was during this time that Kallig approached Tulac Hord with an offer, one to become his right hand. Tulac, however, dismissed him outright, but Kallig was undeterred, and decided to prove himself by defeating Hord's top general in single combat. After doing this, he then extended his offer again, at which point Hord acquiesced, and appointed Kallig into the same position of power. The new Sith Lord had successfully brought himself into greatness, and would lead Tulac's forces to numerous victories. One of the leading causes of his success was that he had been pro-alien, not something that was usually tolerated in the species' system of the Sith. He would invite beings of all different races into his ranks, allowing his forces to be bolstered with the best and the brightest from all around the Empire. But not only had he been ambitious, but he had been incredibly clever as well. As we will later learn, Kallig was wise to the machinations of his enemies, and could circumvent even the shrewdest of battle tactics. However, one plan that he apparently did not see coming was the jealousy of a superior. All of his victories had only served to earn him the suspicious glare of the Dark Lord Tulac Hord, who began to feel threatened by Kallig's influence and power, even though this was the same man who had personally slaughtered 1,000 Jedi during the War of Kabosh. Tulac was frightened by how cunning that Kallig had proven himself to be. Ironically though, Kallig viewed himself as one of Tulac Hord's closest friends, and it seems his visions of grandeur had stopped at being number 2, and he did not wish to challenge Tulac, which was a realistic goal to him though. By this point, Hord had reigned for eons, but since the Sith know better than to suffer a rival, Tulac Hord arranged for Aloysius Kallig to be assassinated. When this happened, Kallig's family fled and went into hiding as they feared that they were next to be targeted. Meanwhile, the Sith Lord's body received a proper burial on Dromund Kaas and remained entombed there for a millennia. Like with the rest of the ancient Sith though, his name would long be forgotten to legend. The only place it was recorded after the Jedi ransacked Korriban was in the writings of Tulac Hord, who acknowledged Kallig as his greatest rival. But despite his physical death, Kallig had one thing that he had beaten Hord with. He knew the secret to preserving his spirit following his physical demise. His soul would remain in his tomb on Dromund Kaas for 1,000 years, unknown to anyone. And in that time, the Kallig family fell from grace. Their wealth vanished over generations, and even their name was lost. By the time that Vitiate took the world of Dromund Kaas as the capital of the new Sith Empire, the Kallig family descendants were but lowly slaves. The Emperor would arrange to have the Dark Temple constructed over the tomb to serve as a prison for the many ghosts of the ancient Sith Lords. When this happened, Kallig's spirit became restless within the halls of his temple. At some point, the rogue Sith breached the Dark Temple in hopes to gain ancient power and knowledge for themselves. Instead though, they stirred the dead from their slumber. Unaware of what they had actually done, Kallig dominated the minds of the intruders and turned them into his servants. And then, he made his temple his own private kingdom. Any Imperials or Sith that trespassed on his home would become possessed, grafted into the network of servants. In the year 3643 BBY, close to the end of the Cold War, Kallig was stirring yet again, sensing a disturbance in the Force. His unknowing descendant had become a Sith Inquisitor on Korriban and had grasped their first lightsaber. This descendant would eventually become known as Darth Nox, but for now, they had been a powerful Force-sensitive recruit from the slaves of the Sith Empire. The Inquisitor was apprenticed to a Sith Lord by the name of Darth Zash, who would send him on an errand into the Dark Temple for the knowledge of Lord Kallig. Nox's mere presence drew Kallig from his slumber once more. Initially, he attacked his descendant, believing that they were a threat, but he soon came to his senses, and he realized that they were flesh of his flesh, blood of his blood. He came to terms with the fact that he was now dead, and learned that his descendants didn't even know who he was, nor the history of their great family. Kallig was insulted, enraged that his bloodline had fallen so far from grace that their children didn't even know where they had come from. He then vowed to help Darth Nox, to lead him down a path to restoring the family name to great glory and power. From this point onward, he became something of a spiritual guide, an advisor to Darth Nox when he went on his journey as a Dark Lord. Though it was very draining for him to manifest in a visible spirit form, he would do so to help one who would continuously call him flesh of my flesh. While the Inquisitor was off running more errands for his master, Kallig decided to spy on Darth Zash, to determine what she was preparing for, some kind of ritual, and that she had already recruited 2 new apprentices. Kallig went to his descendant and informed him of these developments, warning him that no matter how kind and generous his master was, that she could never be trusted. He then instructed Darth Nox on where he could find Kallig's legendary mask, which had the power to protect him from the schemes of Zash. Later, after the Inquisitor had gathered all of the artifacts of Tulac Hord, Kallig would visit him one more time. He explained that he discovered the location of a lightsaber, his own lightsaber in fact, one that he had entrusted to his loyal servant. The servant promised that his family line would keep it safe until the time where Kallig's heir would come to claim it for their own. Darth Nox would then claim his inheritance, and his master Darth Zash would declare it time for them to perform the ritual with Tulac Hord's stolen artifacts. The spirit of Lord Kallig informed his heir that Zash had been performing the ritual to protect herself from the Force, and sternly warned him to strike his master down as soon as possible, but not to confront her alone. Darth Nox would go to the Dark Temple as instructed by Zash, but brought with him a Deshad assassin, Cam Val. As it turned out, Kallig was right. Zash's body had rapidly aged from darkside degradation, and her sorcery, which now kept her alive, only did so for a finite period. She was dying quickly. She now sought to use the essence transfer ritual of Tulac Hord to forcibly take control of her apprentice's body. But just before she could complete the ritual, Cam Val interrupted and attacked her. Unexpectedly, while Zash's body died, her spirit went in the Deshad assassin instead. Once the battle was over though, Kallig would explain that perhaps due to the Deshad's natural resistance to the Force, that the soul of Cam Val was also allowed to remain in the vessel alongside Zash's, neither of them having full control. But now, with the danger of the descendant over, he formally declared the Inquisitor the heir to the legacy of Kallig, and officially gave him the title of Lord Kallig. Unfortunately, the victory was short-lived though. Zash's superior, a member of the Dark Council, Dark Thanaton, attempted to send the Inquisitor to the tomb of Darth Andrew. Upon entering the tomb, Darth Nox was viciously attacked. The demented spirit tore at him, and had the spirit of Kallig not intervened, he would have died. Kallig used the Force to cut Darth Andrew's attack off, to banish the spirit away. He then scolded his descendant for being foolish, to be a wanderer, a failure, one that was nearly possessed by another. This was when he told Darth Nox that there was something unique about his presence in the Force which drew spirits to him, hence why Kallig himself had awoken and been summoned when the Inquisitor first entered his tomb. Kallig's words turned to venom. He chided the flesh of his flesh for not seeing through the deception of Darth Thanaton, realizing too late that the tomb was filled with the bones of Thanaton's enemies, all sent to their death. To enable Nox to gain more power to defeat the Dark Council member, Kallig directed him to the tomb of the ancient Lord Ergast in order to obtain knowledge of a technique known as Force Walking. This was an arcane ritual, one which required a great strength of will on the part of the practitioner. It allowed a Sith to bind their restless spirits to themselves to increase power, and once bound, the user could draw from the ghost's energy, channel it into powerful exertions of Force power, reaching untold levels of strength. But this ritual was not without great danger. Lord Ergast had died to it, binding too many spirits at once. This had overwhelmed the host, inflicting not only pain to his soul, but his body, being rent apart, resulting in a violent explosion of Force power beyond his control. He had died from his body and soul being ripped apart by the accumulated Force energies. However, a cure to the sickness did exist. Lord Kallig knew that it would be a quick way for his descendant to gain the power that he needed, and so he instructed him to find the secret. The valuable piece of information was the last thing Kallig would be able to offer Darth Nox, as this would be the final time that he would see him. He told his descendant that he had used the last of his strength to defend him from the spirit that had just attacked him, and that he could now no longer be of aid. After Darth Nox obtained the power of the ritual, he bound 2 spirits to his body and went off to face Darth Thanaton. Unfortunately, Kallig was partially wrong about his power being enough to defeat the Dark Council member. Thanaton easily incapacitated the Old Inquisitor, and it is even said that the Council member killed him. Keep that in mind when talking about the power of Dark Council members. However, the combined power of the 2 ghosts had previously absorbed were able to spare Darth Nox from a permanent death. He would conclude that more power was needed in order to defeat the Dark Council member, however. Eventually though, the Descendant would gain this power and would overthrow Darth Thanaton, taking his seat on the Dark Council. In this way, Darth Nox restored the glory to the Kallig name and fulfilled the last wishes of his dead ancestor. And that, my friends, is the story of Aloysius Kallig. Although most of his story is told after his death, he quickly proves himself to be very different from most Sith. Although he was viciously cunning, he never betrayed his descendant and didn't use any sort of ritual that would resurrect himself, never attempting to possess the body of Darth Nox. He stayed true to his word, guided the Inquisitor from slavery to rulership. Despite having shirked his family's title when he was alive, Kallig would guide his bloodline back into greatness and prominence, and restore the glory that had been taken from them by Tulac Hord. Kallig set himself apart from the other Sith with a single word: loyalty, though this was a fault of his that did cost him his life at the hands of Hord. However, he remained true to the flesh of his flesh, and he did everything he could to selflessly guide the young Sith into power. Not only was he incredibly powerful himself, to the point of telekinetically ragdolling fully trained Sith Lords, but he was also very knowledgeable. It's likely that this ability to force walk would have remained completely unknown to history had it not been for the spirit of Kallig, since he was the spirit who was a contemporary of the Lord Andru. He knew secrets that the modern Sith would have lost, and he kept them for his descendants alone. It's also likely that Darth Nox took the secret of Force Walk with him to the grave as well, since we do not see this ability ever used again in the lore. But anyway, Darth Bane finally die? And how was the first line in the Rule of Two successfully achieved? Greetings, and welcome back to the archives. The Rule of Two began with the idea that the Sith penchant for infighting must be cultivated to their strength rather than to their weakness. In order to accomplish this, the Master must be willing to accept that one day their apprentice will use their teachings against them, destroy them for their mantle. Darth Bane decreed that any Sith who did not accept this reality was a fool and was unfit to be in the Sith Order. He knew that one day his own apprentice would rise against him. But what finally happened when that day occurred? When Darth Zana rose up to challenge her master to continue the cycle, what was the method that she used to end Darth Bane's life and to become the Dark Lord? Well, greetings. Today we aim to understand how the Dynasty of Evil began with the death of its creator. What's compelling is that Darth Bane grew very concerned about his apprentice in the latter years of his life, 20 years after having begun her training, as she had only attempted to betray him once, a plan that ended disastrously. It had been a decade since that point in time, and Zana had made no move to strike against Bane. He quickly became worried that his apprentice was too content with her role after having been it since she was a small child. What's so fascinating is that Bane doesn't fear her rising against him as most Sith do, but he feared that she would not. Therefore, she would render the whole plan behind the Rule of Two useless. Just as a master who could not accept the defeat that one day was unworthy of a Dark Lord, a student too would be unwilling or unable to defeat their master. They would be an unworthy apprentice. In response to this, Darth Bane had to get drastic. He needed to search the galaxy for another apprentice to potentially replace Zana with. But once she learned of his plan, Zana was spurred into action and began devising her own master's downfall. Killing Darth Bane was never going to be an easy task to begin with. Of all of the Sith Lords in the Old Republic, Bane ranks up there as one of the strongest. Not to mention he is one of the most intelligent men that has ever lived in Star Wars, and one of the most skilled lightsaber duelists. His physical strength is matched by only his mentality. He doesn't just use raw power to his advantage, but he takes it through a strategic mind, approaching any given situation. This was the man that convinced the old Sith Order to destroy themselves. Bane was a master at lightsaber combat as well. During his days as an apprentice at the Sith Lord's Academy on Korriban, he was secretly trained in one-on-one sessions with the Blade Master Kasim, the Academy's greatest duelist. This man was essentially the Sith version of Sindralig, and was considered to be among the best swordsmen of the new Sith Wars. When it came time for Bane to actually fight Kasim to the death, he nearly triumphed until the Blade Master pulled out a secret trick of his own. And even then, Bane was able to lure Kasim into a trap and defeat him with the power of the Force. And from this moment forward, Darth Bane would never lose another duel. By this point in his life, he had become a master of Form 5 Gem So, as well as Form 3 Sarisu, a deadly combination. Because of his physical stature, he could inflict shattering blows with every swing of his lightsaber. In Legends or the EU, Darth Bane's lightsaber hilt also sported a distinct curve design, making it appear hooked in appearance. Not only did this lead to more accurate blade work, but using two hands, Bane was able to hook the blade and use it as a lever to cleave through his enemies. This type of leverage only added to the intensity of his blows. At this point, he had learned to master the defensive style as well, once he got rid of the Orbalisk armor which had previously rendered him essentially invincible to any physical blows. Darth Bane felt that he was now vulnerable without the shell of coverage, and so he learned to shield himself, continuously swirling parries with his lightsaber. His perfection of Form 3 was so refined that he once trained by walking through rainfall with practicing the sequences in motion, and in doing this, not a single drop of water ever touched him. This perfect blend of purely offense and purely defensive forms created a nearly impervious style that no one could break. Darth Zana knew that it was not going to be with the blade alone that she would ever be able to triumph over her master. She deemed this impossible right off the back. Zana was so much smaller in stature than Bane, and used Form 3 with a saber staff. Her master had taught her since she wasn't going to be able to use physical power to overwhelm her enemies, she was going to have to outpace them. And while Zana was a fine duelist in her own right, we need to be clear, she was nowhere near the level of Darth Bane. This was a hard lesson that she had learned once before when she had attempted to betray her master. Back in that day, he was still consumed with the Orbalisk armor which kept him from getting damage from any lightsaber blows. He attacked her in a savage fury when he learned of her treachery. He nearly ended her permanently, as he used his lightsaber to effortlessly smash down her defense. This was a statement that Zana would never forget. And so, although Zana would continue to hone her skill with the blade, she knew that it was a fool's bargain to take on Bane in this area of expertise of the Sith. The day that their final battle began on the world of Ambria, they had begun their duel with the clash of lightsabers as predicted. This quickly turned against Zana, of course. Even though the two of them seemed evenly matched as the duel began, it was apparent that as time went on that Bane was simply too strong, and after their first interaction of the lightsaber, Zana knew that she would not survive another engagement. But Zana had strengths all her own, strengths that she knew that Darth Bane could not match. Darth Zana may have not been a masterful warrior as Bane was, but she was something else, a skilled sorceress. Sith magic is an incredibly complex field of study within the dark side, even for Sith. Some can't even attempt to use it without first being born with a deep aptitude and connection to it. And while Darth Bane admitted to finding Sith sorcery interesting, he had no real talent for the study, and so he passed on all of those books and all of those knowledge to his apprentice. And when he did, he issued her a stern warning, should she ever attempt to use these spells against him, that he would utterly destroy her. This warning, though, was only meant to be in effect until the day that she challenged him. In the novel, Darth Bane full well knew that she would undoubtedly unleash her spells against him one day. Darth Bane's warning was to tell her not to try before she was ready. In fact, Bane had been preparing for the day that Zana would challenge him ever since he found her. The novel says this: he had encouraged Zana's training in Sith sorcery, knowing she might very well use it against him one day. If it turned out that he wasn't strong enough to survive this, then he wasn't worthy of being the Dark Lord. That didn't mean, of course, that he was unprepared, however. Dark side sorcery was complex. It attacked the psyche in ways that were difficult to explain, and even more difficult to defend. Bane had no real talent for it, yet he had done his best to study the techniques. What he learned was that the only real counter was the victim's strength of will. This was to be the last secret weapon against Bane, and what a weapon it was. There are very few sources in Star Wars that display the power of Sith sorcery quite like how Zana does. She begins her attack with a perplexing assailment of Bane's very mindscape, of the mind itself. Zana opens herself up to the dark side of the Force and unleashes her fury. This is what the novel reads. Zana's assault began as a sharp pain in his skull, like a hot knife stabbing directly into his brain before carving down to slice the two hemispheres in half. Then the knife exploded, sending a million burning shards in every direction. Each one burrowed into his subconscious, seeking out buried fears and nightmares only to rip them free, to haul them to the surface. Darth Bane let out a scream and dropped to his knees. When he stood up to the sky, it was thick with a swarm of flying terrors. Their wings were torn and ragged, leather flaps of skin hanging from their exposed bones. Their bodies were small, malformed, their twisted legs ending in long, sharp talons. Their flesh was a sticky yellow, the same color as the faces of the miners who had died on Apatros after being trapped in a gas-filled chamber for too long. Their features were now inhuman, but their burning eyes were unmistakable. Each creature was staring at him with the hate-filled gaze of an abusive father. As one, they swooped down on Bane, their mouths screeching out a cry that sounded like his father's name. Hurst, Hurst, Hurst. But Bane would learn the truth quickly. He knew this was a trick. The beasts were not real. They were figments of his imagination born through repressed memories of his childhood. But his greatest fear manifested in physical form. He had conquered those years ago. He had only turned fear of his abuse into anger, hate, and because of that, power. He countered her spells with a primal shout, or what we know as a Force Bellow, a powerful dark side ability where a Sith unleashes a concussive wave of energy through an explosive scream. This is actually a different ability from a Force Scream, which cuts the Jedi off from the Force by instilling them with fear using the dark side. Bane's Force Bellow was so intense though that it actually manifested bright violet energy that erased all of the nightmares from view and knocked Zana to her feet. This would have been the end of her, but she had one final trick. Throughout her life, Zana had studied just the material not just given to her by her master, but also knowledge and material that she had found herself. And armed with this new power was unknown to Bane, a secret spell. Zana reached out to the very world of Ambria around them and gave corporeal form to the dark side that she sensed there. She summoned several long tentacles of dark smoky energy. Each one was like a serpent at her command, and although the spell was taxing, it was insanely powerful. When one of the tentacles lashed out at Bane, he found that his lightsaber uselessly passed straight through it. Bane threw himself aside, but the tip of the tentacle still brushed against his left shoulder. The materials of his clothes burned away as if it had been hit with acid. A chunk of flesh beneath simply dissolved, and this is when Bane began screaming out in agony. This is what the novel reads. The damage was far from life-threatening, but it nearly sent Bane into shock. He fell hard to the ground, his jaw slack and his eyes rolling back into his head. His mind was reeling from the brief contact. The pain radiated through every nerve in his body, but what he felt went far beyond the mere physical sensation. It was the raw heat of the dark side, but rather, it was something of empty chill. The void itself was spreading through Bane. It touched every synapse in his mind. It clawed at the core of his spirit, and in that instant he tasted utter annihilation, and Bane felt the true horror of absolute nothingness. This was the power that now Darth Zana commanded. It was not just physical damage, it was psychological. It attacked every part of him. Even when Bane attempted to use Force Lightning, it had no effect on the tendrils. Zana would then wrap one of these tentacles around Bane's arm, disintegrating it on contact and severing it completely. This forced him to drop his lightsaber out of his hand that he was about to murder her with. And with the very last bits of Darth Bane's strength, he clutched Zana's arm and attempted to invoke the ritual of essence transfer. From this point forward, it was a battle of wills, and the two identities of the Sith Lords contended for a single vessel. They teetered on the precipice of the void, Bane seeking to obliterate all trace of her identity, while Zana sought to cast him down into the blackness. For a moment they seemed to be evenly matched, neither gaining nor giving any ground. But then suddenly it was over. Zana was victorious, managing to expel Bane's spirit from her body and sending him to the realm of chaos. And that is how the creator, the Dark Lord of the Sith of the Rule of Two, died. it wasn't a straightforward method, as he technically didn't lose the duel. Bane had not been as prepared as he had hoped for Zana's sorcerous ways though. We are always told how dangerous Sith magicians are, but it's really cool to actually see one in action. Zana shows how just 1 or 2 spells are capable of severely wounding or killing a powerful Lord of the Sith. One of the most powerful in history, in fact. It's needless to say that Zana was completely overmatched in this duel. She didn't have the strength or the skill to contend with Bane in close quarters, but she managed to keep her techniques secret until it mattered the most. It's difficult to say whether or not she had the capacity to outsmart Bane entirely though, but she did keep a secret from him. One of the most potent forms of the dark side that we've seen in all of the lore, and she caught him off guard with it. The victory was true, but a narrow margin. It wasn't just her sorcery that won her the day, but her willpower as well, which was able to miraculously defeat that of Bane's. Perhaps there was a part of the Dark Lord that knew that his time was past. But anyway, when one thinks of the Sith's darkest deeds, they may conjure the name of Darth Nihilus, the so-called devourer of worlds. His insatiable hunger and the consumption of life itself earned him a reputation as nightmare incarnate. Yet, as devastating as Nihilus truly was, another Sith casts a far greater shadow over galactic history, Darth Vitiate, the Eternal Emperor. Where Nihilus devoured worlds out of compulsion, Vitiate destroyed and corrupted worlds with cold, calculated precision. His actions were not born from hunger, but from a desire for ultimate power, immortality, and dominion over the galaxy. Vitiate's reign was marked by a systemic obliteration or corruption of countless worlds, each chosen for a purpose. Some were destroyed to fuel his insatiable quest for immortality. Others were warped into nexuses of dark side energy to serve his empire's ambition. Every world Vitiate touched, though, bore the scars of his cruelty, leaving behind devastation that reshaped the galaxy for millennia. What sets Vitiate apart from other Sith is the scale of his vision and the deliberate nature of his atrocities. Each action of destruction was a piece of a greater puzzle, one designed to consolidate his power, to break the will of his enemies. He was not a beast driven by instinct, but a master tactician wielding the dark side as a scalpel, reshaping the galaxy at a whim. In this exploration, we will dive deeply into the chilling details of each world that Vitiate corrupted or destroyed, beginning appropriately with the desolate void of Nathema, to the storm-choked skies of Droman Kaz, and beyond. Each case reveals not just the extent of power that Vitiate commanded, but the depth of his cruelty. Prepare to witness the legacy of the Sith whose actions echoes through the Force itself, long after his death. But we have to go back to the beginning. Among the many horrors Vitiate unleashed upon the galaxy, the destruction of Nathema stands as the most grotesque and unholy act of them all. While Sith throughout history have claimed dominion over the dark side, twisting it to their will, Vitiate achieved something that no other Sith had ever dared. He annihilated not just life, but the very essence of the Force, but not in a sole individual, on a planetary scale. Nathema was not merely destroyed, it was erased. Its life, its energy, even its connection to the Force was consumed entirely, leaving behind a void so complete that even the Sith mourned the loss of the planet. The events that led to Nathema's devastation began with Vitiate's rise to power when he was called Tenebrae, a Sith Lord on the distant planet of Madrias, later renamed to Nathema. Tenebrae was a prodigy of the dark side, and he claimed the title of the Sith Emperor through cunning and ruthlessness, earning the loyalty of Sith Lords desperate for strength after the great defeat of the Great Hyperspace War in Naga Sadow. Vitiate arose. He promised them salvation, renewing the strength of the fractured empire. Vitiate summoned thousands of his followers to Nathema under the pretense of enacting a ritual that would restore their power and lead the Sith to ultimate victory. But the ritual was a lie, a carefully orchestrated trap. Vitiate had secretly perfected a forbidden spell of unprecedented scope, a spell designed to siphon the Force energy of every living being on Nathema. Unlike many other Sith rituals, which drew on the dark side for temporary empowerment, this ritual had one goal: to transform Vitiate into a being of unparalleled immortality and power, doing so by consuming the very fabric of life on a planetary scale. When the ritual was unleashed, the results were beyond catastrophic. Every living creature on Nathema, human, animal, plant, was reduced to nothingness in an instant. The Sith Lords who had knelt before Vitiate, trusting his promises, were betrayed and slaughtered, their immense power drained and added to his own. The Force itself recoiled in horror, leaving Nathema a barren void. Not even the dark side could take root in the wasteland that remained. The terror of Nathema. the planet became a place of unnatural silence and emptiness. The land was a gray husk, lifeless. The air was stiff, suffocating. For those that dared to tread on Nathema after the ritual, the experience was harrowing. Sith Lords, even those hardened by the atrocities of war, were overcome with grief and despair when they felt the pure absence of the Force, a void so profound that it was as if the planet itself had been cursed. Some Sith went simply mad by walking its surface, unable to endure the unnatural absence of its connection. But the ritual of Nathema would have more consequences. Vitiate's ritual sparked outrage even among the surviving Sith Lords of the era. Even by the dark and ruthless standards of the Dark Order, the annihilation of Nathema was too far. The Sith philosophy was based on power, but rarely did they embrace the wholesale destruction of the very tools that enabled that power. The Sith thrived on chaos, passion, conflict, all of which required life. To obliterate a world so completely, cutting it off from the life and the Force itself, was to defy the very principles that bound the Sith to the galaxy at large. Among Vitiate's critics were Sith who feared his growing power, recognizing that a being capable of such devastation could not be controlled nor opposed. Others mourned the loss of valued Sith knowledge and resources, as the ritual had consumed powerful allies and artifacts alike. Some Sith of the Order even viewed the act as an abomination, believing that it undermined the greater purpose of ruling, not annihilating the galaxy. However, none dared to openly oppose Vitiate, as his power after the ritual was beyond their comprehension. He had ascended to a new level of existence, becoming more than a Sith. He was now a being of near godlike power, sustained by the life that he had stolen. Vitiate's motivation for destroying Nathema were both personal as well as deeply strategic. He sought immortality at any cost, driven by an insatiable hunger for power and a fear of death that surpassed even the darkest ambitions of the Sith. To Vitiate, the lives of his followers were expendable, their faith nothing more than a means to an end. On a deeper level, Vitiate's actions reflected his ultimate vision for the galaxy. He did not see life as something to rule as most Sith did. Instead, he viewed life as a resource to be consumed and discarded. By annihilating Nathema, Vitiate proved his willingness to destroy not only his enemies, but even the very foundation of life itself if he could achieve his goals. Nathema's destruction left scars not just on the galaxy, but on the soul of other Sith. The planet became a haunting reminder of Vitiate's unmatched power, a disregard for the natural order. But this would only foreshadow his later atrocities, including his near destruction of Zyos and his attempts to consume the entire galaxy. For the Sith who opposed him, it was a grim warning of the price of their loyalty. For the galaxy, it was the first glimpse of a nightmare far greater than any Sith Lord before could conjure, a warning. But as we delve deeper into Vitiate's reign, it becomes clear that Nathema was not an anomaly. It was the beginning of a quest to reshape the galaxy, regardless of the cost of any life. Following the devastation of Nathema, Vitiate, the Eternal Emperor, continued his reign of terror. Among many of the planets affected by his terrible reign, Zyos stands as some of the most significant. It was once the jewel of the Golden Empire, a golden hub of culture, power, and tradition. Zyos' fall exemplifies the utter annihilation that Vitiate was willing to unleash on anything, even the Sith legacy, if it meant that he could further his power. Zyos had been one of the original core worlds of the Sith Empire. It was steeped in the dark side long before Vitiate was born. Located in the Stygian caldera, the planet served as a political and a cultural center for the ancient Sith, and later became a critical seat of power for the exiled Dark Jedi. It was a thriving hub of knowledge, home to grand temples, archives, and academies, where Sith would learn, hone their craft. For centuries, Zyos symbolized the strength of the Sith Empire. Its terrible forests, tundra landscapes, and imposing architecture embodied the philosophy of the Sith, of dominance over nature and the galaxy around them. It was on this planet where the Dark Lords debated the future of the Empire, waged shadow political wars, and performed rituals that shaped the dark side itself. The planet's golden age was a time of brutal strength, but it saw a flourishing of Sith artistry, culture, and philosophy. But despite its grandeur, Zyos' golden era would end at the hands of Vitiate, centuries after Nathema. Zyos had become the site of yet another one of his atrocities. By this time, Vitiate had assumed the guise of Valkorion, the ruler of the Eternal Empire. In the year 3636 BBY, after his physical body was destroyed during the events of the Old Republic, Vitiate's spirit returned, searching for a means to restore his strength. He set his sights on Zyos, where his loyal cultists, the Emperor's hand, still operated. Through them, Vitiate executed a dark plan to consume Zyos' life force like Nathema. Vitiate began his attack on Zyos using one of his most terrifying abilities, mass possession. He infiltrated the minds of every living being on Ziost, blending them to his will. The citizens of Ziost, including civilians and Sith alike, became puppets, their free will shattered. Under Vitiate's control, they turned on one another in an orgy of violence, slaughtering friends, family, colleagues. The planet devolved into chaos, with rivers of blood staining its once proud cities. Some of the Sith on Ziost had opposed Vitiate's earlier atrocities, but now they were powerless. Even their power could not shield them from the Emperor's wrath. Entire legions of warriors were turned into mindless killers, their loyalty to the Sith obliterated in absolute servitude to Vitiate. When Vitiate had drained his victims of their will and reduced the planet to a state of carnage, he began the final phase of his plan. Using the same ritualistic techniques perfected on Nathema, he consumed all life on Ziost, feeding on the death and destruction that he caused. Every being, man, woman, child, Sith, was absorbed into Vitiate's essence, the force fueling his bid for immortality yet again. Ziost was once the proud heart of the Sith Empire. Its lustful-ish, mighty cities and thriving culture were now reduced to ash and silence through war. Like Nathema before, it was a planet stripped of its being. Vitiate did this for a few reasons. It was a great source of power, a demonstration of his own latent power, but it was also a symbol for his hatred of the Sith legacy. The fall of Ziost sent shockwaves through the galaxy. For the Sith, it was a catastrophic blow to their identity. Ziost had been a symbol of their strength and resilience for years, a testament to what they could achieve when left unburdened. The Jedi and the Republic too were horrified by the destruction of Ziost. It reinforced the existential threat that was Vitiate, a being whose ambitions went beyond ruling the galaxy to the utter consumption of it. The Jedi doubled their efforts to stop him, recognizing that if he succeeded in his plans, no world, no life would be safe. But Nathema and Ziost were not the last. He left many scars on planets bearing his malevolence and his power. And here we'll delve into the other prominent times when Vitiate corrupted and destroyed entire worlds. Vitiate also corrupted Dromund Kaas. After fleeing the Sith Empire in their defeat in the Great Hyperspace War, Vitiate led his followers to the remote world of Dromund Kaas. It was here where he began to rebuild the Empire in secret, establishing this as the new Sith capital. On the world, he performed countless rituals, corrupting the planet on a mass scale. The entire world became his lab and testing grounds. The land became a dangerous jungle teeming with mutated predators. Even the Sith found the oppressive atmosphere overwhelming, as the dark energy amplified aggression and paranoia. He also had a hand in the corruption of Yavin 4. Yavin 4, known for its ancient Massassi temples, was a world that Vitiate used for a base of experiments in Sith alchemy. He used the temples originally constructed by the Massassi under the influence of other Dark Lords such as Naga Sadow. And although Yavin 4 was one of the worlds that he claimed, he didn't spend a lot of time here. Moving on, he also attempted to corrupt the world known as Voss. The planet Voss was home to the Force-sensitive Voss mystics, a reclusive group of unparalleled foresight. Vitiate saw these mystics as a potential tool for his plans, and he desired to corrupt them. While Voss itself resisted his full corruption though, Vitiate's manipulation nearly caused a civil war between their people. Another world he partially destroyed was Terris. During the Old Republic era, Terris was a prominent city world in the galaxy. While Vitiate did not completely annihilate it, his empire's bombardment left much of the planet in ruins. Large portions were reduced to a wasteland, skyscrapers reduced to rubble, and the destruction caused ecological devastation, leaving the planet's surface infested with rat ghouls, and parts were uninhabitable for centuries. He also corrupted the world known as Oricon. Oricon became a base of the Dreadmasters, 6 Sith Lords who served directly below Vitiate, using their mastery of fear and the dark side. The Dreadmasters performed rituals that corrupted this world. Oricon was shrouded in an aura of dread, and its inhabitants were enslaved to terror itself. This was yet again another simple base of operations. Now let's move on to Balmorra. Balmorra was an industrial planet, and was conquered by the Sith Empire under Vitiate's direct order. The planet factories were repurposed for the Sith war machine, and its population suffered under Sith oppression. Vitiate's actions across these planets reflect his belief that life, culture, and tradition were meaningless in the face for his quest for power. Unlike other Sith who sought to rule, Vitiate only sought to consume. Each planet he touched was annihilated or reshaped just to serve his ultimate goal. His empire's shadow loomed over the galaxy for centuries. His reign of terror remains one of the darkest chapters in all of galactic history. His destruction of worlds like Nathema, Ziost, Drom, and Kos has demonstrated a level of calculated cruelty and of ambition that surpasses any other Sith before him. Unlike those who sought to conquer, Vitiate wanted to annihilate, but while his power was vast, his insatiable hunger for immortality proved to be his undoing. His reliance on rituals, his disregard for the lives of allies and enemies alike, and his ambition to consume the galaxy alienated even Sith who served him. In the end, his actions galvanized the Republic, the Jedi, and the Sith factions to stand against him. He proved that no single being, no matter how powerful, could dominate the galaxy unchallenged, and that even the Sith would rise to oppose him. Though Vitiate was eventually defeated, his shadow lingers in the ruins of worlds that he corrupted and destroyed. These planets serve as a grim reminder of what the Emperor was capable of, and what the galaxy narrowly escaped. Vitiate's legacy is not just one of destruction, but a deep warning, unchecked ambition, the cost of power pursued without any limit, without morality. His story is a testament to the resilience of those who opposed him, and the enduring struggle between light and dark, and those that wield the Force without any form of restraint. But as always, my friend, the hideous monsters that ate Sith Lords. Greetings, students of the Force, and welcome back to the archives. There aren't many things that Sith have to fear. Naturally, they embody fear. Wielding powers of the dark side, they're the ones that create the nightmares to prey on citizens and Jedi alike. However, there do exist a few things in the galaxy that even Sith need to be wary of, and one of these happens to come in the form of a specific species that became something of a threat to the ancient Sith Empire. These were the Deshad Assassins, a hulking species of humanoid cannibals that made the Sith one of the staples of their daily diet. In today's holocron, we are going to talk about these absolute menaces of the ancient world, and why all Force wielders greatly feared them. They originally come from the planet of Urkup, which was a place that the ancient Sith had decided to harvest for warriors. Little did they know what trouble they would uncork when they got there. Urkup housed a humanoid reptilian species known as the Deshad, which had thick gray flesh, 3 claws on each bulky hand. They were taller than most humanoids, reaching heights of around 7 to 8 feet. They were incredibly muscular, and possessed a supernatural strength that surpassed even Wookiees. The Sith Lords, of course, wanted to enslave these beings, to make them into a powerful military force, but the resistance they met was more than surprising. Don't let their lumbering physique fool you. They were incredibly fast and agile. They were able to leap across battlefields in only a single bound to reach their prey. They moved with the precision of a trained Force sensitive, as most of them actually were. Their speed in close quarters combat was compounded by their crushing strength. This allowed them to completely steamroll non-Force sensitive fighters in melee combat. But of course, when fighting Jedi and Sith alike, the Deshad Assassins were deadly accurate with their swings. They didn't use their weapons like brutish clubs, but swung their swords by measuring twice and cutting once. A warrior's culture can be accredited to how well trained each Deshad seemed to be. They were fiercely intelligent, and seemed to have a battle IQ innately gifted to them from birth. It was almost as if each and every one of them knew how to fight from the moment that they hatched, and knew how to track down a bounty by the time that they could walk. Of course, there's no contending with Jedi and Sith Masters unless you have many of these things. But there was yet so much more that added to the danger of the Deshad. Their defensive stats were pretty much off the charts as well. They could tank many blows to their bodies without suffering long-term injury. Their bodies had the unique property of being able to dissipate heat, which made them very difficult to read on heat sensors. This is why they were known as assassins despite being so massive in size. They were surprisingly stealthy as well, and could infiltrate just about anywhere if it meant getting their hands on a quarry. Apparently, this heat dissipating ability went as far as being able to shrug off direct blaster wounds and survive usually lethal blows from lightsabers. This is already a recipe for a formidable foe to any Force wielder, but we haven't gotten into what makes them truly dangerous. These warriors were naturally resistant to the gifts of the Force. They were practically immune to being persuaded with it, and Force abilities just seemed to smack flatly against their chests. It required distinctly more effort to the part of the Force wielder to actually damage any of them with Force-based abilities. All-out Force pushes that may fling or ragdoll other beings simply caused a Deshad to stumble or to slide backward briefly. Force lightning typically fries creatures from the inside out, and may make a Deshad only angry. The Sith could not forget trying to force choke them as well, Oftentimes, the assassins were on top of them, snapping their necks before the Sith could muster the focus to do so. But if this weren't enough, Deshad assassins were also privy to utilizing the dark side, specifically the powers of magic. One by the name of Kem Val had the ability of sorcery through the dark side, and could even cast spells that would enrage his enemies to target only him, thereby keeping their attention away from his allies. Kem could also infuse his physical punches with force lightning, and even through esoteric ways of dark healing, something that's very difficult for dark side wielders. This is an ability that even Sith Lords have a difficult time mastering, considering how rare it is to use the dark side to heal wounds rather than inflict them. All of this is to accomplish because of their main function. That is, a Deshad was able to literally eat Force sensitives. Upon defeating a foe in combat, a Deshad would consume their flesh, transferring their enemy's life essence and Force energy into themselves. This is how they not only stay alive, but increase their own power. Because of this, many Deshad have lifespans of up to several thousands of years. This would have been a very serious problem if their species were not endangered. During the Great Sith War, on the Cup, this was destroyed by what is known as the Kron Cluster, their home world. This event had been triggered by Exar Kun, and was for the purpose of scorching the surface of the Jedi homeworld of Ossus as well. However, many other planets were caught in the Cataclysm and Crossfire, including Cup. This would absolutely devastate the Deshad people and their numbers, leaving only a few of them left in the galaxy. The most infamous of these would be Kem Val, who was not on Cup at the time of its explosion, but rather was on Korriban. Long ago, during the reign of Tulac Hord, Kem Val had come to challenge the Dark Lord to a duel. He had heard of Tulac Hord's power and legend, and decided that if he were to consume the Sith Lord's flesh, then he would become the strongest member of his entire species. Tulac Hord accepted Kem Val's challenge, and defeated him in combat honorably. Kem accepted his defeat and death since he had been bested fairly. However, Tulac Hord, as the Dark Lord of the Sith, had other plans. Tulac was so impressed by the Deshad that he spared him, and offered the condition that Kem Val should serve him forever. It was after this that Val became Hord's most loyal servant and confidant. He practically worshipped the Dark Lord, followed him wherever he went, killing and slaughtering whoever Hord willed. This included carrying out the assassination of another Darth Lord Kallig, a Sith Lord who Tulac Hord believed had become a rival. Kem Val would also follow Tulac Hord to war in his Shadow War against the Republic, participating in both the Battle of Yin and Kabosh in the year 5300 BBY. During this battle, Kem Val consumed the lives of thousands of Jedi, with each and every one of them said to be felled directly by Tulac Hord's blade. However, after these battles, Tulac Hord decided to put Kem Val in stasis for safekeeping, and it isn't entirely certain why the Dark Lord would do this. But Val would remain on stasis within the Valley of the Dark Lords for generations afterwards. Only Tulac Hord knew where he was, and he had died at the blade of his apprentice before he could reawaken Kem Val. Much later on, the resting place of Kem Val would be made into Naga Sadow's tomb, but none other Sith desired to awake the ancient assassin, fearing his power. This was until the Great Galactic War, when Lord Zash commanded her apprentice to go and free Kem Val from his tomb. She believed that only with his help could they find the artifacts that Tulac Hord had left behind. The Sith Acolyte managed to free Kem Val from his prison, and informed the ancient assassin that eons had passed, and his old master was now dead. Enraged, Val attacked the young Sith, challenging him to a duel then and there. However, he was still weakened from his years of imprisonment, and the apprentice actually bested him. Kem then begrudgingly pledged his service to the young Sith, and he promised, but he swore that one day that he would consume him. Later, it would turn out that his new master was Darth Nox, the descendant of Darth Kallig, the very same man that Kem Val had been ordered to betray and murder. Over the course of their adventures together, Kem Val recalled the legend of Tulac Hord many times, but grew to respect his new master in Darth Nox. During their adventures on Tatooine, Darth Nox and Kem would encounter another Deshad warrior by the name of Vashik Urk. The Deshad had actually been the servant of Hord's apprentice, Ortan Sella, an old rival of Kem Val's. During his many years in freedom, Vashuk had become so powerful that instead of being a slave to the Sith, he himself had 2 Sith servants. These 2 that he had bested in combat and allowed to let live on the condition that they stayed his followers and worshipped him. Out of fear of being consumed, the 2 Sith Lords agreed to follow him. He literally had 2 Sith as pets. Darth Nox dispatched these 2 weaklings while Kem Val settled the score with his old enemy, killing him once and for all in single combat. But that just goes to show how powerful these creatures can become when left to their own devices. This one managed to make servants out of literal Sith Lords. Not too much information is available about the Dashads though, but this was essentially the beings that ate Sith Lords regularly in battle. These creatures come from the Star Wars The Old Republic online game, and Kem Val himself is the companion of the Sith Inquisitor. But what I love about them is that it's the Sith Lords who are responsible for opening up Pandora's box in a galaxy and having to deal with the consequences. The Sith are always searching for power, looking for strong beings to subjugate, and the Dashad assassins are just what happens when they finally find something worse than themselves, and a people that they cannot completely enslave. I love the idea that there are being Sith-centered story, where they are forced to fight a threat to their empire that isn't the Jedi or a rival Sith. The Dashad fit that bill perfectly, and I think that this would make for a brutal and a violent story where the Sith would have to bring their powers in the dark side to the maximum. But anyway, one master, one apprentice, one to embody the power, the other to crave it. This was the Rule of Two, the secret weapon that completely restructured the Sith Order from the year 1000 BBY to the day that Order 66 was decreed, and the Jedi were either scattered or killed. This was all what allowed the Sith to grow, to change, to adapt to the galaxy around them. No longer were they lords of war with frightening sets of armor and talismans that could command the forces of nature to sweep away armies. Now they were politicians, entrepreneurs, aristocrats, benefactors, sinking their venom into the veins of the very galactic society itself. Then the day came when a Sith was the Supreme Chancellor, and the day came when the revenge of the Sith was complete. However, something went terribly wrong with the Sith during this long process. On the road to achieving their ultimate goal, the Sith in the latter days of the Rule of Two lost sight of the real meaning behind their philosophy that gave them their victory. Had Darth Bane known the plans of the Sith Lords leading up to Sidious, he would have been disgusted and likely labeled them as heretical. Greetings again, Acolytes, and welcome back to the Archives. In today's Holocron, we are going to talk about how the last Sith in the Rule of Two era completely lost the plot, disregarded the true meaning and potential of the Rule of Two, ultimately dooming their victory forever. But before we enter the Archives, we have experienced a terrible vision in the Force. Many who use and visit our archives have not yet subscribed yet, so if you enjoy large documentary-style videos on Star Wars lore, as well as daily Star Wars lore bites, reach out and cross that subscribe button. It is your destiny. Darth Bane first created the Rule of Two when he learned from the holocron of Revan. The holocron was filled with great wisdom, but there was one piece of wisdom that hit Bane to his core. Revan explained that it was foolish for any Sith Master to train more than one apprentice at a time, for all of the weak underlings would rise up together to overthrow the stronger Master, making the Sith weaker. This cycle of infighting had plagued the Sith Order from the very dawn of their existence. Taking this knowledge with him, Darth Bane contemplated, meditated upon it, and refined it into the philosophy that we would be introduced to, and that the Sith would change for a new era. And now we have the honor to read directly from the words of Bane. By its very nature, the dark side invites rivalry and strife. This is the greatest strength of the Sith. It culls the weak from our order. The constant battling of the Sith since the beginning of recorded history has served as a necessary purpose. It kept the power of the dark side concentrated in a few powerful individuals. The power of the dark side cannot be dispersed among the masses. It must be concentrated in the few that are worthy of its honor. The strength of numbers was a trap, one that has snared all great Sith Lords who had come before. Naga Sadow, Exar Kun, Darth Revan, each had been powerful. Each had drawn disciples in, teaching them the ways of the dark side. Each had assembled an army of followers, unleashed that army against the Jedi. Yet in each and every case, the servants of the light have prevailed. The Jedi would always remain united with their cause. The Sith would always be brought low by infighting and betrayal. The very traits that drove them to individual greatness and glory, the unrelenting ambition, the insatiable hunger for power, would ultimately doom them as well. This was the inescapable paradox of the Sith. The Sith must be ruled by a single leader, the very embodiment of strength and the power of the dark side. If all are equal, then none are strong. Yet whoever rose from the swollen and the bloated ranks of the Sith to claim the mantle of the Dark Lord would never be able to hold it for long. In time, the apprentices will unite their strength to overthrow the Master. It is inevitable. Together, the weak would overwhelm the strong in a gross perversion of the natural order. But there is another solution, a way to break the endless cycle of dragging the Sith down. If the leader grows weak, another must rise to seize that mantle. Minions and servants could be drawn into the service of a dark side by the temptation of power. They could be given small tastes of what it has offered, as an owner may share morsels from the table with his fruitful curs. In the end, however, there can only be one Sith Master, and to serve this Master, there can only be one true apprentice. From the time of Darth Bane, the Sith would remain in hiding for nearly a millennium. During this time, each master was meant to train an apprentice to their fullest extent, and when the student learned all that they needed from the master and surpassed them, they would kill them and take the mantle of the Dark Lord. And then, the cycle would continue, each generation growing stronger, more cunning than the last. This was understood in all of the Sith, the new way of the Sith Order that had been redefined by Bane. But this philosophy would become twisted, perverted to serve the needs of the individual rather than the larger order over time. In the final generations of the Rule of Two, the Dark Lords would come to believe that the Rule of Two would end once they accomplished their grand plan, beginning with Tenebrous and his own master, which we know very little about, other than the fact that we know he was a Twi'lek. The two of them assumed that once the Jedi were destroyed, and the Sith placed back in power, that they would cease to train new apprentices, and that the two of them would reign eternally. Thus began the mad dash for each new master in the Rule of Two to acquire the secret to immortality. After killing his master, Darth Tenebrous received a vision, one that confirmed that the Jedi Chosen One would arrive soon. He then developed a plan to infect the young Chosen One with a virus, one that would transfer his own consciousness into their body, granting him all the power, all the midichlorians that would come with the prophesied Chosen One. Tenebrous's plan was then to rule forever with his newfound grandiose godlike abilities. But when the plan ended in failure, his apprentice Plagueis would infamously attempt to unlock the secrets of the midichlorians themselves, going to the source to end the cycle of aging and death, achieve immortality once and for all. In fact, Plagueis became so obsessed with immortality that he locked himself away in his lab, ordering his apprentice to do all his work in securing their foothold in the political sphere. His original plan was for Palpatine to elect him as co-chancellor of the Republic, and the two Sith would reshape the galaxy and the Empire together. Plagueis had planned on becoming the permanent emperor with Sidious by his side. Now obviously Sidious would never let this happen, not while he was the one doing all the work and making the plan move. So he destroyed Plagueis in his sleep, and decided that he would eschew the Rule of Two together once he became the Emperor. Instead, Palpatine would enact the Rule of One. Sidious describes his Rule of One as being the single embodiment of the dark side power and Sithdom. He would forever reign as the Dark Lord, no one to replace him, but many to enact his will. He would call many dark side followers. These talented mimics will be trained to replicate the smatterings of his ability, but they will never even reach a fraction of his authority. This was a purposeful violation of what was established prior though by Darth Bane, a break from the ideology that made the Sith so powerful. According to Bane, the Rule of Two was never meant to end. It was meant to be the new status quo for eternity, even after the Sith achieved their grand plan. The idea was that the cycle was meant to end with the one who destroyed the Jedi is a false notion. Once the new empire was instated, the Rule of Two was to continue. Each emperor was to go on to train a new protege who would replace them as emperor. That way, the throne of the Sith Empire would constantly be growing in power and influence, stronger with each generation. Bane wanted there to be no outside hope that anyone had any chance of overthrowing the Sith. In this way, only those trained as Sith Lords ever had a chance of ruling. This meant that the galaxy would perpetually remain under the control of the Sith, regardless of which one of them was on the throne. If the cycle had continued this way, the reign of the Sith would have theoretically been flawless. But unfortunately, it is not foolproof. It wasn't as though Sidious or any other Sith Lords had simply made a mistake or misconstructed the goal of the philosophy. They intentionally did away with the plan. They were megalomaniacs with too much pride to allow an empire to exist without them wearing the crown. Because of this, they stopped desiring to train their apprentice to succeed them, and instead, they wanted powerful errand boys, assassins, not true Sith apprentices. This therefore held them back. Imagine how powerful an individual like Maul or Dooku would be if they had the entirety of Sidious's Sith knowledge. Darth Bane was correct in understanding that the nature of the Sith was to cull the weak, to backstab the one in power. But tragically, Darth Bane made the assumption that future Dark Lords would have more of a devotion to the Sith cause than themselves and their own glory. There were many from this era who were religiously devoted to the rule of Two Philosophy and Bane, but as the centuries wore down, the Dark Lords began to despise remaining in the shadow. Although the Order was stronger now with each passing generation, proving the effectiveness of their way of life, the Sith needed to rule. They didn't want to keep scurrying around, hiding like rats, turning away from their true nature in the underbelly of society, watching the Jedi enjoy the spoils, the succulent fruits of freedom and supremacy. They couldn't stand the fact that they would have to hide their entire lives, to develop the grand plan only to be killed before that they could ever reap the benefits. Understandably, you weren't going to find many Sith with enough altruism to be okay with this, especially not Sidious. Sidious believed that it was his right to rule the galaxy since he was a small boy. Sidious, in a way, used the Sith way as the most convenient method towards his own personal glorification. Palpatine cared way more about himself than he ever did the Sith or his empire. In both continuities, legends, and canon, Sidious allowed his empire to crumble, burn, eat itself, even though he was in the shadows, resurrected in secret. He didn't believe his empire should ever outlive him, so he made a better empire while the old one died, suffocated. Palpatine was incapable of seeing a galaxy or a Sith without himself as its ruler, so it was only natural that he would keep the rule of two active, only as long as it benefited him. Bane would be grossly disappointed in the culmination of the Sith. But with that, curious acolytes, back to our archives. We've been expecting you. The ancient Sith purebloods were known to have been a primal race that adhered only to strength and power alone. Their involvement to the dark side became a generational trend that would continue into their bloodlines and family like a deep-seating poison until their entire culture was nothing but pure darkness. Each of their rules were chosen on a basis of strength in the Force and the kind of might they showed over their people. However, there was another way that these primordial purebloods believed that their kings were chosen. You see, ancient Sith had a pantheon of gods that they worshipped, those that they believed gave them great power and could even be reborn in the flesh to come and rule over them. The ancient Sith believed that King Adus might have been one of these fabled gods, and thus dubbed him the Sith Ari. One of the most important gods in their pantheon, however, is one which has been known as the left-handed god. He is extremely powerful in the Sith folklore, so much so that they believed that Ajunta Pal was the reborn manifestation of the left-handed god. However, in our research into the forbidden pages of the Supernatural Encounters novel, we have reason to believe that the left-handed god is actually more than just a myth. This information is extremely interesting, as we are finally getting into the really deep lore of the Star Wars galaxy. The mysteries are becoming more clear, and so we must delve in and open up another Sith holocron. First though, we are having a big sale on the Star Wars merch page in anticipation for Black Friday. So, if you're interested in getting Star Wars merchandise for yourself or someone else, now is the time to do it, as there are big sales, and if you use code WAVE at checkout, you can get 15% off your entire order. Now my friends and acolytes, take a seat, grab a snack, and let us begin. The left-handed god was known by many names, such as Pomgema, Typhogem, and later, the Father of Shadows. Typhogem was a very important deity to the ancient Sith, and he was the main god that was worshipped by the Kasai. The Kasai, who were basically the priests of the Sith pureblood caste system. It was the Kasai who beheld Ajunta Pal's great power in the Force and decided that he was the second coming of their left-handed god. Information on this being is extremely scarce. However, we get a lot of activity from Typhogem in the pages of Supernatural Encounters. We plan to release a video at some point going over the novel of Supernatural Encounters and all that it has held, but for today, we wanted to give you all a sampling of what absolutely wild things are contained within these forbidden pages. Today's topic will be on such a being. Supernatural Encounters tells us that Typhogem is more than just folklore and is actually the offspring of two of the Bedlam spirits. The Bedlam spirits, if you remember, are a few that have ultimate power over life, matter, time, time and reality itself. Some of the most powerful, if not absolutely the most powerful beings in all of the lore that have ever appeared. They are able to manipulate all of these aspects of reality and shape it as they please with little to no regard for the wider galaxy. Typho Gem, or the Sith God, is the offspring of Tilotny and Dandasine. However, Tilotny despised her son, for she did not see him as beautiful and wanted to destroy him. In his rage, Typho Gem took his anger out on humans, since they closely resembled the shape that his cruel mother took. The only image of the left-handed god that we can get is a stone idol sculpted in his image, which makes him appear to be eldritch, and a Cthulhu-like being with a humanoid body and a tentacle-ridden head. As far as powers go, we know that he is a godlike being just barely under the powers of the Bedlam spirits themselves. He could wield the Force in all of reality like no other, as he showed the power to completely drain someone of all of their blood, leaving them just a shriveled husk of flesh. He commanded shadow servants to do his will, and inspired several dark-side cults around the galaxy to dominate humans in his hatred. On other planets, specifically Mimban, he was known by the name of Pomo Gemma, and would grant healing abilities to his followers and priests, as well as give them powers to do miraculous and terrible things. Our guess is that Typho Gem probably had the power to grant Force sensitivity in all of his subjects. In one of his greatest shows of strength, he actually killed Wutsek, the Force demon that had killed the Five. He was hell-bent on the destruction and domination of the entire galaxy, and wanted to spread his shadowy influence on all corners of every planet. And it is believed that he may have been the origins of the very Sith race. His main goal was to get revenge on his mother and the Bedlam spirits. However, it would be unfruitful, as he was simply not powerful enough to destroy them. The Father of Shadows would ultimately meet his end at the hands of the Bedlam spirit known as Horless, and his final moments were very dramatic. Here is a passage from Supernatural Encounters that explains the entire ordeal and the final death of this Sith god. Typho Gem would neither flee nor give in to the forces tearing at him, but instead, he strove towards Horless intent on his destruction. Yet his body was not as strong as his will, and it began to pull apart his membranes, wings, and limbs. At last, he let out a final, agonizing wail that shattered the neighboring moons. Typho Gem's body splintered into pieces, which stiffened into petrification before being sucked into a null inversion, where parts of him were hurled in odd regions of the galaxy, never to be found. What an ending for this character. The powers of Typho Gem were such that just his voice crying out in a final agony was enough to destroy several moons at once. From the information collected here, we can safely say that Typho Gem, or the Father of Shadows, supersedes the powers of the Ones, and most likely even surpasses that of Abeloth, as the Bedlam spirits, beings that are most of the time content with not being involved in galactic affairs whatsoever, deemed him a threat enough to destroy him. Again, I want to make it clear that in the very deep reaches of Star Wars lore, the Bedlam spirits adhere to powers that even the Force cannot attain. Typho Gem's strength is on a completely separate metric than that of any other powerful being that we have encountered thus far on the channel, besides of course the Bedlam spirits themselves, and perhaps even the full united power of the Force, that being all life in the Star Wars galaxy at once. Our information on Typho Gem is limited, and ever expanding as we uncover more understanding about him in the pages of Supernatural Encounters. I personally am so excited that there is more lore concerning the Bedlam spirits and the Five beyond just that single, very strange comic that they appeared in. These incredibly powerful beings and entities show us that the Force is four-dimensional and has a lot more to do on the cosmic scale of things than we initially thought. We plan to continue diving into the pages of Supernatural Encounters to learn more about these entities and more about these historically powerful beings that lie within. And this video is only the first of many that we will be doing while discussing such beings as Typho Gem. Vitiate was considered one of the most evil beings to ever exist from the very moment of his birth. Born with pitch black eyes, inhuman intelligence, and an appetite for torture and death, one can only wonder where this creature of vile darkness came from. Well, enter his father, Lord Dromuth. Welcome back, Disciples of the Force, to the archives. We have been awaiting you. In Star Wars, once in a millennium, a truly great being will come around from seemingly nowhere. Vitiate would go on to become one of the most fearsome beings the Force had ever seen, a terror which would reshape the galaxy as we know it. However, his father, Lord Dromuth, was much less accomplished than his son would become. Unlike his illegitimate son, Dromoth may just be one of the most pathetic and despicable Sith Lords in all of the lore. In today's Holocron, we are going to cover everything we know about Vitiat's father, including the horrific fate that awaited him when his son rose to power and sought revenge. The ancient Dark Lord Lord Dromoth lived during the years of Marka Ragnos' reign and his ascension to rulership, the Golden Age. In this time, the Sith Empire had not yet entered the prime of its Golden Age, but it was nearing the climax. The Sith of this era were so wealthy with the growing leadership of Ragnos and his conquests, as more and more resources were funneled into the Sith Empire, making the rulers of certain worlds very wealthy. One of these rulers of a world would be Lord Dromoth, who ruled over the planet known as Madrias. Sith are meant to be known for their ambition and their desire for strength and power in the Force. However, Lord Dromoth was not known for this at all. He was known for being an underachiever, a Sith with little ambition outside of what could serve himself in the immediate. He likely knew that he could never be anywhere close to the power or the respect that Marka Ragnos commanded, and so he was content with his corner of Sith space. Dromoth was actually one of the few fully trained Sith Lords on his world, and since the planet was out of the way from the main cluster of Sith core planets, it flew very much under the radar of the Greater Empire. Because of this, there was no true rival Sith attempting to challenge Dromoth's claim to the throne, and there were no threats on his main world. And so, Dromoth was content to kick back and relax, leading a hedonistic lifestyle in which he denied himself nothing that his eyes desired, including a slew of female subjects. It was this pathetic lifestyle unbefitting of a Dark Lord that would give rise to Dromoth's own desolation. One of these women would happen to be the wife of a poor farmer and would end up conceiving a child with him, a child that she would name Tenebrae. When Dromoth found out, he ordered his mistress to drown their newborn child, but the woman secretly defied him and continued to raise him on her own, pretending that her poor farmer husband was the legitimate father of Tenebrae. Dromoth was foolish and was none the wiser to her deception. He was so wrapped up in his own lavish, lazy lifestyle. As Tenebrae grew away from his eye, he would end up conceiving another child with a woman, and this time, he allowed his concubine to keep her. Evidently, he decided that this time he actually needed an heir to his kingdom, so, being the egotist that he was, he named the child after himself, Dromoth II. But it wasn't very long after this that he began to hear rumors of one of the continents of Madrias, there where a rival warlord claiming to be his son was rapidly gaining power and following. In Dromoth's absence, Tenebrae had grown up to manifest powerful abilities, and he was considered evil incarnate, chosen by the dark side. The farmer knew that Tenebrae was not his son, as neither he nor his wife could touch the Force, and she had been unfaithful. In his rage, the farmer attacked his wife, but Tenebrae, being very young, would put a stop to it, snapping the farmer's neck. However, the sick young boy would not stop here, as he decided to mentally torture his mother for her infidelity, months on end, before he eventually killed her as well. Tenebrae likely did this simply because he could, no greater sense of revenge. Then, Tenebrae would begin his plan. Using his vast and a raw amount of power, he conquered his village of origin before moving around from town to town. Tenebrae rapidly began to gain followers, as the people of the world saw him as different from Lord Dromoth and rebelled. Tenebrae was young, but he was powerful and ambitious, and he punished anyone who got out of line, or just did so for his own amusement. Many Sith of the world of Madrias were extremely pleased to see the rising of a younger ruler, fearing him far more than they did Lord Dromoth. With Tenebrae gaining a rapid following, Dromoth quickly made his way to finding him. But this was not intended to be a grand reunion. Dromoth promised to either enslave the boy, or if he were too powerful, execute him there. However, when Dromoth finally met the boy of 10, he would realize how wrong he was. Tenebrae was more powerful than Dromoth could have ever dreamed, and upon meeting his illegitimate father, Tenebrae decided to make a public display of his own power. At 10, he dominated the man that claimed to be his father, stripped him of any ability to touch or use the Force, humiliating him to the greater Sith, showing them for how weak he truly was. A very talented 10-year-old was able to completely dominate a fully fledged Sith Lord because of how complacent he had grown. Dromoth was exceptionally weak, and he had been hiding it from his people. But Tenebrae would not kill his father as we previously believed. Instead, he would chain him up, hold him captive for years as he consolidated the rest of the world of Madrias. By 13, Tenebrae visited the now in power Great Marka Ragnos, taking his pilgrimage to the Sith Emperor for one very important reason. He wanted to request recognition of rulership over all of his father's territory. Ragnos was extremely impressed with the boy's ambition, which contrasted with that of Dromoth's lack of it. The Dark Lord could see how ineffectual Dromoth had been for the Sith, and so he declared Tenebrae Lord Vitiate, and handed him over rulership of the planet, designated by the Golden Empire. Vitiate would rename the world to Nathema, and would go on to study the powerful secrets of the dark side there, becoming known as much of a recluse. During this time, it was recorded that Vitiate would formally execute Dromoth, but his story does not end there. Vitiate would then begin his hunt for Dromoth II, his younger half-brother, but Dromoth II managed to flee from Nathema with his followers, and would create a new life for himself, finding refuge on the snowy world known as Rekiad. Dromoth II would eventually die there, and his disciples would entomb him in a hidden crypt, located in the first of two plateaus that comprised the Twin Spears. It was in this tomb that Dromoth II left behind a datapad, one of the few mentions of Nathema and Lord Vitiate, and from this datapad, a millennia later, Revan would discover the secret of who Vitiate really was. But back to Vitiate. While the rest of the Sith had deemed Dromoth as a forgotten and embarrassing memory, Vitiate had secretly kept his father's spirit alive in a sense, placing the Dark Lord's spirit in an old holocron. After the golden age of the Sith would fall with Naga Sadow, and the Jedi and the Republic became aware of the Sith yet again, Vitiate performed the Ritual of Nathema to gain ultimate power. He then would keep his father's spirit in that single holocron for the following 1,000 years as his power grew exponentially. In his pastime, Vitiate would torture the spirit of Dromoth for his personal amusement, and Vitiate would come to find a kindred spirit in his father. The holocron was locked away in a secret vault beneath a structure known as the Sanitarium, which was the very last habitable structure on the entire world of Nathema, especially after Vitiate drained it of all life. As the centuries would wear on, Vitiate did actually talk to his father a great deal, and in a twisted sense, became the closest thing that Vitiate had to a confidant. Never would he consider him his father, his power was too great for that, but someone to talk to occasionally, absolutely. And now we reach the fate of Dromoth, and we have to go one of two ways. The ending for this is determined by your character's decision in the Old Republic game, where your character, known as the Outlander, and a Sith by the name of Lana Beniko investigate a vault of Nathema. The two stumble across the holocron of Lord Dromoth, and the spirit of him is eventually released. Thankful to finally have been found, Dromoth relays his story and connection to the now Emperor Valkorion. When Dromoth is done, he begs for them to destroy the holocron so that he can finally be free from his eternal torment. In the light side scenario, the Outlander has mercy on Lord Dromoth and frees him from his eternal bondage. But in the dark side version, the Outlander listens to the Sith Beniko and keeps the holocron in case Dromoth becomes useful later, which he actually does. If the Outlander keeps Dromoth, then he goes on to help them in their fight against Valkorion's daughter Valen. And then later, when everyone confronts Valkorion together, Dromoth is one to shoot some nasty final words at his vile son before sacrificing his own spirit to weaken Valkorion. Interestingly, in this scenario, the dark side option ends in a much more satisfying conclusion to the relationship between Vitiate and Dromoth than the light side story does, and I much prefer the dark side version. But anyway friends, that was the story of the father of Vitiate, Lord Dromoth. A man who began out as a pathetic embarrassment to all things Sith, wasting his power away and rulership on his hedonistic lifestyle, and throwing away money that he never earned. He had no ambition, and was in truth a weakling, one to be culled by someone stronger. In the end, assuming the right choices are made, Dromoth has somewhat of a redemption, making a final self-sacrifice to stop his son, showing that 1,000 years of torture is more than enough to mature one in thinking. But tell us, places in the galaxy untouched by light, where forgotten powers linger, where even memory itself is not safe. Long before the rise of the Jedi, before the Sith forged their empires, there were the Rakata. These were the masters of the dark side, conquerors of entire worlds. But their greatest weapon was not a solitary fleet, nor a super weapon. It was a plague, but a plague of the mind. A sickness that did not break one's body, but a sickness that shattered minds. A virus that could erase identity, twist reality, and sever entire species from the Force. We have made contact, but they are changed. They do not remember. Their minds fractured, twisted. They are not who they were. We must burn the archives. The mind plague was lost to time, or so we thought. But something stirs in the void. A signal, a memory fragment, an echo, calling, beware the Rakata. Some things should never be remembered. Greetings, Acolytes, and welcome back to our very much unburned archives. The Rakatan Mind Plague is a chilling and a mysterious concept from Star Wars Expanded Universe, specifically tied back to the ancient and the sinister Infinite Empire ruled by the Rakata. This is the worst bioweapon and affliction in all of Star Wars. It was not just a weapon of the dark side, but it was biological, as well as psychological, blending ancient sorcery, Rakatan technology, and a profound violation of one's free will. But let's begin briefly with who the Rakatans were. The Rakata were an ancient technologically advanced species from the planet of Lehon, also called Rakatan Prime. They ruled the galaxy millennia before the rise of the Republic. At their peak, their society and their infinite empire spanned thousands of worlds. But their power was rooted in the dark side, fueled by their highly advanced technology. The Rakata were known by their force-based hyperdrives, superweapons similar to the Starforge, and their brutal culture of conquest and enslavement. But their mastery of the Force went far beyond raw power. It extended to psychological warfare, mind domination, and this led to a creation, a plague, the Mind Plague. The Mind Plague was not a traditional biological virus. It was a force-infused weapon designed by the Rakata to destabilize and destroy entire enemy populations, attacking the minds and wills of those infected. It functioned on multiple layers, blending psychological corruption, memory erasure, and slow erosion of free will. It had many effects. Amnesia. Victims would experience a gradual memory loss, starting with minor forgetfulness and progressing to full identity erosion. Entire civilizations infected by the plague forgot their own histories, their cultural identities, and even the existence of the Rakata themselves. Then came the next phase, mind control and compliance. The plague would destroy mental defenses, making victims more susceptible to force domination. The Rakatan overseers could exploit this vulnerability, bending infected populations to their will, forcing them into servitude without resistance. It also led to paranoia and mental breakdown. Victims would experience irrational fears, heightened paranoia, and even hallucinations, often seeing visions of shadowy Rakatan figures haunting their thoughts and dreams. Their mental decay would continue, and eventually led to self-destruction. Entire societies tearing themselves apart from the inside. And then, the final step, severing force connections. One of the most devastating effects was the plague's ability to sever the victim's connection to the Force. Force-sensitive species and Jedi who became infected would lose their abilities, effectively becoming blind to the Force. But how exactly did it spread? The Mind Plague was not a conventional virus, but a combination of alchemy, sorcery, and Rakatan technology. It could spread in several ways, including ancient artifacts. Certain holocrons, datacrons, and star maps contained dormant fragments of the plague, waiting to infect those that sought ancient Rakatan knowledge. The ancient Rakatan priests could project the plague across entire battlefields as well, corrupting thousands or millions at once. Technological transmissions. The Rakata would encode the plague itself within force-based hyperdrives and energy fields on planets that they had conquered, causing long-term corruption. The role in the fall of the Infinite Empire, though, of the plague is even more interesting than its origins. Ironically, the Mind Plague contributed to the downfall of the Rakata. After centuries of ruling through fear and dark side manipulation, the Rakata were struck by a mysterious backlash of the plague. one they could no longer control. Some theories suggest a Jedi ritual, or a rising light side resistance during the pre-Republic era corrupted the plague, turning it back on its creators. Entire Rakata populations became cut off from the Force entirely, a side effect of the plague backfiring. The loss of Force sensitivity rendered their power and technology useless to them, leading to mass collapses of infrastructure and their empire's eventual total collapse. But the legend of the Mind Plague returned. Though the Rakata seemingly vanished from galactic history, echoes of the Mind Plague lingered in the unknown regions, and stories of its resurgence persist. When Revan encountered the ancient Starforged superweapon during the Jedi Civil War, it was discovered that certain data fragments still contained traces of the plague. Some Sith Lords attempted to recover this technology, and were said to have suffered progressive memory decay and insanity after exposure to these ancient archives. Again, information older than the Sith Empire itself. On the temples of Lehon, where the Rakata performed ancient rituals, were rumored to have force-warping fields capable of reactivating the plague in those that dared to explore its depths. It is even said that the Jedi Council sealed off parts of the Lehon temple permanently due to risk of exposure from this plague. The Chiss Ascendancy, while mapping the unknown regions, reportedly encountered dormant Rakatan archives that infected their navigators, causing their memories to fracture and hallucinations. Entire populations were lost to madness, with starships drifting back into Chiss space, with them now being void of all life, and yet the ships fully intact. The Mind Plague was conceived during the height of the Infinite Empire, circa 30,000 BBY, as a biological and a metaphysical weapon. It channeled fear, despair, and mental domination through the Force. But it was terrifying because it was amplified by technology, and could be broadcast to entire star systems. Its basic design was to break the will of entire civilizations, making them compliant with the Rakata. It was developed originally for two primary purposes: to subjugate conquered worlds. The Rakatan's empire was founded on brutal conquest and the enslavement of Force-sensitive species like the Kwa and the Togruta. The plague was a weapon designed to ensure long-term control on populations without the need for any direct military presence. It suppressed cultural identity, weakened any resistance to their rule, and caused mass confusion and forgetfulness. But its second goal is even more sinister: control over Force-sensitive rivals. The Rakata feared rebellion from Force-sensitive slaves and rival species, and the Mind Plague severed connections to the Force, ensuring that entire populations of Force-sensitives like the ancient Jedi were neutralized before any uprising would ever occur. It was around the year 28,000 BBY that the first mass deployment occurred, as the Rakata deployed the Mind Plague during their conquest of the Selenon sector and the Rutan system. The population suffered memory erosion and cultural collapse nearly immediately. But by 25,000 BBY, the rebellion of the slaves happened. Some enslaved species such as the Togruta and the early Jedi began resisting Rakatan control. In response, the Rakata attempted to unleash an even stronger strain of the Mind Plague, targeting Force sensitives individually. This backfired though. Certain Jedi masters used the light side of the Force to reverse engineer a counter ritual, causing the plague to reflect back on the Rakata, though this is a legend and a popular rumor. In the end though, this ultimately led to the collapse of the Infinite Empire, and by 24,000 BBY, the Infinite Empire fully collapsed, reducing what was left to them to scattered primitive tribes. By 4,000 BBY, Revan discovered the Starforge, and Revan rediscovered the Rakata and the Ancient Plague, with some Sith under Revan even becoming infected. The Mind Plague is one of the galaxy's most insidious weapons, a blend of psychological warfare, biological manipulation, and the dark side. Though the Rakata fell millennia ago, echoes of their forbidden technology and rituals linger in shadows of forgotten worlds, species that have been conquered and destroyed. Beware their ancient ruins. Beware the whispering crystals. For even in the darkest corners of the galaxy, some curses will never die. They only wait. But
Darth
Revan is a unique character in Star Wars lore, in that we don't have a lot of examples of his in-lore feats, but we know he's one of the most powerful characters that exists. At first though, concerning dueling, I believe Revan to be a competent duelist within the Star Wars expanded universe, a tactician and a warrior of great skill, certainly, but not among the elite duelists of the galaxy. Figures like Luke Skywalker, Tulac Hord, or Yoda seem to occupy a higher echelon of lightsaber mastery, their abilities undeniable unbeatable and legendary. Revan, in comparison, appeared to me as a powerful Force user whose strengths lay more in strategy, leadership, and adaptability than in pure lightsaber combat. But as I delve deeper into how Revan approaches duels, I fear I have fallen into the very trap that has been laid for so many. A trap that countless adversaries have entered and never escaped. Revan's true brilliance as a duelist lies not in flashy technique or overwhelming physicality, but in his unmatched adaptability, his ability to analyze and exploit. He doesn't simply fight. Revan dissects his opponent, dismantling their strengths and exposing their vulnerabilities in every engagement. Revan's mind is as dangerous as his blade is, his strategy woven into every movement. This is what makes Revan special and terrifying. He operates on a level few combatants can match, seamlessly blending raw lightsaber skill with Force mastery. His dueling style is a symphony of misdirection, deception, and ruthless efficiency. When facing Revan, one may believe that they hold the upper hand, only to realize too late that they've been playing into his design all along. I have been forced to drastically reevaluate my initial assessment. Revan is not just a decent duelist, he's one of the most dangerous lightsaber masters in all of the lore. His approach to combat elevates him into the same league as the greats, not just because of raw power or finesse alone, but because of his ability to turn any fight into a deadly game of strategy, one that he rarely loses. Revan may very well be one of the finest duelists in the galaxy, and to underestimate him is to court death. On the surface, Revan's combat style appeared to lean heavily on Force-based abilities. His reliance on the Force was undeniable, and his lightsaber form seemed almost tailored to create opportunities for this, to tap into his true power, his unparalleled mastery and knowledge of the Force. To many, this may suggest a weakness in Revan's blade work, as if his lightsaber were meant to be a placeholder, merely a secondary tool to complement his Force dominance. But Revan's style is so much greater than that. Revan's chosen lightsaber form, I believe, was Form 6 Nyman, often dismissed by Jedi and Sith alike as a jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none form. It lacks the acrobatics of Ataru, the defensive refinement of Sarisu, or the dueling precision of Makashi. For most practitioners, it is a safe, adaptable form with no extremes to boast. Yet, to Revan, Nyman was transformed. He used it not as a crutch, but as a versatile weapon, exploiting its flexibility to seamlessly integrate his lightsaber skills and his Force techniques. Revan was technique and power. Nyman's lack of specialization was not a limitation for Revan, but was a strength. It allowed him to fluidly adapt to any opponent or any situation, switching from blade work to Force attacks in a way that was seamless and unpredictable. Revan's enemies often expected Force to be his crutch, underestimating his proficiency with the lightsaber. However, they would soon learn. Revan was as deadly with the lightsaber as he was with his mind and with the Force. Revan's mastery of Nyman showcased his ability to think beyond the traditional limitations of combat. He used the form's supposed weaknesses as a trap, baiting the enemy into underestimating him. While others saw Nyman as a compromise, Revan saw it as a foundation for his unique hybridized style. His adaptability, intelligence, and blending of lightsaber combat with the Force elevated him far beyond the form's reputation, making Revan one of the galaxy's most formidable duelists, and certainly in the debate for one of the best Nyman practitioners. It is a testament to his brilliance. At first, over-reliance on the Force, which was a weakness, in reality is the ultimate expression of versatility. It was a part of an intricate strategy that made Revan nearly impossible to predict or to overcome. Nyman in Revan's hands became a weapon as powerful as the Force itself. His use of Form 6 was to indicate a killing blow, the moment that signaled the beginning of the end. For most, Form 6 was a balanced, versatile form meant for generalists, but to Revan, it became something far deadlier. What made his Nyman so lethal wasn't the form itself, but the way Revan wielded it in the culmination of a broad strategy. It was a perfect, refined weapon, cutting down enemies with precision and purpose, backed by whatever approach was best suited for that specific battle at hand. But this is where things get interesting. I think Revan is so much more than just Form 6. I actually think he's a master of two other lightsaber combat forms. Revan typically employed two distinct approaches to combat, each tailoring the level of threat or skill posed by an enemy. Against dangerous and particularly skilled enemies, Revan would often use Form 5 Jam So, the aggressive, powerful, and overwhelming variant. Form 5 allowed Revan to dominate the battlefield early, testing the limits of his opponent's defenses and applying relentless pressure to provoke mistakes. Revan's use of the form was evident, yet it was never his intention to finish fights with Form 5, something that it was normally amazing at. Instead, it was a probe, a calculated opening to gather information about his enemy. What are their strengths? What are their vulnerabilities? He tested this with overwhelming offense. But Revan is even better than that. Just as often, he would take the opposite approach, opening a duel with Form 3 Surisu. Unlike the raw offense of Form 5, Surisu's defensive nature allowed Revan to weather his opponent's storm, carefully analyzing their patterns and their strategy. Revan's defense was never passive. It was a deliberate act of control. Each block, parry, and deflection was designed to reveal something about his adversary, how they moved, how they thought, what were their weaknesses, what are their strengths. These styles, 5 and 3, were not for Revan the tools to end a fight, as they were the duelists such as Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, but for Revan, they were groundwork, the opening acts of a larger plan. His genius was his mind, always, working several steps ahead of everybody else, calculating every possibility, every contingency like a galactic Sherlock Holmes. Revan didn't just fight his enemy, he studied them, then he broke them, and he understood every strike. By the time Revan made the decisive move, he had already concocted the plan. Every motion of the blade and step of his foot was a calculated piece of a great strategy. One set in motion 10 moves earlier. It was Nyman, his masterful integration of lightsaber combat and force power that always delivered the decisive blow. The versatility of 6 in Revan's hands allowed him to seamlessly switch tactics, exploiting every vulnerability that he had uncovered. By the time Revan struck with Nyman, the battle was no longer a contest. It was a foregone conclusion. His opponent already defeated. They just didn't realize it yet. Revan was a genius with the lightsaber as well, but he never stuck to one form. In fact, we never really ever hear Revan talk about lightsaber combat, but what we do learn a lot about Revan is his combat in general, how he transforms it all into a chess match played on the plane of his mind. Nyman was not a fallback nor a weakness. It was a finishing stroke, a weapon of precision that could adapt to any opponent or any style. Whether through the raw power of Form 5, the unbreakable defense of Form 3, or the deadly versatility of Nyman, Revan proved that his lightsaber skill, like his mind, were among the sharpest of the galaxy. Revan has always been a master at using tools and weapons at his disposal, a tactician who views combat more than just a contest of strength or skill. For Revan, the lightsaber and the Force were not separate, but two halves of the same whole, each informing and enhancing the other. This philosophy profoundly shaped his approach to battle, as his choice of Form 6 Nyman was a style that perfectly suited the broader understanding of what it meant to be a warrior and what it meant to use the Force. While many Jedi and Sith viewed the lightsaber as their primary weapon and the Force as their secondary aid, Revan broke this rule too, seeing no such division. Revan believed that true mastery came from integrating both the seamless, unified strategy of the Force and the lightsaber. The Force was not a tool but an extension of himself, as was his blade. Together they created a dynamic and adaptive style, as he dominated battles on every level, physical, mental, spiritual. Revan used the Force not just to enhance his movement or strength, but to dictate the flow of the battle. Whether hurling opponents with telekinesis, blinding them with Force-based illusions, or strategically controlling the terrain, Revan turned the Force into an extension of his blade, and vice versa. Revan's mastery of this holistic approach made him extraordinarily versatile, where other combatants may fall into patterns or rely too heavily on either their blade or the Force. Revan, who always breaks the rules, did so here as well. He was able to outthink and outmaneuver his opponents who could not grasp the breadth of his capability. For Revan, victory was not just about the lightsaber or the Force. It was about doing anything he could to dismantle his enemy. What was Exar Kun's most horrific kill? Probably one of the most horrific kills in Star Wars lore if we're being honest. A kill that changed the galaxy forever. Greetings Acolytes, and welcome back to the Archives. Every time the Sith return, they are always trying some harebrained scheme, one designed to destroy the Jedi and take over the Republic. Oftentimes that means attacking it from the outside with some new weapon or a new army. A lot of the time, this actually doesn't work out. The Jedi have proven themselves to be extremely formidable, politically as well as on the battlefield, and their government has always stood behind them. But only once has the Sith managed to penetrate the fortifications of the Republic and to strike at it at its heart. This act was done by Exar Kun. Exar Kun requires little introduction, one of the most accomplished Sith Lords in history, having actually brought the Republic and Jedi to heel and enacting repercussions that have echoed across time and space. One of his greatest atrocities was the murder of the Supreme Chancellor in front of the entirety of the Galactic Senate and broadcasted to the entire Republic, doing so in the most brutal and humiliating way possible. Exar Kun is responsible for the deaths of millions of beings, but this one is his most notable and tragic kill. So join us as we explore one of Exar Kun's most horrific deeds, just to show that he was a titan amongst other Sith. The prelude to this event is the Jedi-turned-Sith Ulic Qel-Droma's attack on Coruscant. Feeling bold and confident after a recent string of victories, Ulic declares that it is time to strike at the heart of the Republic. Exar Kun was dubious, though he believed that it was too soon, and such a rash action spelled disaster in this stage of the war. However, Ulic was unwavering in his decision, and after an argument, along with Ulic accusing Exar Kun of being weak, Exar relented and allowed him to further his assault. At this point, Ulic had already had the allegiance of Mandalore the Indomitable and all of the Mandalorians. Their assault on Coruscant had gone very well, and victory was well within their grasp. But Alima Keto, a dark side cultist, and one of Ulic's generals betrayed him during the battle, calling for a full retreat out of nowhere. She lied to Mandalore and his forces, saying that Ulic was either dead or captured, and that the attack was a failure. In reality, Ulic would have won that day, but since his forces retreated, he was surrounded by Jedi and arrested, now awaiting a trial that would certainly result in his execution. Mandalore the Indomitable, who was now deeply loyal to Ulic Qel-Droma after pledging service to him, obsessively reviewed the battle. He was not convinced that their attack had been a failure, as everything was executed to perfection. On their honor, both he and his Mandalorians deserved to know what had gone wrong. This was when he came to the realization that Alima had betrayed Ulic, as this was the only possible explanation for the loss. Which, by the way, this is an absolutely awesome moment for the Mandalorian fans, and a great look into their obsessive warrior culture. Following this, Mandalore rushed to his starship and nearly burned out his engines rushing to Yavin 4, there where he met with Exar Kun personally. He informed the Dark Lord of Ulic's capture and declared that they could not leave him behind to be slain by the Jedi. Exar Kun was not himself upset by this information. In fact, he had seen it coming from far away, so much that he treated it mostly as a mild inconvenience. But rescuing Ulic would not be the only reason that he wanted to go to Coruscant, as he had planned to do so anyway. As the two of them spoke, Exar had just dispatched all of the Dark Jedi that he had corrupted into the galaxy, freeing them, giving them orders to slay each of their masters like knives in the dark. But soon, a sort of purge would take place, as each darkened student killed their Jedi Master, doing so personally, all at once across the galaxy. And with this crucial victory, Exar Kun departed for Coruscant. At the Republic capital, Ulic Qel-Droma was on trial, as the Supreme Chancellor Sidrona was giving the prosecution, asking Ulic how he pled. But Ulic was not participating in the government of weaklings. He spoke boldly how the Senate was ineffectual, and how trying to stop the Sith was like standing at the bottom of a mountain, attempting to prevent an avalanche. With Ulic's Jedi brother Kay and his former lover Nomi Sunrider both stepping into the trial and attempting to plead with the Chancellor that Ulic had lost his mind. But that was when he arrived. The giant doors to the Senate threw themselves open, their crash echoing throughout the Senate auditorium, and Exar Kun and Mandalore the Indomitable, along with a following of Massassi warriors, invited themselves in with a smile. All of a sudden, the entire Senate chamber was frozen. Every senator, representative, jury, and all that were watching from the high-rise stands were completely paralyzed. Exar Kun had cast a spell on them, giving himself a captive audience, literally. Only the Jedi remained ineffective, but they were Jedi, perhaps the weakest of them all, as Exar decided just to leave them there, leave them with Ulic while he went up to the Supreme Chancellor's podium, walking right past his apprentice. Sidrona, who had no idea who Exar Kun even was, attempted to call out to his guards, but to no avail. Exar Kun did not break his stride as he approached the Chancellor's podium. Sidrona had at least tried to defend himself, swinging on Exar with his speaker staff, but the Sith Lord effortlessly knocked it away with the back of his hand. And then he began his speech. "I just wanted to say that you and the whole Republic Senate are irrelevant. The Jedi Knights have coddled you for centuries." Exar Kun spins the Chancellor around and grabs the back of his head. His fingers dig straight into the back of Sidrona's skull and into his very brain. His Sith magic begins to take effect as Exar lifts the Chancellor up with a single hand, showing the entire Senate. From this point forward, everything Exar Kun says, the Chancellor is forced to repeat, echoing to everyone. And with this comes the speech of the Sith. "You are outdated and ineffective, puppets to tradition. Go on, show us. The Sith Empire will rise again, and we are the spark. The flames will wash over the crumbling Republic, consume all of your works, establishing the glorious days of a lost golden age, far greater than any of us can know. You can choose either to be a part of this great rebirth, or you can stand in our way." Look, Ulic. They're speechless. Exar's sheer power had completely overwhelmed the old body of the Supreme Chancellor, and he died right as Exar Kun's fingers left his brain matter. Exar dropped the old man's body to the ground like a sack of meat, and that's when he gave the closing statement to his speech. All of this was just to show them how weak they were. The Sith do not want their cooperation. The Republic isn't even a part of the plan. And with that, Exar Kun simply turned around and walked off the podium, leaving the Jedi in complete shock. Right as Exar and Ulic were about to depart, however, one person arrived to stop their party. Master Vodo Siosk Boss, Exar Kun's Jedi Master. He had arrived at the end of this dark threat, one of his own making. Unfortunately, as Exar Kun unveiled his double-bladed lightsaber, Vodo's fate would come crashing down at its blade. But that, my friends, is a story for another day. This was by far the most horrific kill of all of Exar Kun's career, and it had to be the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Many Sith aim for great feats such as this, a chance for the galaxy to witness their power, but very few have ever gotten the ability or the opportunity to make a fool out of the Republic in such a public way. What Exar Kun did was brutal, devastating, but most importantly humiliating to the galactic government. The fact that the entire purpose was to make them seem useless, especially next to his awesome power. Exar Kun walked in the front doors of the Coruscant Senate building with no one able to stop him. He froze the entire Senate, and then literally puppeteered the Supreme Chancellor, forcing him to denote the Republic and speak of the coming Sith Empire. He did it in the most horrendous way possible, shoving his fingers in the back of the skull. At least Exar Kun's other victims got the luxury of a quick death by a lightsaber, with Exar Kun utilizing two extremely powerful Sith spells. It proves just how strong he was. No single person had any chance of stopping him, and even this, the worst, was still yet to come, and he hadn't even destroyed the Jedi homeworld of Ossus yet, which would be his crowning achievement. And this is why Exar Kun will always be a titan among the Sith, a rubric that most Sith could only dream of matching. But now, Father of Shadows, also known as Nakos, or the Shining One. The Father of Shadows is one of the most profound and terrifying figures in the Star Wars mythology, especially in the expanded lore of supernatural encounters. Accepted as fact by some fans, his existence positions him as the archetype of a pure evil entity, the originator of corruption and darkness in the Star Wars galaxy. He was once considered the second most powerful of the race of Celestials, godlike entities responsible for shaping the universe. Nakos was a radiant and a glorious being, second only to the Supreme Maker in his beauty. However, his rebellion against the Maker's divine plan led to his fall and transformation into the Father of Shadows, becoming a being of unrelenting malevolence. Through his defiance, he created the dark side of the Force itself, forever fracturing its balance and reshaping the destiny of the galaxy. Nakosh's power is nearly incomprehensible, rivaling even the Supreme Maker in his prime. This is a being far beyond Abeloth, far beyond full potential Anakin, and far beyond really anything else. As a Celestial, he possessed the unique ability to create concepts through divine song, shaping reality itself. However, instead of contributing to the harmony of creation, Nakosh introduced spite by crafting a new concept, evil. His Song of Discord corrupted the Force itself, weaving darkness into its very fabric, becoming a part of it forever. This act marked the birth of the dark side, an aberration and a cancerous corruption of the Force's original design, an untainted state. For those who accept Nakosh's existence, this interpretation fundamentally redefines the nature of the Force. The light side represents its pure, original balance, while the dark side is a leech, a tumor introduced by his rebellion. Thus, the Father of Shadows is not merely a participant in the cosmic struggle between light and dark. He is the creator and the ruler of evil itself, the Star Wars universe's equivalent of the devil. The mythology surrounding Nakosh also highlights his ultimate goal, to transcend the Supreme Maker, the galaxy itself. He seeks the destruction of the Supreme Maker and the obliteration of all existence. He aims to replace the multiverse with an eternal void governed solely by his will. In this abomination, he mirrors classic depictions of the devil as an ultimate adversary to creation, but on a scale that includes the multiverse. His domain, known as the Errant Dimension, is said to have been abandoned by the Celestials after they failed to purge his corruption. This plane of existence became a stronghold of his evil, serving as a source of influence to root the dark side into spreading across the galaxy, stemming from this nameless void to the Jedi and Sith, but known well to him. From here, he orchestrates his designs, a shadow over the multiverse which whispers of corruption and can even be felt in distant corners of the galaxy. The dark side. Adding to the mythos of the Star Weirds, the spectral beings that haunt hyperspace and wild space and associate with terror and despair, tales suggest that these entities are his creation, either birthed directly from his essence or manifestations of his will. Others propose that they are his children, crafted out of boredom or malice to serve his purpose. Whether they are direct agents or byproducts of his corruption though, the Star Weirds reinforce his status as a cosmic force of horror and unpredictability. Through them and other corrupted beings, Nakosh ensures that his influence remains pervasive, touching everything from the rise of the Sith to the collapse of entire civilizations. The Father of Shadows' origins tie him to the Supreme Maker and the Celestials, beings who collaborated to create the multiverse and Star Wars. The Supreme Maker's divine song brought the Force into existence, creating an energy field that powered the Celestials and connected all of life together. Nakosh, as one of the most powerful Celestials, was uniquely gifted with the ability to shape reality, but his pride and desire for autonomy drove him to compose his own song. This sounds a lot like the Silmarillion, but instead of adding harmony to the Maker's song, he created discord. He introduced evil, a concept that had not been known into existence. His transformation into the Father of Shadows marked the first fracture in the Maker's grand creation, setting off a chain of events that would ripple through the galaxy for eons. The corruption wrought by Nakosh was not limited to the Force, but extended to the Celestials themselves and their other creations. One of his most infamous acts was the corruption of Telatni, one of Sith Children, who were fellow Celestials. Telatni was meant to serve the greater good, but Nakosh proved that his power had grown beyond other Celestials, and that the dark side would eventually bend them too to his singular will. The resulting conflict between the Celestials and Nakosh's forces led to the widespread devastation of both of their forces, forcing the Celestials to retreat and focus on creating new universes, hoping that Nakosh's influence could be minimized there. Despite their efforts though, his evil seeped into the main galaxy, ensuring that the dark side remained an enduring force of corruption. For fans who accept the existence of the Father of Shadows, his presence fundamentally alters the philosophy of the Force. No longer is there a natural balance of light and dark. The Force becomes a field tainted by external corruption. The Jedi's role, then, is not just to maintain balance, but to restore the Force to its original, uncorrupted state. Meanwhile, we have the Sith, knowingly or unknowingly perpetuating Nakos's discord, becoming agents of the Father of Shadows. This interpretation casts the struggle between light and dark in the galaxy as a cosmic battle, not just for balance, but for the very soul of creation. Interestingly, Nakos is also referred to as the Shining One in some ancient texts, a title that reflects his original glory. His transformation into the Father of Shadows is a cautionary tale, illustrating how pride and ambition will lead to corruption. His true name, Nakos, is forbidden in many traditions to mention, a name feared for its association with ultimate darkness. His nature is of pure evil, yet there is a tragic element to his story, a once glorious being consumed by the very concept that he created. I love the theory that the Father of Shadows has transcended any physical or any tangible form, and has instead become his own creation, the dark side of the Force itself. The idea suggests that in his relentless pursuit of ultimate power and rebellion against the Supreme Maker, Nakos became entirely consumed by his Song of Discord. No longer a distinct being, he is hypothesized to have dissolved into the very essence of the darkness that he crafted, his identity and will forever intertwined with the Force's corrupted aspect. In this interpretation, the dark side is not just a part of the Force, but a living embodiment of Nakos's malevolence, perpetuating his influence across the galaxy. The theory positions Nakos not merely as the creator of the dark side, but as its eternal steward, existing within it as a fragmented consciousness, the voice that whispers to those that use its power. In this view, the dark side's seductive and corruptive nature is not an inherent property of the Force, but the lingering presence of Nakos himself. His transformation into the dark side would mean he is no longer an individual entity acting from the shadows, but an omnipresent force of destruction, driven entirely by the impulses that drove his life. If true, this would mean that Nakos has become a tragic figure, lost completely to his own creation. His ambition to rule and his desire to impose his will on the galaxy consumed him, leaving behind a fragmented existence. In a sense, Nakos's descent into the dark side mirrors the downfalls of those that seek to wield it, as its power will inevitably destroy those who rely on it. This deepens his role as the Star Wars equivalent as the Devil, not a singular adversary, but an eternal, corruptive presence that touches everything and everyone. The Father of Shadows' influence is prophesied to persist until the end of time, when the Son of Suns and the Daughter of Stars are said to rise and vanquish his evil. Until then, his shadow continues, shaping the destinies of heroes and villains alike. If his existence is real, then he is not merely an antagonist, but the ultimate force of destruction in the Star Wars universe, a being whose goal is nothing less than the obliteration of creation. And that, my friends, is the Father of Shadows. Would you like a full script further detailing the Supreme Maker and the Celestials, the forces behind Nakos's origins, and his ultimate adversary? If so, if you could like the video and request it down below, that would help out a lot. But now we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Many fans and scholars of Star Wars do not consider supernatural encounters to be canon, whether in the EU or in the Disney-era continuity. While the book draws heavily from the EU lore and weaves its narrative into the wider mythology, it is an unofficial fan-created work not endorsed by Lucasfilm, with Star Wars choosing to lean more into the mythic elements. Going further though, George Lucas originally conceptualized the dark side as a perversion of the natural state of existence, a destructive corruption that acted as a leech upon the Force. In his earliest drafts of these ideas in Star Wars, the dark side was not an intrinsic part of the Force's balance, but rather a malignant force introduced through selfishness, fear, and hatred. This interpretation aligns with the notion of the Father of Shadows, where the dark side is an external, unnatural element that distorts the Force's true, harmonious state. Under this view, the dark side was inherently evil, a manifestation of chaos and destruction that needed to be eradicated for the galaxy to return to balance. However, over time, Lucas would refine his understanding of the Force and its duality, shifting the dark side from being an unnatural corruption to an essential aspect of existence. He began to portray the Force as a whole, with two natural sides, light and dark, both of which are necessary for true balance. In his revised view, the dark side is not inherently evil, but represents raw emotion, passion, and power, which can be wielded responsibly or destructively. This evolution in Lucas's philosophy reframed the Jedi and Sith conflict as a battle of how to use the Force, rather than a struggle to remove an external malignancy. By incorporating the dark side as an intrinsic part of the Force, Lucas effectively nullified stories like the Father of Shadows, which persist that the dark side is an aberration introduced by an external figure. Under Lucas's later view, though, the Force encompasses all aspects of existence: creation, destruction, order, and chaos, and the challenge lies in how individuals navigate and will use its power. This suggests that the dark side is not inherently evil. Rather, it is the misuse of the dark side, driven by greed, hatred, and selfishness, that causes suffering. Consequently, the story of the Father of Shadows as the origin of the dark side becomes incompatible with Lucas's vision, and how he shifted it to become a more balanced energy field. Instead of being a leech or a tumor, the dark side becomes a necessary counterpoint to the light side, both contributing to the dynamic tension that drives the Star Wars universe together. Beyond all of that though, the Father of Shadows, Nakos, remains one of the most fascinating and cosmic figures in all of Star Wars lore, offering a unique glimpse into the mysterious origins of the galaxy, and one of its most powerful figures. While his existence and mythology surrounding him may not align with the current understanding of the Force or George Lucas's ultimate vision, the Father of Shadows serves as a thought-provoking theory about the Star Wars universe's creation and the nature of its eternal struggle between light and dark. As a being of unimaginable power, leaving fans to ponder his influence on the wider galaxy and his destiny. Whether Nakos is viewed as a literal entity, a symbolic representation of evil, or a cautionary tale about ambition and corruption, his connections to the Celestials, beings whose existence is firmly established in the EU, add weight to the narrative, offering us a glimpse into the architects of creation. The Celestials' involvement in shaping the galaxy remains an enduring mystery. Ultimately, the Father of Shadows occupies a unique place in Star Wars lore, blending speculative myth with elements of truth. He may not be canon or legends, but his story enriches the Star Wars galaxy, adding a more complex history of the Force and the galaxy itself. Whether embraced as legend or interpreted as a metaphor, the Father of Shadows challenges us to consider the origins of good and evil, the very nature of the Force, and the eternal questions that have defined a galaxy far, far away. And the dark side is not merely a force to wield. It is the lifeblood of our empire, the essence that binds us as a people. It is the breath of creation and the breath of destruction, the storm that churns through the galaxy and ensures that only the strong, the worthy, may rise to lead. Yet strength is not measured by conquest alone. True strength is found in understanding that the dark side demands harmony among its children. It thrives based on the unity of our clans, in the balance between our ambition and our pride. The strong rule here not as tyrants, but as guardians of a larger empire, ensuring the will of the dark side flows unbroken through our people, like blood in our veins. We the Sith are the children of the dark side, born from its chaos and shaped by its power. It whispers to us in the winds of Korriban, speaks to us in the flames of our rituals, and reveals its will through symbols etched in our stone, our grand structures to its grand design. It is living, not to be bent to one's will, but to be harmonized with like a song that guides our dark destiny. It is in this harmony that the weak of our empire find purpose, the strong will find glory, and our empire will stand eternal. Pride is not arrogance, it is the acknowledgement of what we are, chosen conduits of the dark side's will, entrusted with its energy to forge a path, one of greatness and gold. Our strength lies in our unity, for the dark side is strongest when we act as one. Each of us plays a role, the warrior who defends, the priest who guides, the king who leads. The dark side does not tolerate weakness, but neither does it reward thoughtless cruelty. To lead us to understand the weight of the dark side's will, to protect our people so that they may thrive and grow stronger with each generation. It is this sacred balance that breathes life into our empire. We are its children, bound to its power, eternal, and through our unity, the dark side will ensure our destiny has become unyielding, Greetings Acolytes, and welcome back to the channel. Today we wanted to have a look at how the original Sith species perceived the dark side. Before the arrival of Ajunta Pal and the 12 exiled Dark Jedi, the Sith pure-blooded species had a deep, intrinsic connection to the dark side of the Force, one which perpetuated their culture, religion, and their daily life. Unlike the Dark Jedi who later introduced notions such as ambition and domination, the Sith species from long ago viewed the dark side as a natural and a spiritual force, something to be revered and harmonized with rather than simply to manipulate and dominate. This perspective would shape their society into one of mysticism, ritual, and reverence for the dark side, reverence for the powers of their universe. The Sith purebloods believed the dark side was not merely a tool, but a living force that surrounded and could influence all aspects of existence. They regarded it as a manifestation of natural chaos and balance, destructive but also creative. This intrinsic duality reflected in their religious practice, where rituals often had both destruction and creation, such as a sacrificial offering to their god in the use of Sith alchemy, trying to transform and enhance life itself. But the Sith purebloods, the dark side was much more a spiritual force to be worshipped, as this is the practical means in which they gained strength, through unity with the dark side. Ritualistic practices were central to how the Sith purebloods accessed and ascended the dark side. These rituals often had chants, blood sacrifice, and elaborate ceremonies, all of them designed to invoke the favor of the dark side. This is extremely different from the Sith that we'll see in the future. The Sith pure-blooded species valued unity, unlike the more personal and individualistic approach that the power of the later Sith would embrace. The purebloods believed in collective ceremonies, where entire clans and priests could participate in summoning and challenging the dark side's energy. This communal aspect of their practice reflected their tribal culture, a deep-seated belief in their interconnection of their people and the dark side. They were extensions of it. Sith alchemy was one of the distinctive ways that the purebloods harnessed the dark side's power at the time. They used alchemical ritual to alter the physical world, imbuing objects with the Force, creating weapons, and even transforming living beings. These creations often served religious or ceremonial purposes, further emphasizing a mystical nature of their connection to the dark side rather than seeking to dominate. Alchemy was not only a way to demonstrate power, but also a way to commune with the dark side, to express their devotion to it. The Sith purebloods' societal structure also mirrored their beliefs about the dark side. They were organized into clans ruled by either kings or lords. These were the chosen by the dark side. Leadership was not only determined by hereditary rights, but also by displays of power and favor from the dark side. Challenges to authority among the Sith Empire were not common, despite what you might think, as this is one of my favorite aspects of the lore. The Sith pure-blooded species did not fight within themselves because of one simple fact. They believed that the strength of their society came from unity under leaders who had been divinely chosen by the dark side. Under the later Sith philosophy introduced by the Dark Jedi, those that originated from the Jedi Order, and ultimately used pieces of Jedi doctrine to fully corrupt the Sith in their natural love for the dark side. The purebloods saw the dark side as a force to be harmonized with rather than one to be conquered. They sought to align themselves with its chaotic nature. They saw themselves as conduits for its will rather than its master. This belief led to a more balanced relationship with the dark side, where they embraced both its destructive and its nurturing aspects, not wanting to impose their own will on it in the way that the Dark Jedi would later teach and advocate for. Emotion played an essential role in the Sith purebloods' connection to the dark side, but they approached it with a more ritualized and communal way than the Dark Jedi would. Anger, hatred, and fear were not merely tools for personal empowerment, they were seen as sacred emotions that could channel the dark side's energy for good to progress the tribe and the people, the society. These emotions were cultivated and released during ceremonies, typically under the guidance of powerful Sith priests or shamans, who acted as spiritual leaders and mediators of the dark side. In this way, the purebloods' perception and use of the dark side before Ajunta Pal was deeply rooted in their culture and their spirituality. They revered it as a natural and a divine force, using it to strengthen their society and maintain their connection to the universe's primal energies. This philosophy was fundamentally altered when Ajunta Pal, the first of the technical Dark Lords, at least by the modern definition of what a Sith is, and the other 12 Dark Jedi that accompanied him. This group introduced a new, more individualistic and exploitative ideology that would forever change the Sith. However, the legacy of the pureblood spiritual approach to the dark side remains a foundational aspect of the Sith's history, even though it was overshadowed by the ambitions of their conquerors. The purebloods had a more primal and a pure connection to the dark side, rooted in their culture and spiritual tradition. They didn't see the dark side as a tool for personal ambition or gain, didn't even see it as a way to dominate others, but rather as a natural force that guided cycles of destruction and creation. To them, destruction was not an end in itself, but a necessary precursor to renewal and growth. Their rituals and practices focused on harmonizing with the dark side rather than bending it to their will. This shows a more balanced and an almost reverent understanding of the dark side's power, one that later philosophies, both Sith and Jedi, would interpret in very different ways. The Sith are important because they're one of the first people groups in all of Star Wars that actually worship the Force as something greater. What's fascinating is the original perspective of the dark side shares similarities with the ideology of Luke Skywalker and other Jedi that they would adopt later in the timeline. Luke, for instance, acknowledged the importance of balance in the Force, understanding that the light and the dark are intertwined aspects of a greater whole. The view contrasts sharply with the corrupted. Luke likely wouldn't have thought as the purebloods as his enemy, but this view contrasts sharply with the corrupted and malevolent form that the Sith would emerge as over time. It is ironic that this more balanced understanding of the dark side was once integral to the Sith purebloods' way of life, but was overshadowed by ambitions of outsiders, specifically the Dark Jedi who sought refuge among the Sith after the 100-Year Darkness. The Jedi, whether intentionally or not, share responsibility for the depraved order that they eventually created. The Dark Jedi, exiled for their heretical views and lust for power, were the ones who introduced corruption into the purebloods' tradition. They imposed their own selfish ambition and individualistic philosophies onto the Sith species, transforming a spiritually cohesive society into an order defined by betrayal, greed, and conquest. In doing so, they not only reshaped the Sith's ideology, but also ensured the Sith would remain locked in an eternal struggle with the Jedi, perpetuating a cycle of violence and hatred that undermined the original harmony of the Sith pureblood. The historical evolution of the Sith highlights the paradox of the Jedi's influence. By rejecting the exiled Dark Jedi, the Jedi inadvertently created their own worst enemy. The purebloods, once guided by communal and spiritual relationship with the dark side, became instruments of chaos and destruction under the Dark Jedi's guidance. This transformation reveals the fragile nature of the Force, constantly swayed and reshaped by the actions and beliefs of those who wield it. It raises questions of whether the true form of the dark side was once tied to natural cycles of balance, but was lost forever, at least by the Sith, replaced by the corrupted legacy of ambition and domination introduced by beings who once called themselves Jedi. The Sith draw their power from cruelty and their strength from suffering. Whether the pain they endure themselves or they inflicted on others, it does not matter. They are creatures of the night, content with either choking another being out with their bare hands or annihilating an entire world should it serve their purpose. There is a reason the Jedi continue to rise up against them and to go to war anytime the Sith reveal themselves. In a religion that worships death and thrives off oppressing the weak, it's difficult to imagine any follower of the Sith way could be redeemed, and yet, a precious few of them have. Theoretically speaking, almost all Sith have the capacity to turn their lives around given the right circumstance. Almost all of them. But in today's holocron, we wanted to ask a bit of a complex question. What is the point of no return in the life of a Sith? When does a Sith Lord truly become irredeemable? And in the holocron, we will reveal that we believe that there were only ever two Sith that were impossible to redeem. Before we open the holocron though, the galaxy has never been closer nor cheaper. For a limited time only, grab some of your favorite Star Wars merchandise at a stellar 50% off for a limited time. This is your chance to build your own rebel base, or to rule like a Sith Lord without breaking the bank. But hurry, the deal will disappear faster than the Millennium Falcon does in hyperspace. Link in the description down below and use code WAVE for another 15% off. Now my friends, the holocron awaits. Our quest for answers begins with establishing common knowledge. Most Sith throughout history are not going to be redeemed at all. Many would claim that there was a point of no return, and that moment is when they embraced the dark side. If you ask Yoda, he claims that the point of no return is when you give in to the emotions like fear and anger. Yoda says that once you start down this dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny. This was a tightly held belief by the Jedi Order for a very long period of time. The Jedi had seen many of their own fall to the dark side countless times throughout history. Strong, wise, compassionate Jedi completely twisted into black-hearted evil beings. Dooku, one of the finest Jedi in the Order's history. Yet, when he embraced the dark, regardless of the noble reasons that he had for doing so, he became a tyrannical murderer. His name was literally Darth Tyrannus. Very few Jedi ever attempted to talk sense back into those that fell to the dark side, though Yoda did try once with Dooku in the novel Dark Rendezvous, and came within a hair's width of success of turning Dooku back to the light. But even then he failed. Negotiating with a freshly turned Sith Lord is one thing, but redeeming a seasoned Darksider is different. Turning a Sith back to the light is nearly impossible. The Sith are literally taught that things such as compassion and love are weakness to be removed like tumors. How a gardener prunes a tree of unwanted branches, so do the Sith spend actual years pruning themselves of all human qualities. It's extremely difficult to bring someone back to the light who has intentionally plunged themselves into the darkness. This is why most believe that the Sith are irredeemable once they make that pledge to the Order. From that point on, they become obsessed with power as an infinite drug. But despite its endlessness, they can never get enough of it. Every new hit of the dark side makes them want more, leading them to spill more blood, drinking in the sufferings of victims. But the Sith are not just mindless killers. They specifically devise plans of galactic domination. They want to make life miserable for everyone, to see themselves at the top of a hierarchy, placing themselves atop an imaginary pyramid. The thing that separates the Sith, though, is that they don't just use the dark side like a dark Jedi does, or as a cultist would. The Sith seek to own the dark side, to become so totally immersed in it that they become unrecognizable as a mortal. To that end, the dark side demands total devotion from the Sith. The very first murder of a Sith is when they take upon themselves the Darth moniker. This is because they kill their old self. They become a completely new identity with a new name. They are reborn through the dark side. The dark side gives them their new name. The point is, redeeming a Sith is nearly impossible. And yet, a handful of Sith have been redeemed. Those fully entrenched in the dark side, in fact. Sith like Darth Vader, Ulic Qel-Droma, Darth Sion, even Ajunta Pal, Revan, Bastila Shan, who may have not been technically a Sith, or Kagath, just to name a few just off the top of our head. There are Sith who reside in a bit of a gray area, as there is some debate whether or not they were ever evil to begin with, or if their redemption actually led to them embracing the light. The most prime example of this is the Sith Darth Vectivus, who fans of the channel will know well. Vectivus was known as the Sith that did no evil, but it was never stated that he went to the light side, quite the opposite. Vectivus studied the dark side and discovered powerful new abilities, but he would ultimately die in peace. But we digress. We won't go into strenuous detail about each and every instance of redemptions that we listed, but all of them except for 3 have one thing in common. Someone redeemed them out of love. Luke Skywalker is the greatest example of redeeming a Sith Lord through love. The emotion was the one pure power of the light side that could trump the dark. The only way that the dark side fights love is when they can twist it into possession and jealousy. But true, selfless love casts such a blinding light that it leaves no shadow. Love weakens the Sith. It leaves them vulnerable to be talked down when the veil of their mind is torn. The difference with the 3 remaining Sith Lord being Revan, who had his memory forcefully wiped, Kagath, who found that the Sith way of passion and pain only led to temporary power and eventually discovered the ways of peace through his own study, and Ajunta Pal, who was redeemed post-mortem when his spirit wandered for thousands of years, full of regret over his past life and sin. But now things are going to get complicated. Because we now have established that it is possible for a Sith to be redeemed, we want to locate at what point is there no return for one. And the bar is surprisingly very high. Darth Sion of all people is the most surprising example. His name was the Lord of Pain. This was because he discovered a disgusting form of immortality. Using the dark side to draw from an agonizing physical pain, he was able to hold his body together despite being mortally wounded. His flesh and bones were literally held together by his own sheer force of will. He lived in constant agony, but the agony fueled his power, allowing him to keep on living as a basic zombie, an undead creature that could not be struck down. It's hard to say he was even alive anymore, as he's more of a spirit and a consciousness holding together a bag of cracking apart flesh and crumbling bones. Every waking moment of Sion's life was torture, and yet he could not let go of it. But he found himself falling in love with Meetra Surik, the Jedi outcast, and in his final confrontation with her, Meetra convinced him to let go of his pain, to pass on through the Force. and at that moment, after being stricken down repeatedly by her blade, Sion heeded her advice and did pass on. He even let her know what Darth Trey's sinister plan was and warned her of the dangers ahead. And finally, he let go of his torn body, joining with the Force. If a literal monster like Sion can manage to be redeemed, then the standard has a seriously high bar. But we don't believe it goes much higher than this in all truth. In fact, we think it only goes to about this level. His partner is one of the Sith that we do not think would be redeemed after all. His partner, Darth Nihilus. Nihilus was dealt probably one of the worst hands in all of Star Wars history. He was a nameless face in a galaxy like any other being, until the devastation of Malachor V. This caused a wound in the Force to form inside of this man. The wound created a hunger within the man that threatened to consume him if he did not feed on life force of other beings. Nihilus became the Lord of Hunger. He drained the life out of all of the people and planets that he could find. And soon, after populations of entire worlds were on the menu, along with even the planets themselves, a being that literally consumes and absorbs that much life is an abominable creation. He was no longer a man or even a consciousness inside of armor. He was a wound, a creature of pure will, of intent whose mere voice caused suffering to all who heard it. He wasn't redeemable because there was no longer a man underneath to be redeemed. Nihilus was something more, something worse. When the dark side consumes one in this way, this is the point of no return. So long as there is a man there to be spoken to, there is still a chance, however small that could be. The only instance that we believe a mortal was not redeemable would be the Sith Lord Darth Vitiate. In all recordings of his birth, it is insinuated that Vitiate was born evil. He caused death and pain by the time that he was barely a toddler. Vitiate's eyes were as black and as bottomless as the pit of hell, and animals avoided him. After consuming the life force of his homeworld and leaving it a drained gray husk, Vitiate began to believe that it was his destiny to become a Force god. He desired to drain all life from every planet in existence, to possess the Force as his very own, as the Force's owner. He was able to split his soul into several different vessels, becoming more of an entity than a man. The only part of Vitiate that ever caused him trouble was the small piece of his soul that still belonged to Valkorion, as he had possessed the body of Valkorion long ago. The last vestiges of who Valkorion was caused Vitiate to actually care for the family that he had created, even if he was cruel to them. The other parts of Vitiate, though, hated Valkorion and the small parts of Valkorion's spirit, even though that part of him was his strongest iteration. The other versions of Vitiate believed that this was the weakest iteration because of his love for his family. It was revealed in the final battle when all three versions of Vitiate were being berated and destroyed that this is how the rest of them felt about Valkorion. Valkorion only used his family to gain more power and control. The words of his wife Senya cut him deeply to his black heart and caused him to become distracted during their final battle. This is extremely complicated because it wasn't necessarily Vitiate that cared for his family, but Valkorion. He had taken the body of a noble and a good warrior. He had hollowed out the body as a shell, removing Valkorion's spirit and replacing it with his own. But it was those last little bits of the original Valkorion that caused Vitiate to feel something about his family, however small those feelings may have actually been. But according to Senya, he had once been a happy and a loving father. But one day that changed dramatically. The day the spirit of Vitiate rejoined with Valkorion's body. Valkorion had been on autopilot until then. So to put it simply, it wasn't possible for Vitiate to be redeemed, but the fading lights of love within the body of Valkorion did cause him to become weaker, and we thought it was very important to mention that here. And so, this is why I believe that these were the only two cases where it was literally impossible for a Sith Lord to be brought back to the light. Once again, we want to restate that broadly speaking, there is little to no chance of any Sith Lord finding their way back to the light. But we thought the question, is it technically possible, was an interesting one to explore, and we hope you enjoyed. The dark side is a powerful and a seductive force, one that draws in many victims and intends to keep them. The Sith perform heinous acts against life and civility, and to almost all of them, the light side is nothing but weakness. But even if it's a fraction of a percent, all Sith have the capability to be redeemed, except for, in our opinion, these two. Thank you for delving into the depths of the Sith archives today. Your journey to the dark side has only now begun. Before you go though, A quick secret from the Empire to you. The merch page is 50% off for a limited time. Don't let these galactic treasures slip away. Seize them now and rule your collection with the power of the dark side. Unlimited savings await, and may the Force be with you.